Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 1001 Two Stubborn People. Dolly, what's wrong with you? Can't you even act? On the filming location of Steel Magnolia, Herbert Ross launched into another personal attack on Dolly Parton and Julia Roberts. Ahem. Ronald, who had just arrived, quickly interrupted the unpleasant lecture. I mean, you can act better. Herbert Ross was still somewhat wary of Ronald, avoiding offensive language and instead criticizing the two actresses' acting skills technically. Sigh. Ronald sighed and sat down in a chair. Diane handed him a thermos containing his favorite goji berry black tea. Upon arriving at the set, Ronald first sought out Dukakis and Shirley MacLaine to understand the situation. That evening, he spent a long time talking to Diane about the crew's problems. The issue actually stemmed from problems with the casting and directing. Herbert Ross, a former stage actor, harbored a deep disdain for actors who lacked the traditional, theatrical acting skills. Of the six main actresses, he admired Diane and Olympia Dukakis the most, as they were former Broadway actresses. His attitude towards Shirley MacLaine and Sally Field was lukewarm. Both were Oscar winners and had performed in Broadway plays in their spare time. Only towards Julia Roberts and Dolly Parton was Herbert utterly discriminatory. He frequently berated them on set, saying they couldn't act, only had pretty faces and explosive figures, and were otherwise useless. When Ronald was on set, Rose was less harsh on the actors because Ronald was also a professional director. However, after Ronald left, he reverted to his old ways, continuing to verbally abuse the actors. Initially, MacLaine, Dukakis, and Sally Field would protest, but they were, after all, actors, not indispensable stars like Harrison Ford. Therefore, Herbert Ross remained domineering on set. This is dictated by the nature of a director's job. Without the director's orders, nothing can be filmed. Only a producer like Ronald, who understood Herbert's weaknesses and had directing experience, could simultaneously suppress Ross on set with both professionalism and authority, preventing him from acting recklessly. If Ronald could stay on set until the film was finished, he could maintain Herbert Ross's professionalism and ensure he performed at his best while keeping him from making disrespectful remarks. However, Ronald wanted to take advantage of the impending end of the strike to advance more projects and couldn't stay on set long. The actresses couldn't help but worry about the trouble his departure would cause. Come and have some hot tea. I also have some plant fiber biscuits here. They taste great and are low in calories. During a break in filming, Ronald invited the six actresses to enjoy some healthy snacks he had brought. Actresses need to manage their figures and can't eat too much rich food. Ronald had brought some low-calorie oatmeal and aloe vera biscuits to give them a little treat and boost their morale, which had been somewhat dampened by Herbert Ross. Ronald, you're such an angel. If I were 10 years younger, I'd definitely get you in bed. Shirley MacLaine, a straightforward person, was practically falling in love with Ronald after tasting the slightly sweet cookie. Haha, be careful someone doesn't get upset if you say that. Sally Field also picked up a cookie and savored it with her tea. Oh, you know what? This cookie is really delicious. I wouldn't mind selling myself for it. Dolly Parton and Dukakis also joined in teasing Ronald. Diane chuckled to herself, ignoring their banter. After all, she was the one who truly enjoyed the taste. Only Julia Roberts dared not joke with a producer like that. She simply held the cookie and watched Ronald from the outer circle. Although she was also a free-spirited and easygoing person, being around a strict director like Herbert Ross made her think all directors were serious, and she wondered if she had reached the point where she could joke with someone of Ronald's stature. Julia, have another piece. It's low in calories. Ronald beckoned Julia Roberts over for a private conversation. I've spoken with Herbert, and he'll be less critical of your acting in the future. He might have a bit of a temper, but he's a very competent director. I've seen the footage from the last few days. Your performance is full of spirit. Don't get angry over personal offenses. I know, Southern girls aren't that fragile, Julia Roberts replied, using her character's accent and tone to reassure Ronald that she was fine. Very good. I saw your brother Eric's performance in Alaska back in 1985, and he mentioned to me then that he had a talented younger sister. I don't want to talk about him." Julia waved her hand, indicating that she didn't want to discuss her brother Eric. "Oh," Julia Roberts felt her gesture might be disrespectful to Ronald. "I didn't mean it that way. Eric has made a mess of himself. He's terrible to his daughter and girlfriend, often getting carried away and not caring about their well-being. He even drove after getting drunk, and in a moment of dazedness, he crashed into a tree and nearly killed himself. I took my niece in and raised her myself. He's an extremely irresponsible person. I didn't know about his current situation." "You're a good girl," Ronald said, indicating he didn't mind. "Film and theater are different. You'll know once you've worked with more directors in the industry. Most film directors don't use theatrical standards like Herbert did. How should I put it? We prefer actors to fully express their individuality, especially girls like you who are favored by the camera. You can rest assured and use your intuition as much as possible." Ronald could see that Julia Roberts was a typical film actress, sensitive, with excellent interpersonal skills, but actually introverted and shy. For actresses like these, the most important thing is to make them feel safe on set, that they can give it their all, and let a part of their personality emerge from their comfort zone and be shown to the camera without fear of harm. Seeing Julia Roberts' mood had clearly improved, Ronald smiled and said goodbye, inviting her back to chat with everyone. Roberts' responses were noticeably less defensive this time. "Ha ha ha!" Several actresses burst into laughter. Herbert Ross returned to his trailer as soon as he had a break. The atmosphere among the 6 actresses remaining on set was quite harmonious. This is extremely rare in a female-centric film. Ronald's strategy of inviting 3 Oscar winners to play supporting roles had unexpectedly worked very well. There wasn't much of the usual backstabbing among the actresses on set. Because those who have won an Oscar have already achieved the highest honor in terms of reviews and awards. Winning another Oscar wouldn't bring the same transformative impact as the first one. Calling a female star an Oscar winner and calling her a double Oscar winner doesn't make a huge difference. Audiences feel this way, and so does Hollywood. But someone who hasn't won an Oscar, or even been nominated, is a world apart from being an Oscar winner. Too many people have won the Golden Statuette, and the perception is pretty much the same as no one has. At most, those who have won can boast about their status when chatting. This positive atmosphere might be partly due to their shared anger at Herbert Ross's rude attitude. Having a common enemy, their relationship was much better than on a typical film set. "You've worked hard here, Herbert won't attack you. I'll have Mr. Michel Canold, the most senior person in the company, stay as a co-producer. When I'm not around, he'll represent me on set," Ronald reassured the actresses, then whispered to Diane in the trailer. Diane knew him best. With her, Ronald didn't have to worry about what to say. Even if he was tired and didn't want to talk, Diane wouldn't think he was deliberately ignoring her. After dealing with the artists and ensuring they could work more effectively, Ronald felt much more at ease. "Herbert seems to appreciate your acting. He didn't seem to say anything mean to you. I'm relieved, otherwise I would have had to consider other methods." "Yeah, I know. Herbert didn't say anything mean to me, and he's a very professional director. He's just awful to Dolly and Julia, even I couldn't stand it." Shirley MacLaine said he wasn't like this before. Maybe his ex-wife's death had a big impact on him. Diane sat obediently in Ronald's lap, her arms around him as she spoke. She felt that Herbert Ross was only being nice to her because of Ronald. "You should focus on your acting. This movie could be a small opportunity for you." Ronald patted Diane's hair. She had always wanted to make movies and play interesting roles. "Okay, Ronnie, bro," Diane said, hugging Ronald's neck and grinning. Michel Canold, the most senior executive at Daydream, also arrived on set. He looked at director Ross and told him to stop his personal attacks. Canold, lacking professional authority, could only stop Herbert from swearing. He couldn't resolve Herbert's complaints about Dolly and Julia's acting abilities. However, Ronald himself had to go to New York to discuss script issues with Nora Ephron and Rob Reiner, so this was the only option for now. The writers received a modest improvement in their earnings. When a one-hour program is sold internationally, they can receive a higher percentage of the profits, but for programs shorter than 1 hour, the original terms remain. The writers also received some rights to original scripts and television films. The union's reorganization board approved the new agreement by a vote of 26 to 6. Union members will hold a national vote tonight. Writers in Los Angeles and New York are gathering at the union headquarters. Will this be a turning point in this protracted strike? Will the strike end? All will be revealed tomorrow morning. What time is it? Ronald, sound asleep, was startled awake by the news of the strike's end. He had been traveling continuously by plane and had fallen asleep in his car, exhausted. It was 6:30 in the evening. I saw you were tired, so I didn't wake you. Bud turned the key and started the car. Where are we going? To Nora Ephron's. Ronald rubbed his face. He still had to discuss the movie. On the flight from Louisiana to New York, he dreamed of fragments of the movie again. In the film, Meg Ryan's character, Sally, had an emotional breakdown after her ex-boyfriend got married, completely shattering her long-held hopes of marriage. Finally, Billy Crystal's character, Harry, comforted her. Their relationship had already gone beyond friendship, but hadn't yet reached the level of lovers. This time, Harry offered Sally a comforting shoulder as a friend, and the two, who already had mutual feelings, suddenly opened their hearts and ended up sleeping together. And this time, even the picky Sally was incredibly satisfied. It turned out Harry's boasts were true. Since the movie was made, it was bound to have a happy ending. Ronald came to see what changes Carrie Fisher, with her new addition, would bring to the script. In short, a good ending was Ronald's priority. Carrie Fisher really appreciated the interviews with the elderly couples we filmed. She thought we could include those segments in the film, giving it a documentary feel and making Harry and Sally's story more real and believable. Nora Ephron chattered on about her latest ideas for the script as soon as she saw Ronald. That's a great idea. I think it's good. The film is a segmented story. Harry and Sally meet by chance, then separate for a few years, then reunite. It needs a psychological separation for the audience to accept the passage of time. I think it's great. Each interview can thematically echo the following story. Also, we need to find professional actors to play these stories. That Italian guy talking about his many girlfriends and wives was so boastful. Nora Ephron greatly appreciated producers who adopted her reasonable suggestions. Yes, that's a good idea. Ronald, what did Billy Crystal say? Has he confirmed the role? Ronald was concerned about the casting of the male lead. Tom Hanks would have been a perfect fit, but he had other projects on his plate. Billy Crystal was his dream guy, and he was a fantastic actor. Ronald really wanted him to join as soon as possible. Billy is willing, but I don't think it's convenient. Rob Reiner, the director in the pipeline, started to feel awkward again. Why? Is his schedule off? No, it's just that I don't think it's appropriate. Rob Reiner didn't know what to say for a moment, but he still told Ronald the real reason. He still felt that the happy ending of the movie was a forced twist of the story for box office reasons. Billy Crystal would act very well, but it would also ruin him. Critics would definitely say bad things about him because his character Harry ended up with Sally, which defied reality. This would be very bad for Billy Crystal, whose career was on the rise. A male star climbing the ladder of success should avoid such interruptions. I'd rather have a bad box office than a bad critical reception. I don't see a problem. Can't a positive ending win over critics? Look at Jimmy Stewart's Life is Beautiful. It had a happy ending, and it was a box office and critical success. Ronald stopped mid-sentence. He'd been misled by the film's annual Christmas broadcasts on television. He knew from his university days that the film's initial box office failure had disheartened director Capra. This example conveniently aligned with Reiner's opinion. No, let me give you another example. No need, Ronald. I don't think the film can't have a good ending. It's just that Billy isn't quite right. We can find another actor, and we can still make it. Rob Reiner laughed. No, what's the problem? Ronald was exasperated. This kind of film relies entirely on acting and the chemistry between the leads. Such a great pair, wouldn't it be a disservice to that classic film from his past life if they didn't act together? Look, Harry is a divorced man. He went through the initial passionate phase, then the fading of love, and finally the divorce. Sally's experience will inevitably make him hesitant. Men like him have been through a lot. They can't just believe in fairy tales like that. He'll definitely back down. And his backing down will hurt Sally. Our lives are always disrupted by unexpected events. Sigh. Ronald felt that being a producer was exhausting. These artists all have their own tempers and artistic insights. Even if you get them to agree on the surface, if they have doubts in their hearts, they won't make a good film. No, why not? We can add another twist at the end of the third act. Bringing them together, Ronald thought this analysis made a lot of sense, but love is irrational. A glance, a hesitation, and perhaps they'll realize they can't live without each other? Most importantly, the audience wants to see this kind of ending. Theoretically, that's certainly possible. But the story is already nearing its end, and the overall atmosphere isn't conducive to a reasonable plot twist that would satisfy the audience and bring the story to a satisfying conclusion. If you want a happy ending, you might have to drastically alter the entire plot. Generally, problems in the third act stem from the first act. You need to do major surgery. That's all metaphysics. I don't think so. Ronald looked at Nora Ephron. Clearly, what Runner said reflected some valid creative experience, which shifted Ephron's opinion further. Let me put it this way, I can't write a good twist that makes Sally change her mind and accept Harry again. It's a very difficult twist, unless you get Billy Wilder to write the third act of the ending, otherwise it's very difficult. No, I'll definitely find someone to award it, Ronald thought. He'd dreamed about the movie, and it was always a happy ending. Even if you have to find Mr. Wilder, I'll go find him. I was just using an analogy, Ronald. You're so insistent, I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you could write an ending and direct the movie? You understand that creation and criticism aren't from the same perspective. Maybe if you try writing an ending, you'll understand my difficulty. Ronald was at a loss. What Rob Reiner said wasn't a fallacy, but rather the laws of creation. But Ronald didn't believe that this was the real reason he resisted a happy ending. Maybe he and Nora Ephron were both unhappy in their marriages, which was why he subconsciously opposed happy endings. Nora Ephron shrugged, meaning that since she had already played the "you do it" card, she had nothing more to say. I'll write it. I think the movie is great, I'll write the ending, and I'll direct it. Ronald didn't believe it. What was so difficult about writing it? Phew, Rob Reiner actually breathed a sigh of relief. He had always lacked confidence in films that were primarily dialogue-driven and spanned a long period of time. He wanted to heal his trauma through filmmaking because it resembled his own life. But the more he tried to avoid it, the more uncomfortable he became. Helping Ephron revise the script, Reiner almost wanted to escape it all. Now, spurred on by his own actions, Ronald took the plunge. Perfect, wasn't it? His Castle Stone could be considered an investor. You're as stubborn as Herbert Ross, Ronald complained. Artists always have all sorts of strange ideas. What about Herbert? Rob Reiner was quite familiar with Herbert Ross. His father, Carl Reiner, and Ross were veteran actors who had worked together on Broadway. After Ronald briefly explained the situation, Reiner nodded in agreement. This old-fashioned directing style was no longer suitable for the current star-driven film world. Moreover, modern films require the full performance of actors. A working method that involves discussion with the actors is more likely to unleash their potential and create masterpieces. At least Rob Reiner's two films, Stand By Me and The Princess Bride, weren't particularly outstanding in terms of script. However, thanks to his respectful approach to acting, allowing actors a degree of creative freedom, both films were critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident in front of Ronald. Most directors would have accepted whatever Ronald said. How about this? You go to Louisiana to be my producer and keep an eye on Herbert. I'll take over writing the script for you. Whether you want to direct the film or not, our original agreement remains unchanged. Why not? Rob Reiner had wanted to clear his head. His ex-wife, Penny Marshall, kept bothering him, and the child support issue wasn't completely resolved yet. Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Reiner's agreement to be a producer and go to the set of Steel Magnolia to supervise Herbert Ross was much better. Reiner was also a Jewish director with a number of successful works in the industry, and his father was a famous Jewish actor. Plus, Reiner was eloquent and a director who treated actors well. So even if Herbert Ross were to hurl insults, he probably couldn't out-argue Reiner. Chapter 1002 Where is Antonia? The two major writers' unions in the East and West held a final vote on the labor agreement, with an overwhelming 5-to-1 vote. They ultimately agreed to the Producers Guild's fourth offer and signed a 4-year labor agreement. Although union negotiator Walton said the terms weren't much better than the previous ones, the writers had already answered with their votes. Ronald watched NBC's live broadcast of the strike's end at his home in New York. When one writer was asked how he felt about their strike's failure to achieve its goals, he blurted out that he hadn't worked in a long time, and these terms were fine no matter what. He needed to use the advance payment to redeem his wife's diamond ring from the pawn shop. Ding dong, coming. Ronald opened the door and went to Times Square with a bud. Today, Rob Reiner, Nora Ephron, and Billy Crystal, along with Meg Ryan, were signing contracts and taking costume photos there. Although Ronald hadn't yet come up with a reasonable ending twist, he still wanted to take the costume photos first. Meanwhile, the scripts that weren't yet finalized would be sent to the Hollywood Producers Guild for filing. The promotional photos were to be sent to the Hollywood Reporter, which reports on various project launches. Meg, Billy, Ronald greeted the two lead actors, and a female photographer began snapping photos of the two, already dressed. Costumes are crucial for portraying film actors. When Meg Ryan filmed Top Gun, a dress perfectly captured her Southern girl characteristics. Now, in a gray coat and white shirt, plus a bob haircut, she exuded the air of a sophisticated Northern businesswoman. Give me an idea, something cheerful. Your current idea is too negative. Good, I like this idea, the photographer was instructing Meg Ryan on posing. Ronald felt a sense of familiarity. He'd used this method of guiding his subjects extensively when he was a photographer. Could they be on the same page? After she finished taking photos of Billy and Meg, Ronald went over to greet her. Hello, Michelle Singer. The female photographer tightened the camera strap and then extended her hand to shake Ronald's. Can I teach you, Michelle? I really like the way you take photos. When can I see them? If you're in a hurry, I'll have someone expedite it right away. You'll see the sample photos within an hour. The photographer smoothed her hair. Is there a problem? Rob Reiner came over to ask. Although he was no longer the director, he was still the film's investor and co-producer. No, I'm just talking to the photographer, Ms. Singer. This is Rob, and this is Michelle. Ronald introduced them to each other. Hello, the two chatted and seemed to get along quite well. I can bet you, Rob is going to ask her out. Nora Ephron came over and whispered in Ronald's ear. Really? Ronald asked with a smile. Nora, like other female screenwriters, was unusually sensitive to this kind of gossip. Believe me, she's Rob's type. Nora Ephron also smoothed her hair. I believe you. Ronald felt that, to some extent, Nora and Rob were the prototypes for Harry and Sally in the script. They really didn't click. But they understood each other well, so she was the first to grasp what kind of women Rob Reiner liked. Not bad. These photos are very well taken. More than an hour later, Ronald received the photos. Michelle Singer's photography had strong contrasts and excellent use of color. Seemingly capable of using color to narrate the mood of a scene. These are truly fantastic works. They are the best behind-the-scenes photos I've ever seen. Rob Reiner and Michelle chatted non-stop, and even after hearing Ronald's praise, he wasn't satisfied and insisted on adding several more levels of praise. Nora Ephron looked at Ronald and blinked, as if to say, I told you so. You're right, Rob. These photos are very suitable for commercial use. Ms. Singer, what are your upcoming work arrangements? Ronald was satisfied with the quality, and the price was reasonable. No work commitments? If you're interested in continuing to work for us, I have 2 more films, Steel Magnolia and Deep Affection, filming in Louisiana and Los Angeles respectively. Would you mind taking those too? Well, what about travel expenses? Michelle hesitated. Of course we'll go. Rob is going to Louisiana on set. He can come with you. We also have travel allowances. Seeing her hesitation, Ronald immediately offered a stipend, and with Rob Reiner's encouragement, she nodded in agreement. You're really something, Nora Ephron, watching this scene, teased Ronald after Rob and Michelle left. Confucius said, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. Have you figured out how to handle the ending twist? Ronald and Nora Ephron continued discussing the script, which they had spent the afternoon on. She was also eager to see Ronald's screenwriting skills. Sigh, Ronald stood up and stretched. Ephron's skills were excellent, discussing with her generated many inspirations. Previously, I wrote all the scripts myself, but now that I have a writing team to discuss things, the brainstorming effect is much better. There'll always be a way. Let's split up and think about it. Whoever has an idea can come up with another one, but what about the ending, that final twist? How did Harry come to understand his true love, Sally, with all the ups and downs, the initial dislike, and the later perfect understanding? The two of them still don't have a clue, but they can handle it naturally and logically, making the audience believe the story can happen and also feel moved. Sigh. I'll go back and think about it too. If Harry and Sally end up separating, I'll feel bad. No matter their final fate, they deserve a marriage together. Nora effin got up, picked up the script draft, and left. Where do you want to eat? Bud waited for a while, but Ronald didn't come out, so he came in and asked. I'm not very hungry, let's just drive around Midtown Manhattan. Ronald put away the script and handed it to Bud. The two got into the car. They drove slowly and aimlessly through the streets of Midtown. Ronald felt a surge of frustration and wanted to find a reason to help Harry understand that Sally was the woman he was destined for. Under what circumstances could someone suddenly realize they wanted to marry another person? And how could Harry win back Sally's heart, broken by his running away? Ronald rolled down the car window, letting in fresh air that filled the air-conditioned cabin. A familiar scent wafted in, and Ronald felt as if he were back on the set of Fame. The stuffy heat, carrying the distinctive smell of Midtown's stale garbage, filled Ronald's nostrils, suddenly triggering a flood of memories that sent his thoughts flying back 7 or 8 years. Stop for a minute. Ronald realized the car was near the high school where they had filmed back then. How had he won Antonia Franceschi's heart after being dumped by Meg Tilly? Isn't this where you filmed Fame? I wanted to be an actor back then, but I wasn't old enough to be on set, but also recognize the place. Ronald asked Bud for a cigarette and leaned against the car door, smoking. Hey, handsome, wanna come keep you company? Times Square was teeming with these kinds of prostitutes. Seeing Ronald's luxury car stop, two scantily clad women immediately approached to greet him. Step back, but JR adopted the standard posture he'd learned in the Marine Corps, legs spread, chest puffed out, head held high, gesturing for them to stay away. Let's go, Ronald, feeling bored, beckoned Bud Jr. to get in the car. Head down to downtown, past Chinatown, to Mulberry Street in Little Italy. There's a pizzeria there, their margaritas are delicious. Ronald gave directions, and Bud Jr. drove him to the place where the four of them had their date years ago, the place where Ronald and Antonia had been drawn to each other. He wanted to relive those feelings, perhaps it would inspire his script. I've been here before. Lucy brought me here a few times. Ronald looked at the authentic Italian-run pizza shop, still the same as before. Everything was the same place where he and Antonia celebrated Jean's birthday, the same place where Bud's girlfriend Lucy had come with him. Everything, the taste of the pizza, the decor, the line of customers, was the same. Yet, everything seemed different. The people weren't the same anymore, and the shop no longer played disco. Instead, it played Michael Jackson songs. Why hadn't he proposed to Antonia back then? Ronald recalled his past. He had dreamed of having a church wedding with Antonia, a beautiful dream. Antonia, in a white veil, had a simple wedding with him in a church. After the wedding, Antonia gave up her ballet career to iron his clothes. Right, it was because they both wanted to pursue their careers that they separated. Ronald had even promised to donate to Antonia's ballet company, to become a philanthropist, so that Antonia could focus on dancing. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Ronald. If he hadn't become a director back then, but instead found a job, opened a photography studio, and bought a small house on Staten Island with Antonia, taking her to work at the City Ballet in Manhattan every day by ferry. In short, as long as one of them wanted to be with the other, it would have outweighed their career aspirations. Now, perhaps life would be completely different. Let's go back. A sudden thought popped into Ronald's mind. He had to go see Antonia. How was she doing? The next morning, Ronald called his agent, Richard, asking him to help find Antonia. What, do you want to marry Antonia? Richard rarely saw Ronald so sentimental and was puzzled. He blurted out. However, artists are often like this. Sometimes, without reason, they suddenly develop a strong attraction to a woman. Many directors have this moment of finding their muse in their careers. This is often the most creative moment of their directing careers. Ronald had never been so madly infatuated with a woman before. Was his muse still occupying his heart at this moment? No. Ronald shook his head, finding it difficult to explain his feelings. I just have a strong urge to see Antonia. I chose my career, not her. I couldn't sleep last night, constantly thinking about what would have happened if I had made a different choice. I want to see her. It's a very natural desire, right? I understand, Richard nodded. What else didn't he understand? The inevitable moments of madness that artists experience had finally visited his client. Although Ronald had always appeared mature over the years, this was a situation that every genius in the arts would encounter. CAA had contingency plans for such situations. I can ask, but I need to understand your thoughts first. If you find her, what do you want to do? Rekindle your romance with this girl, resume your relationship, or do you want to meet her first before deciding? Richard wasn't worried about Ronald and the ballerina getting involved. There were standard procedures in place. Richard had handled many similar situations for Ronald before. What he was worried about was Ronald going too far with his madness. He might publicly announce their relationship, or even go further and want to get married. This is a very risky matter, because we don't know what the woman's current situation is. No, Antonia and I weren't after anything from each other back then. We genuinely liked each other. Ronald felt that Richard was underestimating him. Find out what position she holds and tell me. I'll donate to her New York City ballet to help her become a principal dancer or something. Richard's mind raced with alarm. This was purely an emotional need, not some desire. He wanted to become a patron of a prestigious ballet company right off the bat. This was a disaster, a complete disaster. I'll call Nisida. He's more familiar with these old-fashioned things. Richard quickly excused himself to handle the crisis management. What is he thinking? Becoming a patron? This doesn't sound like something a young, energetic director would say. That's something only accomplished directors do when their artistic creativity has dried up and they can no longer make films. Nisida was also anxious. This was a peculiar kind of madness characteristic of Hollywood artists. Every artist has their own weaknesses and obsessions. Just like Tom Cruise wanted to work with a big director for an Oscar nomination. Martin Scorsese wanted to make a film about Jesus. Spielberg liked actresses who looked like cats. Ronald lost both his parents at a young age and hadn't had a stable relationship in all these years. Perhaps he was tired of being surrounded by beautiful women and wanted to settle down? But even if he wanted to settle down, an actress he hadn't seen for 7 or 8 years was definitely not the best choice. I'm flying to New York right away. Nisida quickly flew to New York and, after meeting Richard, eagerly asked, "Is Antonia still with the New York City Ballet?" "No, she just resigned not long ago." The founder and soul of the City Ballet, George Balanchine, passed away a few years ago. Antonia was one of the last dancers recruited by this Russian-born ballet and choreographer. Now the new director and principal dancers have their own preferred dances and styles, so these Balanchine girls aren't very popular, and many have left recently. Richard didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or feel sorry for Ronald. Resigned. Upon hearing this news, Ronald sat in his chair for a long time without moving. If only he had remembered his promise earlier, would Antonia have been better off? Would she have been able to quit her job and start over elsewhere? Where did she go? Any news? Ronald knew Antonia was also an orphan, without many close friends or relatives. We questioned several of her close friends in the ballet company, and all we know is that she went to Europe. We don't know if she received an offer from any ballet company there. Antonia just said she'd write to them once she got there. I've already told them to notify us immediately as soon as they receive a letter from Antonia. Ronald thought this wasn't right. It seemed she was being ostracized in the ballet company, and hadn't even told her friends about her next job. Don't worry, Antonia's career is going well. She just lost the principal dancer competition last year, which is common in big ballet companies like those in New York. She has the ability to be a principal dancer in any other company. I understand. I just feel it's a pity I couldn't help her. Ronald asked the two to leave, wanting to be alone for a while. Nisida and Richard exchanged a glance. It seemed they were really crazy. Their relationship was quite unusual. Agents aren't experts at finding people, Ronald said, watching the two leave. He opened a drawer and found the contact information for the highly capable private investigator. Mr. Mike Parker? This is Ronald. I'm looking for someone. Chapter 1003 Collaborating with Creators. This search is proving difficult, with few leads and the need to travel to Europe. Ronald prepaid Mick $100,000, asking him to search full-time for 2 months, after which they would see if any leads emerged and decide how to proceed. Richard, however, stayed even closer to Ronald, saying he was busy lately and needed someone familiar with the situation to help him. CAA had extensive connections and could be used if needed. Ronald didn't think much of it. He did need someone readily available for consultation and assistance. Roger Coleman is coming to New York tomorrow. Will you pick him up? Richard immediately took over, making arrangements for Ronald. I'm busy. You pick him up for me. We'll meet on Broadway tonight. Where are you going? Do you need my help? Richard quickly inquired. I'm going to see Little Douglas. You've met him before. The presidential candidates team is in New York. We'll talk about the action committee, come if you're interested. Ronald was a little surprised. Was Richard interested in politics too? No, I'll still pick up Mr. Coleman for you. When are you going back to Los Angeles? Miss Basinger asked about you before I came. Richard began to casually mention the lady's desire to see Ronald. For example, Annette Bening was in Paris filming another movie that would also change the Dangerous Liaison story, and she was eagerly hoping Ronald would visit her on set if he went to Europe. Kim Basinger was currently busy with her new project and invited him to her house to watch the videotape when he came to Los Angeles. Ronald was in a hurry to see George and didn't have the time to think about this, only saying he'd see later. Hey, Rick, Nisita, Ronald isn't very interested in those two ladies. He didn't object when I said I was going to Europe, so he's probably already started looking for that ballerina. We need to speed things up here too, preferably finding that woman named Antonia before Ronald does, and then doing some background research. Richard quickly called Nisita. Don't worry, I've already used the agent who handles our ballet business. He can get in touch with the principal dancer of the New York City Ballet. He should know something, Nisita reassured Richard, who only had one important client. He hung up the phone and sighed. Agents are always the most anxious when clients have relationship problems. His wife, Paula, had taken countless precautions to protect herself from Tom Cruise's wife, Mimi Rogers, and now it was his turn. We will continue our current economic policies. Liberalism is the foundation of America, as the campaign manager, George Jr. repeatedly emphasized one point in his speech on stage and at this closed-door fundraising event. My dad got elected to not raise taxes. What's wrong with George Jr.? He seems down, Ronald asked Douglas Jr. beside him. George's approval rating has dropped sharply recently, widening the poll gap with Dukakis to more than 5%. Douglas Jr. had been busy using the election to cultivate relationships with more Manhattan political and business figures, paving the way for his family's business, so he was very knowledgeable about these things. How could that be? With the current president's outstanding record, how could old George fall behind? They're about to show the recording. Take a look, said Douglas Jr. The television screen showed old George reciting 1,000 points of light at the rally. Tisk. He really has no charisma, Ronald realized. In this presidential election, the voter's impression is crucial. Old George, as vice president, didn't receive much television attention. Some in-depth newspaper reports gave politically conscious voters a favorable impression of his past campaigns in Seville and Persia. But after winning the primaries, his appearances increased, and many ordinary voters were paying attention to his personal image for the first time. Old George's image was very dull. Dukakis, equally dull, at least had some governor's air about him. Sigh, if you ask me, young George is better in front of the camera than him. At least he's enthusiastic, Ronald sighed, watching young George energetically promoting himself on stage. Then write checks, run more ads, appear less at news events, that will improve his image, Douglas Jr. laughed. Ronald also pulled out his checkbook and wrote a check on the spot. Thank you for your support of my father. After his speech, George Jr. stood to the side, shaking hands and thanking each generous guest. Your daydream campaign for the vice president's family has been very effective. We're now relying on it to counter Dukakis's offensive. After all the guests had left, Ronald and Douglas Jr., the remaining guests, were invited to a meeting by Roger Ailes, George Jr.'s campaign advisor, to discuss campaign strategy. Ronald praised the campaign, but inwardly he was somewhat dissatisfied. He had also seen Dukakis's campaign ads, which simply highlighted his economic achievements as governor of Massachusetts, which were comparable to the president's, and that Massachusetts's economic growth rate was higher than the president's national average. George Sr., on the other hand, was relying on his fundraising ability, which was more than double that of his opponent, to stubbornly resist with increased advertising spending. But despite all this money being invested, his approval rating was still slowly falling behind Dukakis's. So, could we get the director to make another version for us? This one's been airing for 6 months, and it's not as effective as before. George Jr. and Roger Ailes formed an alliance against his brother Jeb and another campaign consultant. He's already filming his own movie, so he won't be available anytime soon. The ad featuring George Sr.'s past was directed by Emil, who is currently busy with post-production on The Reincarnated Prince. Forget it then. Making another ad might not be useful if the fundamental problem isn't addressed. Roger Ailes was outspoken. He knew this wasn't a problem that an ad could solve. It's a pity Laura and I did a great job in it. I'd like to try my hand at acting." George Jr. didn't seem too concerned about the temporary poll deficit. He was still thinking of using this opportunity to make another ad and overshadow his brother Jeb. "Do you think George Sr. will lose?" After seeing George Jr. off with the funds, Ronald asked Doug Jr., the situation seemingly turning sour. "We still need to observe the effect of this round of fundraising to see if it can stop or even narrow the gap in the polls. You know, the President of America isn't decided by the general approval rating, but by the electoral votes of each state. Even if he's behind, old George still has a chance of winning, as long as his poll numbers don't continue to decline." "Roger." Ronald rushed from the fundraising event to Coleman's hotel and immediately spotted Roger Coleman there. The two old friends embraced and exchanged pleasantries. Ronald and Roger Coleman's first film, The Ecstasy, was about to premiere in New York. The film had been completed for a long time, but its release had been delayed until this summer due to Coleman's financial problems. With the Writers Guild strike over, major studios were rushing to finish post-production on a batch of films, hoping to make up for the production black hole caused by the strike over the past 6 months. So Ronald and Coleman discussed taking advantage of the end of the writers' strike to release the film urgently. Because now was a gap period, many films hadn't been completed in time, and there weren't many films showing in theaters right now. Die Hard remains a strong contender in the top 3, though it hasn't topped the box office. Its contemporaries, Tom Cruise's Cocktail and Eddie Murphy's America's Journey, are already showing signs of fatigue at the box office. Among the factors influencing a film's box office performance, short-term revenue isn't the most important. What matters is how many weeks it can run in theaters. It now seems Die Hard will be one of the ultimate winners. Haha. Ronald, actress Cassandra Peterson, dressed in her character's costume, jumped out from the side. Her ample figure, combined with the Black Witch's attire, created a striking visual effect under the lights. "Oh, you look beautiful today." Ronald smiled and shook hands with her at a respectful distance. "This actress is really interesting. Her everyday style is very elegant, but she truly loves the character of Elvira, and when she dons the witch's costume, her entire aura changes." "I heard the premiere in Los Angeles was fantastic." Ronald congratulated Cassandra in advance on the commercial success of this low-budget film, which seemed inevitable. This kind of dark thriller comedy film is also very popular in the videotape market. Haha, yes, can we have a wrap party now? Cassandra is getting on in years, and she's no longer so obsessed with climbing the ranks of Hollywood actresses. She now wants 2 things most. First, commercial success to earn some money and make her life more free. Second, to continue making more Elvira films. She really loves the role. A wrap party is definitely possible, but I think Ronald is more interested in when you'll come up with a script for the sequel. Roger Coleman understands best the feelings of a producer when they get a commercially successful film. "When are you going to make a sequel?" "I actually already have a rough outline, but this time, I'd also like to invest in the sequel's production." Cassandra Peterson puffed out her chest and stated her idea. "A rising, second-tier star wanting to invest the money earned from the first film into the sequel and act as a producer, that's perfectly normal, right?" "We'd love to." Ronald and Coleman exchanged a glance, just as they had predicted in the prior phone conversation. Cassandra isn't a naturally gifted actress, and she missed her prime. Elvira in this film might be her most famous role. In other words, until she retires, Elvira might just be the name audiences recognize her by on the street. However, for an unknown, second-tier actress, being remembered for a character's name is a blessing. Being deeply tied to the role and lacking further opportunities for advancement means Cassandra won't give up the film's rights, as it's likely the story that will bring her the most financial rewards. Cassandra Peterson has the right to decide whether and when to make a sequel. She's certainly very cautious about this series. Ronald and Coleman felt it was unlikely they could bind Cassandra without some compensation. Regardless of the pre-signed agreement, they needed to increase her share of the profits. Otherwise, with so many entertainment lawyers around Hollywood waiting to overturn unfair agreements and collect hefty legal fees, it was better to be generous and give Cassandra sufficient benefits than to be stingy and have her negotiate with other studios for artificially inflated percentages. This way, everyone can still make money, and the Elvira Witch story can continue to be made one film after another. After the collapse of the big studio system in the 1950s, actors were their own masters. At this time, to eliminate interference and stably make the movies that audiences want to see, the most important thing is sharing. What Ronald and Coleman needed to do was to build a platform so that successful actors could continue to earn money. This way, they would work with them for a long time. To be honest, actresses like Cassandra have a ceiling in terms of acting skills and roles, and they have passed the golden age of actresses' rise, so big studios are actually unwilling to promote them. Jumping over with projects is what those people like best. Then it's settled. Ha. Cassandra Peterson heard the terms offered, and the 2 sequels were even better than the best results she had imagined. This made her laugh like Elvira the Witch in the movie, attracting the attention of everyone in the hotel. Sure enough, Ronald's optimism was justified. The weekend's box office proved this. Ecstasy grossed $18 million in its opening weekend, ranking 6th. Die Hard, in its 15th week, shakily edged out 4 new releases, including the critically acclaimed A Fish Named Wanda, to take second place with $22 million. In first place was Gorilla in the Mist, a film about a guerrilla research expert starring Sigourney Weaver, a familiar face to Ronald, who played a shrewish manager in Working Girls. With a strong performance, Die Hard was poised to surpass $50 million in domestic box office. Coupled with a steady stream of VHS revenue, this was another successful film project. Satisfied, Ronald returned to Los Angeles. He had seen Emil Edderino's original film. While Die Hard didn't offer many groundbreaking moments, it was a decent debut for a commercial feature film. However, Ronald also noticed that Edderino was adept at filming a well-defined script, delivering the expected performances. But on the other hand, he also missed some unexpected elements. In short, he's a very competent commercial film director, but don't expect any groundbreaking breakthroughs from him. I always feel this film lacks something special, Edderino remarked, not entirely oblivious. In the editing room, he watched some sample footage with Ronald and echoed his sentiments. That's the magic of post-production. Once you've finished editing, add good background music and soundtracks, it's a completely different film. Speaking of which, I also think the film lacks a powerful climax. A great theme song would significantly enhance the film's quality. What kind of music do you want? Ronald knew Edderino intended to emulate his choice of a theme song for Working Girl and wanted a famous singer to perform it. I want an adult ballad singer to give this film an old-fashioned theme song, because it's an old-fashioned story. An adult ballad. Ronald knew that new pop styles like Michael Jackson were popular now, and adult ballads weren't popular anymore. Should he go for the biggest name in that style, Barbra Streisand? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004 Dreams of My Youth. Ronald was at the Universal Theater in Los Angeles, watching the MTV Music Awards live. Frustrated by the lack of progress on his script and the still unavailable news from Antonia, Ronald was in a bind. Fortunately, Emil Edderino's project was looking for a big-name singer for his theme song, so Ronald asked his manager, Richard, for a ticket to see his old friend Michael Jackson. MJ was no longer just a pop star, he owned the record rights to numerous major artists, including the Beatles, and had embarked on a 2-year bad tour in North America, Australia, Japan, and Western Europe, establishing himself as the world's #1 pop artist. His live performance of Bad at the MTV Music Awards marked his return from Europe to continue his concerts in America. The MTV Awards ceremony felt more like a concert. Besides MJ, there were also American rock stars like Lord Stewart and Elton John, who performed via video link from Miami. The awards ceremony felt more like a break between performances. After the Best Song for a Visual Media Award, MTV Awards Best Music Video, not Song, was given to La Bamba, a song based on the legendary Latin singer Richie Valens. A familiar figure walked onto the stage. You are my true love. When you call, my heart sets sail, my feet refuse the dust. You are my true love. The neighbors all say so, even my mother knows your name. Cher, dressed in a rock-style leather jacket, sang Main Man from her new album, her voice plaintive, as if reminiscing about a beautiful love from her youth. Ronald, his heart stirred, remained silent, head bowed. After the awards ceremony, he found Cher through her agent. Your song was really good, but why aren't you singing rock anymore? You've gone back to ballads. Ronald asked Cher for a single. The song resonated deeply with him. Cher turned and had her assistant bring over a CD. It's about remembering beautiful love. Many people have such feelings, and it seems you're no exception. Sigh. Both artists sighed. Cheryl's boyfriend, Camille, was far too different from her in status. Since his failure to make a name for himself in the film industry, the two had essentially been separated. I'd like to ask you to sing a theme song for my movie, Ronald stated his purpose. After all, Cheryl was a famous singer. Her singing would definitely have a promotional effect. I haven't been feeling well lately. You should find someone else, Cheryl said. Besides her heartbreak, Cheryl also had some health problems. She was easily weakened and prone to fevers when overworked. Let me hear the story of this movie before you decide, Ronald explained, describing the plot of the reincarnated charming man, a mature woman in her early 40s falling in love with a man 18 years her junior. This was very similar to Cheryl and her boyfriend's situation. Oh, so that's the story. Why didn't you ask me to act in it? Cheryl thought. If her boyfriend Camille could act alongside her, perhaps things wouldn't be like this. Don't forget to sign this CD. Ronald asked Cheryl to sign the CD. Cheryl became interested in the story and agreed to go to director Emil's place to see the sample footage for inspiration. Ronald then entrusted all the side stories to Cheryl. She hadn't thanked him at the Oscars, so this was essentially returning the favor. Ronald, Richard rushed backstage to find Ronald. There's news? What news? There's news about Antonia. You said she went to London first. Ronald anxiously asked Richard how reliable the information was. Yes, our colleague in the London office is also representing a ballet dancer. According to his client, a few months ago, an Italian-American girl from New York auditioned for several ballet companies in London, but didn't get any offers. We contacted the temporary agent who represented that girl, and they confirmed it was Antonia Franceschi. Great, it's just a ballet position, I'll sponsor it. Also, where's Antonia now? Is she still in London? She auditioned for the Royal Ballet and the National Ballet of England, and hasn't gone to any smaller companies since. Our colleague in London is still trying to find her. Great, you guys are great. Ronald patted Richard's shoulder solemnly. Book me the earliest flight to London. I want to see Antonia. I'll arrange a charter flight. I'll go with you, Richard said, both pleased and worried. Ronald's trust in him had clearly increased. But this trust also showed that the woman named Antonia held a significant place in his heart, making Richard feel he absolutely had to go with Ronald. I can't wait any longer. Book me the next Concorde. Don't worry about the price. Ronald was filled with emotion, as if it were about to burst from his chest. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. No, buy two. You're coming with me. Richard went to arrange for the purchase of expensive tickets on site, while Ronald called Bud Jr., asking him to contact the Mickett Detective Agency and inform him of the latest developments. What? Only one left. Richard encountered bad news at the Concorde counter at the airport. The Concorde had always been the first choice for many business travelers crossing the Atlantic. After all, it only took a little over 2 hours to fly from New York to London. Don't you have empty seats on this computer? Richard leaned behind the computer to check the booking status. Those are seats at the New York airport. They've already been sold. Customers will be like you, going to New York first and then transferring to the Concorde. Don't rush, I'll go first. Find the fastest flight for me. I also need your help to get the CAA's London office to check Antonia's address. Ronald didn't want to waste any more words and quickly went into the boarding gate. At JFK Airport in New York, Ronald boarded the British Airways Concorde. This flight was the Concorde's most popular route, and the passengers were mostly executives and business people from multinational corporations. After finding a cramped seat, Ronald pulled his legs together, resting on the small chair with nowhere to put his legs. Excuse me, Ronald accidentally bumped into the passenger next to him. Hey, you're Elton. Ronald recognized him. It was Elton John, who had just performed on MTV. You look familiar, Elton John said slowly. Ronald Lee, film director. You're Ronald? I saw your movie Dirty Dancing in London. Lots of British girls can dance to it. Elton John even wiggled a couple of times. However, his seat hindered his performance. You're going to London. I'm going to find someone, Ronald blurted out. The singer was very approachable. He somehow spoke the truth. Going all the way to London to find someone? Elton John's eyes gleamed from behind his sunglasses. That's a long story. No problem, we have plenty of time. Elton John was intrigued by this kind of story. The noise during the flight interrupted Ronald's storytelling. But when they arrived at Heathrow Airport, while waiting for their luggage, Elton John still dragged Ronald to have coffee. Hearing news from an old friend and deciding on the spot to fly to London on the Concorde to find him, it was like a movie plot. Elton insisted that Ronald tell the whole story. "The Royal Ballet is near my house. You can come to my place first, and I can help you look." After listening to Ronald's brief story, Elton was somewhat touched. He wanted to continue accompanying Ronald, perhaps sparking inspiration to write a song or something. "Well, then I'd be very grateful." Ronald initially wanted to refuse, but then he remembered Richard hadn't come along, and having a well-known local singer with connections would be very helpful in finding Antonia and arranging sponsorship for the ballet company. So, he reluctantly agreed. The CAA London office specifically sent the agent who had found out the situation to accompany Ronald. After auditioning with 2 ballet companies, Antonia learned she would have to wait for notification to decide if there would be a second audition, so she took the opportunity to go to other parts of continental Europe to look for opportunities. Before leaving, she only left a ballet company with a phone number of her temporary agent. "We found this agent, who said he didn't know where Antonia had gone." "How could you not know?" Ronald was a little anxious. "What kind of job did this agent do?" "Actually, you understand, Ronald. Just like auditions for film actors, waiting for news is like politely saying you weren't accepted. We can only hope that after she travels around continental Europe and returns to London, we'll know the news immediately." "No, Antonia is a very good ballerina. She might get an opportunity at some ballet theater in Europe," Ronald said firmly, then asked CAA to fax all their offices in Europe, requesting their assistance. "Okay, I'll have my secretary draft it right away." CAA's agent understood Ronald's thinking. But Europe and America were different after all. Ballet companies here, unlike in America where they were maintained by various charitable donations, in Britain and many parts of Europe, ballet was merely a government-funded industry, a facade. Each city had only 1 or 2 companies, filled with candidates handpicked by royalty, nobility, and politicians from various countries. Antonia was American, and the ballet scene here probably didn't think much of that new world. In addition, it was said that this dancer was of Italian descent, and in the world of ballet, white people were the most orthodox. Swan Lake didn't really accept a black or brown-skinned swan. If Antonia's skin wasn't even slightly fair, she would have even less of a chance. Of course, he wouldn't say these things to Ronald's face. Afterwards, he called Nisida in Los Angeles and told her everything. "What do you want to do?" Elton John, upon learning that Ronald hadn't found the person he wanted, felt even more strongly that this was a performance art piece with a classical romantic flair. Ronald's actions were simply too much like an artist's. "I'd like to talk to 2 ballet companies and become their patron, offering them a principal dancer position. Antonia is truly talented. She was among the last group of dancers personally selected by George Balanchine for the New York City Ballet." Ronald suppressed his disappointment, deciding to secure the sponsorship first. Antonia's first stop after leaving New York was London, indicating her strong desire to dance with these 2 ballet companies. In that case, securing her a place would fulfill his promise from years ago. As long as she continued to seek opportunities in Europe, she would eventually find out about the London Ballet Company's special offer for her. It would just mean meeting later. Ronald would simply return first, and they would meet again when Antonia returned. "Alright, let's go then. I'll make a few calls to find someone to guide us." Elton John felt a surge of inspiration coursing through his body. 2 young people parted ways, and the successful protagonist later sought to rekindle his romance. How romantic. Elton's reputation in Britain was even greater than in America. He quickly found a retired civil servant, a secretary to a minister in Parliament, to take them to the ballet company to learn more. The Royal Ballet is London's oldest company, the pinnacle of British ballet. One must possess the character and ethics befitting its high level of artistry. Ronald looked at the Royal Ballet's executive, who spouted a long string of clauses, still confused. Was this a question about whether he could sponsor the company? "What does this mean?" Ronald asked Elton's friend. "He said you're not a British citizen, you don't have a title, but I have money." Ronald pulled out his checkbook. "How much does it cost to sponsor a principal dancer position for a year?" "I greatly admire Mr. Lee's love for ballet, but this is not a commercial act. Sponsorship stems from an appreciation for ballet and a noble desire for dancers to focus more on honing their skills. As a patron of our company, we value understanding of ballet even more. May I ask which ballet Mr. Lee prefers? The executive, acting like a manager, inwardly curled his lip. Was the Royal Ballet a place where money was scarce? The word royal wasn't just an honor, but a privilege. The operating logic behind this patronage game lay in the various titles of gentlemen, dignitaries, government subsidies, and honorary titles of retired members of parliament and high-ranking civil servants. Patrons typically need to have a passion for ballet and a willingness to support and promote the arts. In reality, becoming a patron doesn't depend on your profession, status, or wealth, but more on your love for the arts and your support for the company. Seeing Ronald's inability to answer, the other party further concealed his disdain. I have the season's ballet schedule here. Mr. Lee can start with this season's Nutcracker. Damn it, all I know is Swan Lake. Ronald's knowledge of ballet was shallow, limited to a rudimentary understanding. He hadn't seen many ballets, nor was he a fanatic. He'd only seen a few performances broadcast on NBC during the new year. What about the English National Ballet? Ronald thought that was hopeless, so he asked his friend Elton, another ballet company with a shorter history, founded in 1950. Surely that one wouldn't be as demanding? Actually, it's similar. Our ballet is a government-funded position. Compared to the New York City Ballet, the London patron is just a garnering factor in funding. So, it's more of an honorary title for someone with a high-ranking knighthood. Do you know any high-ranking British nobles? Elton John knew quite a few himself, but it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. High-ranking nobles, Ronald thought to himself, I don't know many, except. Chapter 1005 So you were here. Hey, Rick, Nisida, I'm sorry to bother you, but I have an urgent matter. Richard is still on his transoceanic flight. Ronald, disregarding the time difference, called his agent in Los Angeles. It's okay, wait a moment, I'll go out and get him. Paula and the kids just fell asleep. It was a little past 2 a.m. Los Angeles time, and he ran to his study to answer the phone. I want to contact Princess Diana. I've only met her a few times at premieres, and I've even sent her some videotapes of the films I made. I've received handwritten replies from her, but I don't have a quick way to contact her in person. Yes, it's very important. In Britain, the only aristocrat Ronald was truly acquainted with was Princess Diana. From his experience with him, he sensed that Diana possessed modern middle-class values and treated friends with equality. She would likely help him. That's a bit difficult. Britain is actually a class society, and the royal family and nobility have many rules. We have to apply to the royal family through formal channels first, and then wait for Buckingham Palace's approval. I'll try to find someone to help, but it will take some time. Just relax and wait for me news there. Once Richard arrives, you can hand everything over to him. Nisida looked troubled. I do have urgent business with a princess right now. Ovitz often boasts that he can travel 1,000 miles for a client, and now I'm counting on you. Ronald was a little anxious, and his voice involuntarily rose a bit. If it were easy, what would I need the CAA for? The Duchess of Wales, Elton John, who was standing nearby, heard Ronald's voice and interrupted with a smile. What? Ronald turned around, puzzled. Although you Americans often call Diana Princess, the royal family didn't actually give her that title. Her official title was Duchess of Wales. Elton John chuckled, correcting his American cousin's misconception. You were able to contact the Duke of Diana, whatever you call her. I actually know her, just through email. My situation, you understand, Elton. I'm not trying to use this opportunity to get to know her. Ronald was overjoyed, almost speechless. I can call her private secretary, and whether Diana will ultimately speak to you that's all I ask for, just a chance to speak. Ronald was delighted. Bang, he casually hung up on Nisida. Beep beep beep, the phone went dead. SHXT, when will Richard arrive in London? Nisida sighed. Is this Patrick Jackson? This is Elton. Which Elton? Elton John has a friend from Hollywood who's friends with Day. He's in London right now and hopes to have a chance to meet her. Elton John dialed Day's secretary. Let me check. Mr. Ronald V. Lee, no problem, he's on the whitelist the Queen's secretary gave me that I can meet any time. The Duchess happens to be returning to London this afternoon and has a public appearance at Canary Wharf. You can go there to meet her. Jefferson, the newly appointed royal private secretary after retiring from the Navy, checked the records and agreed to arrange a meeting immediately. Day is available this afternoon at Canary Wharf. Elton John glanced at Ronald, puzzled. That highest-level whitelist was mostly for various relatives of the royal family, who could visit Buckingham Palace without an appointment. He himself wasn't even on that list. That hospital has been open for 3 years, and there isn't a single patient. Just doctors and nurses. Princess Diana was chatting with Prince Andrew's wife, Fergie Ferguson. They had just attended an anniversary ceremony at a public hospital and returned to Canary Wharf in London. Your Highness, the private secretary called. Elton John and a film director from America, Ronald Lee, happened to be in London. Would you like to see them? Her maid reported. Hell, does he have a new film? Send me some more videotapes. Fergie Ferguson, with her outspoken nature, offered to meet before Diana could. The Royal Ballet. Diana hesitated after Ronald's request. This top ballet company in the country, while named after the royal family, was actually sponsored by the Queen and her husband. Diana, you have to help Ronald. He came on the Concorde to find his friend. Elton John and Diana had met at a charity gala in 1981. They were close friends and could gossip about anything. Ronald, if your friend doesn't have a strong preference for the Royal Ballet, the National Ballet of England is also a very good option. Diana treated Ronald as an equal friend, but she was careful to maintain his dignity. Diana had a close relationship with the English National Ballet. She loved ballet and had taken private ballet lessons in her youth. She was now a patron of the company, publicly raising funds and raising its profile. She also frequently participated in the National Ballet's activities, such as watching rehearsals and attending premieres. That's very kind of you, Your Highness. My friend also auditioned for the National Ballet. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. In Britain, although they spoke a similar language, getting things done was difficult. Do you have any new movies? Fergie Ferguson, still like a middle-class girl, was very interested in the new Hollywood films. Yes, there's a Working Girl coming out next year, and I've also invested in a film about women in the American South, Steel Magnolia. Both princesses were very interested in these female-centric films and told Ronald that they wanted to screen them in London as soon as possible. Ronald, once you come to London for a royal premiere, Diana touched Ronald's arm and made the request. Unlike the fashionable and beautiful princess she had met last time, after several years of adjustment after marrying into the royal family, Diana had gradually found her style. Her former bleached light blonde hair, tight leather jackets, and bubble skirts were gone. Now, Diana's style was conservative, simple yet elegant. Only her warm and welcoming attitude remained unchanged. No problem. I'll discuss it with the British distributor as soon as possible. Ronald was overjoyed. Meeting the princess, getting things done, and getting a free royal premiere, equivalent to millions of pounds in advertising on Fleet Street. This is my private secretary Patrick Jeffson's phone number. You can contact him anytime you're in London. As long as I'm in London, you're always a welcome guest, Diana said, giving Ronald a contact number in case he couldn't reach her again. Sure enough, at the English National Ballet, the executives were completely different. Besides immediately issuing Antonia a work offer, they personally showed Ronald around their private theatre near the Royal Albert Hall. This ballet company was small, with only 70 dancers, but after receiving Diana's support, they signed the renowned Danish dancer Peter Savoy as artistic director and acquired their own symphony orchestra, quickly becoming the second of Britain's 5 major ballet companies. Should this work offer be given to Miss Antonia's agent, or should you deliver it personally? The other party started showering them with favors. The sponsor personally called to make the arrangements. I don't know what their relationship was. Besides the close relationship and the royal family's intervention, the American sponsorship was also readily agreed to. With tens of thousands of pounds in donations annually, coupled with Antonia's exceptional ballet skills, her foreign background and ethnicity were no longer obstacles. Ronald thought to himself, I don't even know where she is now. You should just proceed as usual. Elton John was currently bursting with creative energy and inspiration. Such a romance spanning 6,000 miles was truly rare. He invited Ronald to his home, had the chef prepare authentic English cuisine, and insisted that Ronald elaborate on the background. Ronald, omitting the beginning and end, recounted his past with Antonia. He requested that Elton John write a song without mentioning his name, and preferably without revealing details in the lyrics so that his friends in America wouldn't guess he was the protagonist. Elton John said it wasn't a problem, he just needed some genuine romance to spark his inspiration, and then began to pry into Ronald's life. Sir, here's a long-distance call from Mr. Lee. Ronald, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the interrogation, got up to answer the phone, escaping Elton John's grasp. After a brief exchange of words from an operator with a strong French accent, the call was connected. "Ronald, this is Mike Parker. Finding you is even harder than finding Miss Franceschi." The caller on the other end was Mike Parker, the detective Ronald had hired, calling from Paris. "Have you found Antonia?" Ronald understood the unspoken message. Things were starting to go smoothly. "Good news, bad news?" Mike Parker joked, thinking this was a lucrative deal. "The good news is she's in Paris now, preparing to apply for a job with the Paris Opera Ballet." McPike and Nisada's investigations took completely different approaches. He started with Antonia's relatives and colleagues. Antonia, whose parents had both passed away, had a younger brother, but he had left Manhattan for Brooklyn and wasn't very familiar with Antonia's situation. When she left, she only left in her car, saying she would look for opportunities in Europe or London. He also couldn't find many clues from her colleagues at the New York City Ballet. All he knew was that Antonia had faced a lot of ostracism within the company after the unexpected death of her mentor, Blanchine. In previous years, Blanchine had frequently handpicked Antonia for roles that even more senior dancers hadn't had the opportunity to play. With her backer gone, the new artistic director wasn't as fond of her, and some people she had unintentionally offended in the past were constantly creating rumors and gossip about Antonia, resulting in her not getting any decent roles for 2 years. McPike was puzzled. Leaving her car to her brother was a very decisive departure. But not only had his friends not heard anything about it, he also couldn't find any connections Antonia had in the London ballet world. And she hadn't previously visited the area to scout opportunities. He couldn't find anything at all. Ballet is a very small circle, and Mickett didn't believe that an ambitious ballerina would leave so easily, like a waiter. He began investigating those who left the New York City Ballet at the same time as Antonia. Sure enough, he found them. Another principal clarinetist named Gerhard Koch had resigned from the company at the same time. And the bad news? Ronald felt a weight lifted from his shoulders upon hearing that Antonia had been found. He had a vague premonition of the so-called bad news. The bad news is that she has a boyfriend, and she came to London because her boyfriend got a position in the London Orchestra. Ronald confirmed his suspicions. So many years had passed, and Antonia wasn't a nun anymore. It was perfectly normal for her to have other feelings. However, Ronald's true thoughts weren't what Richard feared, that he wanted to rekindle his past love. Rather, he had a sliver of doubt about his past choices. Ronald, who had never formally proposed, wondered if making a different choice back then would have changed his fate. What exactly prompted people to take that gamble at the moment of proposal, believing that their future, or before divorce, would be filled with happiness with someone they had never known before? What did Harry have to go through to understand and be with Sally? How could Sally forgive Harry's past mistakes and agree to be with him? Is Antonia's boyfriend also in Paris? Ronald asked after a long silence. No, her boyfriend is in London. He didn't come to Paris with her. I'm going to Paris. You wait for me there. Ronald hung up the phone. This spontaneous trip to Europe was about to reach its climax. Elton, what's the position of principal clarinetist? What's it in a ballet orchestra? Ronald asked his host, Elton John. Oh, God, Elton, a very perceptive artist, guessed the truth from Ronald's expression. He didn't offer the usual words of comfort. This shift in tone was exactly the inspiration needed for the song. The principal clarinet's position in a ballet company is higher than in a regular orchestra. Ballet music often has unique melodic lines and solo parts, and the clarinet can add a unique color to the music. I've seen Swan Lake. Ronald nodded. Someone like that would be a good match for Antonia. I'm taking the earliest flight to Paris. Ronald politely declined Elton's offer to stay the night. I'll have the butler book the tickets. At Heathrow Airport, the waiting area wasn't crowded. For the earliest morning flight, only a few business travelers and people eager to get home were waiting to board. A tourist, his hair soaked with sweat and pulling a large suitcase, rushed in from another arrival hall at top speed. Excuse me, can I still buy a ticket for the first flight to Paris? Richard, who had just arrived from New York on a regular commercial flight, was shocked to learn from Nisada on the phone at Heathrow that Ronald had gone to Paris again. His erratic behavior was becoming increasingly obvious. He rushed over to see if he could catch the flight and stop Ronald's impulsive decision. The counter clerk pointed towards the transparent glass wall of the hall, where a British Airways flight was taking off. She's already had an interview and is now staying near the Paris Opera in the 9th arrondissement. She spends her days at Café de Flore. waiting for a reply from the opera ballet. She'll probably finish her morning practice soon and come here for a simple lunch. Mikik sat at the Café de Flore, a location near the heart of Paris's most vibrant area, next to the Louvre and Galeries Lafayette. Like Antonia, he was staying in a budget hotel to save money. "Your expenses are reimbursed." Ronald handed Mikik a check. Knowing Ronald wanted to deal with things alone, the detective took the check and left. This was Paris's most bustling art and commercial center. A little further on was the theater where his date, Juliette Binoche, had performed on his previous visit. They had spent pleasant times together at the Café de Flore. But Ronald didn't feel this way about waiting for his high school date. He was incredibly excited for Antonia's arrival. Lost in thought, Ronald saw the doorway darken, and a woman in a simple blue long-sleeved shirt and light black trousers, carrying a backpack, walked in. It was Antonia Franceschi. In Ronald's eyes, she hadn't changed much, still beautiful, confident, and unique. "Antonia," Ronald stood up and called out. "Oh," Antonio looked over. "It's you, Ronald." Just like when she left Aunt Karen's house to fetch Ronald's dry laundry years ago, she saw Ronald waiting for her and smiled gently. "So you were here." Chapter 1006. This is life. Ronald and Antonia ordered a simple coffee and sat down to chat. Time seemed to stagnate, refusing to move an inch between them. It felt like just yesterday Ronald and Antonia were talking on Staten Island, and after only a few days apart, they were back together on the streets of Paris. Everything felt so natural. "What are you doing in Paris? I've seen many of your films, they're very well made." After reminiscing about the past, Antonia took a small sip of her coffee and asked about Ronald's recent activities. "I'm here to discuss a new film collaboration and also to visit some friends on set. They're filming on location in Paris." "Have you seen all my films? Which one is your favorite?" "My favorite is Dragon Boys 2, that Japanese girl's dream is every ballerina's dream." "But I guess you don't watch the New York City Ballet's performances much?" Ronald sensed something was off. In the sequel to Dragon Boys, he used footage of Antonia from Fame, where the female lead, Kumiko, is also a poor girl dreaming of becoming a ballerina. As for the New York City Ballet's performance, he hadn't actually seen it. Perhaps he subconsciously avoided the question? Actually, film is a popular art form, so it's normal for Antonia to have seen it, and it's also normal for him not to have seen ballet, a niche art form. Strangely, Ronald didn't find the conversation awkward. Instead, it felt like talking to longtime friends, discussing many things since their separation, including some very personal questions. For example, why Antonia suddenly resigned to come to Europe. She progressed very quickly with the New York City Ballet. If Balanchine hadn't passed away, she might have been aiming for principal dancer in a few more years. But this rapid rise also aroused the jealousy of other dancers. After being targeted by the other ballerinas, only one clarinetist remained kind to her, her current boyfriend, Gerhard. Originally, on stage, during the performance of the Nutcracker, the classic Sugar Plum Fairy variation featured a clarinet solo as the main melody. The two were kindred spirits in the arts, their dance and instrumental performance complementing each other perfectly. After Antonia completely lost her chance to compete for the principal position, she went to the European continent to seek opportunities. After careful consideration, Gerhard decided to come to Europe with Antonia, also to find work. It's important to understand that in a typical symphony orchestra, the clarinet's position is less important than that of a ballet company's orchestra. Ronald took a sip of his coffee. It was a bit bitter. He added 2 sugar cubes and looked at Antonia, asking, "I want to ask you a question. How did you know he was the right one?" "It's actually quite simple. After I decided to go to Europe, I thought I'd say goodbye to him too. But those 2 days, I felt like something important was missing, something that would greatly affect my life and destiny. He happened to come to see me, and he felt the same way, so everything that followed was easy. We sold the car, gave up our rented apartment, bought 2 plane tickets, and went to London. But he was luckier in London than I was. I didn't get a chance with a ballet company there. What if you found a job in Paris? What would you two do then? We'll find a way, or maybe not. I plan to go to London first, work as a ballet teacher for a while, and then continue applying to other ballet companies to try my luck." Antonia's smile as she spoke conveyed a sense of ease. "Maybe you'll still have a chance. When I'm casting as a director, sometimes I don't give out acceptance letters immediately." Ronald didn't mention the donation to the National Ballet of London, and neither did Antonia. This promise from years ago has transcended their relationship today. Antonia finished her coffee and said she needed to continue preparing her application materials. Ronald didn't stop her, but simply handed her his contact information. "Give me a call when you and that lucky guy are settled in London. We can get together sometime when I come to London, or when you go back to New York I will." Antonia accepted the card, opened her bag, took out her wallet, and put it away. Then they hugged, and she turned to leave. "There's one more thing." Ronald hesitated for a long time, but finally, seeing Antonia about to leave, he couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. "If I had gone back to find you back then," Ronald recalled that time, he also had that feeling that someone's fate was about to change, but at that time. "But you didn't," Antonia smiled. At that time, they both felt that their careers were the most important thing in life. She went up and hugged Ronald again, then gently kissed him on the cheek. "Neither did I." Antonia had been gone for a long time, and Ronald was still sitting in the chair of the Café de Flore, lost in thought. Those choices he once thought were right now seemed to have come at a price. However, there was some consolation in that Ronald had finally found a breakthrough in the script's deadlock, why Harry had changed his mind and proposed to Sally. People often only realize the value of what they once had after they've lost it. He asked the waiter for a pen and began writing on a napkin. Ronald got so engrossed in his writing that he filled 3 large napkins in half an hour. Just then, a young man, sweating profusely, his suit askew and wrinkled, pulled in a large suitcase. He looked around and rushed towards Ronald. "Ronald, huh?" Ronald looked up. It was his agent, Richard. Without even sitting down, Richard stood by the table and asked, "Ronald, where's Antonia? How did you know I was here?" Ronald carefully put away the napkins filled with his script and pulled out a chair for Richard. The guy looked like he'd been on a plane the whole time. His hair was a mess. "McPie called Nisida. I found out when I called Nisida from the airport." "Where's Antonia?" "She's gone." "What, are you going to sign her as an agent?" "You didn't." Richard took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat that kept dripping from his nerves and running. "Nothing." Ronald smiled. "We've talked about everything we needed to talk about. Have a seat for a bit, I'll have the waiter get you an iced coffee." "Phew." Richard let out a long sigh and plopped down in the small chair at the Café de Flore. He pushed too hard, and the not-so-sturdy chair slid backward, the momentum causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. "Watch out." Ronald quickly grabbed him. Richard was completely exhausted. "Go to your hotel and rest." "I'm leaving anyway." The sound of typing echoed in Ronald's hotel room. He borrowed a typewriter from the hotel and began to rewrite the messy notes on the napkin onto paper. After Sally's ex-boyfriend got married, Harry went to comfort her, and they naturally slept together. However, the next day, Harry still treated Sally as a friend, got dressed, and left as usual. Sally, who thought she had finally found true love, was very unhappy. She thought they could finally begin their romantic relationship. After Harry left, Sally didn't even want to be friends anymore. Harry, however, still believed they could go back to being friends, and they had a huge argument at the wedding of their mutual friends, Mary and Jessie. Harry finally understood that for women, there is always a man who holds a special place in their lives. He was right, friendships between opposite sexes shouldn't go any further, often only backwards. Having written 3 full pages, Ronald got up to rest. The groundwork for the final twist was laid. All he needed to do was find an opportunity for Harry to change his mind and go back to Sally. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. It was Richard, who had come to see Ronald after resting. "Are you rested?" Ronald asked. "I'm fine now, just a long trip and no rest." Richard's worries were gone. Now that the alarm bells for his most important client's outburst had been extinguished, after a few hours of rest, he was refreshed again. "Why did you have to rush over? You could have just stayed in London." "I have to go back soon." Ronald didn't quite understand. "I was just too worried. Rick, Nisida, and I were both very worried that you would do something rash." Richard already knew that Ronald had returned to normal, so he also voiced his agent's concerns. "This isn't normal. I'm an artist first and foremost." Ronald finally understood why artists who are adept at expressing emotions and conveying them to the audience through various methods must first and foremost be sensitive individuals. Without the capacity for feeling, it's impossible to resonate with the audience. "Okay," Richard thought to himself, "you're quite the businessman too. From an artist's perspective, you've lost a muse. But maybe that's a good thing. Many famous Hollywood directors have used this opportunity to create their most satisfying works. Richard and his team didn't want Ronald to stop there. An artist passionate about beautiful women is often also an artist with a strong desire to express himself. Annette Bening is filming in Paris, and she's repeatedly said she wants you to visit the set. She misses you. Are you interested in meeting her? She's at Versailles. Actually, I don't want to. Ronald felt that Richard was being overly concerned about him. She's also in a movie adapted from the play Dangerous Liaisons. I've heard a lot of rumors that it's even more exciting than Michelle Pfeiffer's version, and more faithful to the original work and play. Seeing that Ronald didn't seem very interested, Richard quickly recommended, Annette plays the Marquise de Mathil, that wicked woman who makes men swoon. Maybe next time. Ronald's recent experience made him temporarily uninterested in the matter. The director is Milos Forman, who won the Best Director Oscar twice for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Amadeus. This adaptation is produced and distributed by Orion, a rare production company that focuses on the director. Compared to Warner Brothers' Dangerous Liaisons, many people who visited the set said the costumes and casting were superior. Ronald believed this. Milos Forman was Czech. His understanding of European costumes at that time was certainly closer to historical fact than the overly flamboyant Hollywood style of Dangerous Liaisons. The casting also showed this. Annette Bening playing a seductive noblewoman who sows discord among men was clearly more convincing than the somewhat aged Glenn Gross. Is director Milos Forman free? I'd like to chat with him for a bit and observe his directing methods. I wonder if he'd be willing. Ronald's biggest regret was never having worked with directors renowned for theater and acting, never having closely observed their methods of guiding actors. Observing other people's methods can always provide valuable insights. Milos Forman? No problem, I'll contact him right away. Richard immediately ran back to his room to contact Nisida, who is in Los Angeles. Hello, Director Forman, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to meet you. Nisida did her best to quickly arrange a meeting between Ronald and Milos Forman. His film adaptation of Dangerous Liaisons was called Valmont, directly named after the character played by John Malkovich in the Warner Brothers version. Ronald. I didn't expect you to be in Paris too. It's wonderful to have a Hollywood colleague come to see me. Milos Forman acted like a gentleman. He himself had invested in the film. Ever since being dragged by a friend to see the play Dangerous Liaisons, starring Lindsay Duncan and Aaron Rickman, while on vacation in London, he had been deeply captivated by the unique story. At the time, Warner Brothers was already negotiating the rights to the film, so he went directly to Orion Pictures. Leveraging his past success in winning Best Picture for Orion with Amadeus, he quickly secured funding. He was starting from scratch, making another film. I've heard Alan Rickman mention you. He said meeting you was incredibly lucky for his first Hollywood film. Without you, he wouldn't have become a Hollywood actor. I should say I was lucky to have met him. That's how film directors are. We can't discover the chemistry between actors during rehearsals and dress rehearsals. Often, casting is just a matter of intuition and luck. Ronald and Milos Forman talked as they walked through Versailles. That's so well said. Film is truly a magical art. Milos Forman was quite impressed with Ronald. His agent told him that Ronald wasn't just a commercial film director, but also an investor in many projects. For Forman, a director who spared no expense in his films, having an investor friend who understood directing was extremely important. I have a small question. You don't have to answer if you feel it's inappropriate, Ronald said, slowly pacing back and forth. Richard, following behind, automatically lagged several steps behind, allowing him and director Milos Forman to have some private conversation. Milos Forman gestured for them to enter, and the two walked around a corner in the palace, leading to the lounge. I heard Warner Brothers has a similarly adapted script, and it's already finished filming and in post-production. Aren't you worried about clashing with their subject matter? According to the usual schedule, both your films are scheduled for release next year. Ronald was curious. What gave Forman the confidence to suppress the other film's box office? We're actually not making the same film. You see, my film is called Valmont. I want to make a true love story between German aristocrats. This isn't a Hollywood adultery and conspiracies film, but rather a portrayal of the true world of human emotions. Valmont isn't just a simple Don Juan-style playboy, he has his own emotions and principles. Ronald listened, nodding inwardly. We artists really love works that explore humanity and love. But, will ordinary audiences appreciate such complex stories in the same way? Perhaps a two-time Oscar winner for Best Director knows more than I do. Ronald didn't presume to judge Valmont this time, because Milos Forman's previous two Oscar-winning films had actually performed quite well at the box office, typical examples of films that achieved both artistic and commercial success. "Let me tell you something," Milos Forman said, "I've done my research on the costumes in this film. They're perfectly in line with the attire of Parisian high society at the time. Not those Hollywood clichés with corsets and crinolines." Milos Forman was clearly familiar with Warner Brothers' Dangerous Liaisons, where Michelle Pfeiffer dressed like a Victorian woman, almost as unattractive as Glenn Gross's character. "Look, that's Annette's costume, Annette. Let me introduce you to director." Milos Forman saw Annette beaming in the lounge and beckoned her over. "Ah, Ronald, you've finally come to see me. It's so good to see you." Annette beaming lifted her skirt and ran over quickly, even making a dramatic bow before throwing herself into Ronald's arms. Annette Bening was dressed in a light green outfit, the local dress unlike the restrained Warner Brothers version. The arms were adorned with ornate lace, her red hair was styled in a high bun, and a matching light green choker adorned her swan-like neck. She wore understated yet sexy large pearl earrings. Ronald immediately sensed Bening's enthusiasm. He looked at Milos Forman, who returned a look of admiration that said, "Good lad, looks like a great director." Ronald reciprocated with a look that said, "The old master really knows how to have fun. This outfit is quite exciting." The two directors burst into laughter, leaving Annette Bening momentarily stunned by the spectacle. "Anyway, I'm glad you came to see me." Annette Bening quickly recovered, took Ronald's arm, and walked with him. Then she turned to Milos Forman and said, "Director Forman, could I borrow Ronald for a while? Is this your first time at Versailles?" Bening asked like a gentlewoman. "No, I came here for another film, the one with Michelle Pfeiffer, right?" "I know, they were filming here too. We were almost there." "You and she didn't play the same role, she played a chaste woman." Ronald sensed the comparison in Annette Bening's voice. "So, do you prefer a chaste woman or a harlot?" Bening looked up, a smile that invited you to explore further, her tongue lightly licking her lips. "I like any role that makes you shine." "Ha ha ha." Bening laughed, her heart fluttering. Ronald really understood what actresses needed. If only she could continue to get benefits from him. "Who plays Valmont in this film?" Ronald remembered and asked Benin, a young British actor named Colin Firth, a new actor. Ronald thought to himself that the director was truly skilled and daring. Warner Brothers had all sorts of big-name stars. "Who plays Madame Touville, the virtuous woman?" "She's someone the director knows. She was originally slated to play Mozart, but unfortunately, she broke her leg playing football the day before filming started, and they had to replace her at the last minute, which was quite a mess. But the director really liked her, so they brought her back this time." Annette Bening was annoyed just thinking about that bitch. She wasn't even as pretty as him, yet she had more screen time. What's her name? Ronald thought, listening to this story. It sounded so familiar. "Meg Tilly, the wife of a Hollywood producer." "Aren't actresses with producer boyfriends generally luckier?" Annette Bening began to subtly hint. Ronald felt Paris was a strange place. Why were all his ex-girlfriends flocking here? That's life, c'est la vie. Chapter 1007. This script is toxic. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Ronald didn't want to see Meg Tilly. It was a particularly uncomfortable experience from his youth. "A quiet place, how about my trailer?" Annette Bening said with a shy expression. "You're quite a brave one, but I happen to be free all morning. You can try my hot dog buns. I have an electric stove in my trailer, so I can put freshly grilled sausages in." Ronald remembered Bening boasting about being a chef on a yacht, which basically involved putting sausages in buns to make hot dogs. They didn't even taste as good as his own sandwiches. "Wait, what?" Annette said. Annette Bening grabbed Ronald's arm and pressed herself against him. Her clothing was thin, and her eyes shone with a seductive allure. Ronald thought this was too bold. He tried to pull his arm away, but couldn't budge it. He only felt Bening pressing closer. Ronald struggled a couple of times, all because director Milos Forman's costumes were too realistic. Bening's swan-like neck kept swaying before his eyes, and a pleasant perfume scent wafted into his nostrils. Ronald felt his willpower growing weaker and weaker. Just then, a commotion came from the direction director Milos Forman had left. He vaguely heard his shout, mixed with the screams of young men and women. Ronald glanced at Benin. Milos Forman was nearly 60. Would something have happened to him? The two hurried towards a long corridor in Versailles Palace. Just as they rounded a corner, they heard a man's angry roar, a pitiful and piercing voice, like a wild beast shot by a hunter, letting out a desperate cry before death. "You two adulterers! I'll kill you." Then came a thud, like someone falling to the ground. "Ah!" Two people screamed loudly, seemingly mixed with Milos Forman's voice. Ronald was startled and quickly quickened his pace. Benin seemed to recognize the voices, and lifted his costume skirt, quickly chasing after them. Rounding the corner, he saw Meg Tilly, still dressed in period costume, screaming, "Ah, ah," as she dodged to the side. Beside her stood a handsome man with curly hair, exuding the air of a classic British gentleman. He too was backing away, his hand outstretched to protect Meg Tilly. Milos Forman stood in front of them, seemingly trying to separate them from the man shouting that he was catching them in the act. "Tim, calm down." Ronald approached and saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground, about 40 years old, with very thinning hair, his hairline receding beyond his ears. A few steps away, a wig lay askew on the ground. "Oh, isn't that Meg Tilly's husband, producer Tim Kinnaman?" Ronald thought, recognizing the disheveled Kinnaman lying on the ground. If Ronald still harbored some complicated feelings towards Meg Tilly, after all, he had borrowed her life experiences into his script, he held no liking for the son of Hollywood director Fred Zinnemann. Zinnemann had even once made a move on a young Diane Lane, and the two had clashed at Jane Fonda's house. "Don't rush, let me help you up." Ronald stepped forward, making a gesture to help Zinnemann up. "You? Ronald, you're involved too." Zinnemann didn't want Ronald to help him up, he used his hands to push himself up slowly. He had been too agitated earlier, stumbled, and fallen to the ground in anger at the adulterous couple, scraping his hands and knees. "What do you mean, involved? Are you out of your mind?" Ronald immediately jumped back, his tone dismissive. "Tim," Milos Forman stepped forward and reprimanded Fred Zinnemann. "Jr., I've known your father for a long time, don't make a scene here." The once renowned director, Fred Zinnemann, had been retired for 5 years. While Zinnemann Jr. had a few successful films in the early 1980s, his subsequent films increasingly lost money, eventually reaching a point of obscurity. However, he kept a very close eye on his wife, Meg Tilly, a typical control freak. When Milos Forman cast Meg Tilly as the lead in Amadeus, he kept a close watch on her. Even the actor playing a supporting role spread rumors about Meg Tilly and the actor playing Mozart. He eventually believed the rumors and even went to the set to assault the actor. Milos Forman was very unhappy at that time. If Meg Tilly hadn't been injured in an accident later, this conflict would have erupted 4 years ago. Afterwards, Meg Tilly had a string of bad luck, without any good roles. Zinnemann Jr. even had a child with her, hoping to use the child to keep his wife. But this ambitious girl couldn't be held back by such means. Meg Tilly still returned to acting and won a Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress and an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actress for a film about a nun's pregnancy. After they had a second child, Meg Tilly again wanted to return to acting. Zinnemann Jr. seemed to think that with 2 children, he didn't need to supervise his wife so much anymore, so he let her act with director Milos Forman, whom he knew, as compensation for her missing out on the big film Amadeus. Who knew that this relaxation would lead to problems? Zinnemann Jr. was essentially a fickle and controlling person. His 2 previous wives, plus Tilly, were all 10 years younger than him. Each time, he suffocated his wives. But when they aged and lost their beauty, he didn't hesitate to divorce and abandon them. He was very good at managing finances, hiding his assets and having a prenuptial agreement. But this time, he miscalculated. His third wife, Meg Tilly, 20 years his junior, had already hooked up with Colin Firth, the male lead in the film, before he could. Zinnemann, who had come to the Versailles Palace, the filming location, to secretly monitor his wife, witnessed Meg Tilly and Colin Firth whispering sweet nothings to each other, discussing their life plans, including divorcing him and taking their 2 children. They were even embracing and kissing, clearly not a rehearsal for the sake of film art. This shocked and enraged him. He was always the one dumping actresses, and this time, they had been kept in the dark and were actually cheating. He couldn't trust any of these actresses. Caught in the act in public, he hadn't succeeded but instead suffered humiliation. Zinnemann's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth at Meg Tilly, saying, "Prepare for divorce proceedings." Then, Zinnemann looked at everyone present with a malicious glint in his eyes, and turned to leave. It seemed he had already extended his resentment to Milos Forman and Ronald. "Don't forget your wig," Ronald shouted. Little Kinnaman struck again, stumbled, and almost fell. PFFT, Annette Bening, witnessing this live drama, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The laughter was incredibly insulting. Meg Tilly and Bening had a history of rivalry on set, vying for actress positions, and now Bening knew about her shameful past. And beside Bening was Ronald, the last person she wanted to see. He had witnessed her struggle for acting opportunities back then, and now he had seen her in such an unpleasant state. So, she covered her face in shame and anger and quickly ran off in another direction. "Excuse me, Director Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances. I'll go check on Meg first." The young British actor playing Valmont, speaking with a typical British accent, said a few words to Ronald before turning back to quickly catch up with Meg Tilly. "This woman, she still hasn't figured out what she wants." Ronald shook his head. Back then, Meg Tilly left Ronald to pursue better opportunities in Los Angeles for her acting career. Then she married the 20-year-older Kinnaman, and it's hard to say whether she wanted to take a shortcut. But people's choices rarely have the best of both worlds. Having chosen Kinnaman, who coveted her beauty, and gained career benefits, Meg Tilly began to yearn for genuine love. On set, she and Colin Firth flirted and had great chemistry. After getting into character, they discovered that this attraction had even extended into real life. The two, who were both longing for love, naively believed that true love could conquer all and secretly began dating on set. Today, the two of them couldn't contain themselves and found a quiet place to pour their hearts out to each other. Who could have imagined that? "Richard," Ronald turned to his agent, always knowing when and where to be. "I need you to make arrangements. I know Donnie Yen, he's a complete scoundrel. He's definitely going to cause trouble in Hollywood, and I don't want my name appearing in any reports about this scandal," Ronald whispered in his ear. Turning around, he saw Annette Bening straining her ears, trying to eavesdrop. Hearing only the words gossip and scandal, Bening suddenly realized something, and her face turned pale. If the gossip media broke the story, she wouldn't escape it either. If someone added fuel to the fire, she'd be. American audiences aren't very tolerant of rumors about interfering in other couples' marriages. "Don't let Ms. Bening get involved innocently either," Ronald said, seeing her expression, turning back to Richard and adding a word of advice. "Oh," Annette Bening's expression immediately improved. Milos Forman shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. He'd seen this kind of thing happen at least 80 times out of 100 on set. Besides, he was a two-time Oscar-winning director, and his age was a different generation from the person involved. Even if gossip media reported on it, he'd remain unscathed. Moreover, such a high-profile scandal during filming was actually good for the movie's marketing. The two leads are getting too into character, their on-screen romance is turning into a real-life affair. Ronald understood, nodded. He couldn't control such things. He turned to Richard and said, "Please make sure you handle this for me. If necessary, I can call Mr. Ovitz. Just be safe." "No need. Nisida and I can handle this perfectly well." Richard knew that providing more value was the key to securing this client. If they couldn't handle this and had to ask Ovitz for help, Ronald wouldn't be their long-term client. Annette Bening pulled Ronald into her trailer, ready to satisfy him immediately. She had managed to hitch a ride and avoid a disaster thanks to Ronald's kindness. As for how much he still cared for her, nobody knew, so she might as well take the opportunity to recharge him. "Annette, there's no need for that. I can give you a promise. In this matter, you and I both enjoy the greatest protection." After this farce, Ronald felt mentally exhausted and had lost interest. "Don't you like my outfit? I have some modern clothes here." Bening was terrified, thinking Ronald was going to throw her out as a scapegoat. She immediately opened the small clothing box in the trailer, took out a set of sexy lingerie and a professional woman's outfit, and was about to go further to please Ronald. No, that's not what I meant," Ronald thought. "Why is it wrong not to eat? Do you think I'm a very opportunistic woman who likes to manipulate men?" Annette Bening covered her face and began to sob softly. "I wasted too much time on my ex-husband and Broadway. I'm already 29 this year." Sigh. Ronald felt a little more understanding towards Bening. Most Hollywood actresses debut in their teens, and even then, they face various obstacles. Reaching Bening's age and realizing she'd been misled, having to rebuild her career in Hollywood, presents a formidable challenge. Therefore, she desperately wants to seize every opportunity. Annette Bening, thinking Ronald had agreed, immediately wrapped her arms around his waist, preventing him from leaving, and reached out a hand, groping forward. "Darling, I'm not available on set right now. After I finish filming and return to Los Angeles, you can do whatever you want with me." Don't you think this script is cursed? Holding Bening close, Ronald found it quite comical. 2 films adapted from the novel and played dangerous liaisons, featuring 2 couples playing the playboy Valmont and the virtuous Madame Touville, both involved in affairs. One involved a Hollywood beauty falling for a rather ordinary-looking male lead, and the other a handsome young man falling for a married mother of 2. Under normal circumstances, these are incredibly unlikely combinations, practically impossible. Could this script really be written by the devil, poisoned by the fruit of wisdom? No, I think they just got too involved. This play is an extreme love story about a prodigal son's return and a virtuous woman's return to the sea. Director Foreman also values the quality of the performances, so we often rehearse and practice repeatedly. Bening's fear was somewhat lessened by Ronald's promise. Having acted on Broadway for years, she knew that with such twisted love stories, it was easy to get caught up in the drama and lose sight of reality if you weren't able to go home and spend time with your lover every day. Filming in Los Angeles, where you could go home and be with your family every day, versus filming abroad where there were hardly any English speakers around, the impact of the 2 environments was vastly different. That makes sense, Ronald thought. It was best to stay away from this kind of play. Quickly, tell me more about your trip to Paris and that lady. How is she now? Does she remember you? A few days later, Ronald, back in London resting, was invited to Elton John's house again. He invited Ronald to dinner, eager to know how this romantic affair had ended. Although London home-cooked food wasn't great, British chefs were highly skilled. Elton John's chef could cook both French and Latin dishes. Ronald enjoyed the meal and briefly recounted what he could say, which elicited a sigh from Elton John. When 2 people love each other, one of them always has to make a sacrifice for the relationship, otherwise they can only go their separate ways. He sat down at the piano, began to play, and then sang in his deep voice, "And this isn't a sacrifice, just simple words, 2 hearts living in their own worlds. This isn't a sacrifice at all. The misunderstandings that follow, the more sensitive the feelings, the more they will eventually build a prison in the final scene. What do you think?" Elton John was pleased with his burst of inspiration and quickly jotted down the lyrics and melody he had just gleaned from Ronald's story on a piece of white paper. "It sounds really nice. What's the name of this song?" Ronald didn't find any lines in the lyrics that resonated with him. They were all about 2 young lovers who needed to make sacrifices for their relationship. "How about sacrifice?" Elton popped out from behind the piano and asked. "I think it sounds good." The May Day holiday saw a lot of reader votes. Over 1,400 were cast on the first day. "I feel deeply ashamed and will try my best to write an extra chapter to express my gratitude." Chapter 1008 Ronald's Secret Spreads. Ronald finally returned home to New York and slept soundly for a day, putting all the strange experiences of his European trip to the back of his mind. Early the next morning, he received another call from Nessida. "Ronald, Spielberg wants to see you." What does he want? Ronald wondered, but still dialed Spielberg's number. "Steven, is there anything I can do for you?" Ronald, I have something I'd like to ask you." "Huh?" Ronald thought to himself, had he really reached a point where even Spielberg had to ask him for advice? "If you feel uncomfortable saying it, you don't have to. Go ahead and ask." Ronald was increasingly puzzled. "I heard your sexy dance videos made a lot of money. Can you tell me if that's true?" Spielberg's voice on the other end of the phone betrayed envy. "A lot of money, I wouldn't say. I just have a stable sales volume. I sell tens of thousands of boxes every quarter." Ronald gave a general figure. "So it's true? Do you have some secret? Why is your pricing different from others?" Spielberg asked, his interest piqued. "No secret. If there is one, it's what you said, pricing the videotapes cheaper. Most videotapes sell for $80 or $90 now, but I priced mine at less than $40, so people probably think it's good value." "Aren't you afraid of piracy?" "Videotape piracy is much easier than movie copies." Spielberg had experienced the largest piracy ring in American history when E.T. the Extraterrestrial was released, and he was still wary of such things, which is why he had always refused to release his films on videotape. "My dear Steven, Haven't you heard of macrovision anti-piracy technology? Ronald laughed. This director really hated piracy. Since the Supreme Court's ruling on the Sony and Universal case, new VCRs had incorporated macrovision anti-piracy chips. If someone tried to copy the film themselves, it would flicker and become unwatchable. As a result, Spielberg, because his films weren't released on videotape, was unaware of this industry practice. While this couldn't completely prevent pirates and viewers who bought VCRs before the verdict was handed down, it was nothing compared to the astonishing profits from videotapes. I have to be careful. Copyright protection is the lifeline of us directors, Spielberg thought. He didn't believe one technology could prevent rampant piracy. He planned a multi-pronged approach, adding more anti-piracy measures. However, since Ronald had also said that low pricing was the secret to his videotape sales, it seemed he was right. The internal debate at Amberlin could finally be resolved. After hanging up the phone, Ronald called Canold at Daydream Studios. They might need to adjust the videotape prices. He had been quietly making a fortune in the videotape business for over 6 months, but it had finally gotten out. It was estimated that other major studios would lower their retail prices to achieve higher sales. After discussion, they decided to lower the retail price to just over $30 as a precaution. Having experienced this unusual European trip, Ronald wanted to spend more time with his family. Besides work and entertainment, he wanted to go home and enjoy family time more. He immediately returned to Staten Island to spend 2 days with Aunt Karen, and the two talked about many things, giving Ronald a much-needed boost. After calming down, Ronald finished writing the ending of the script at his home on Staten Island. He called Nora Ephron and Carrie Fisher, who was involved in the script writing as the script doctor, to organize a weekend script discussion to finalize the script as soon as possible. "Oh, wow, how did you come up with this ending? I think it echoes all the details from before, and it's so powerful. I even cried." Nora Ephron was very excited after reading Ronald's ending. Finally, on New Year's Eve, Harry missed Sally terribly. Unable to get a taxi, he put on his running shoes and ran to the New Year's Eve event Sally was attending. He arrived just as Sally, feeling lonely, had left early. Sally hated that Harry always remained at the friend level. Every time she wanted to move forward, he would retreat. She wanted to completely sever ties, but he would reappear. The two couldn't maintain this ambiguous relationship any longer. Harry then said something that deeply moved Sally. He wasn't there to string her along, but rather to show that he had figured out he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Having realized this, Harry didn't want to waste a moment and wanted to start living with Sally as soon as possible. Finally, the film concludes with interviews with elderly couples. This time, it was Harry and Sally's turn to be interviewed. The film ends with their sweet narration. "Wow, how did you come up with that?" Carrie Fisher was also surprised. She had initially thought Ronald's screenwriting was mediocre, but seeing this seamless ending, she immediately realized it was the work of a master. All the foreshadowing pointed to Harry and Sally going their separate ways. But just when the audience worried that the two wouldn't be able to live happily ever after, Ronald logically provided a twist. And that special ending merged with another mockumentary storyline. It was very reminiscent of the work of Billy Wilder, a legendary Hollywood writer. Did you consult Mr. Wilder? Both were professional screenwriters, and they sensed something extraordinary in this twisty ending. "Just like how you write them," Ronald smiled. This script actually incorporated many details from Nora Ephron's and the original director Rob Reiner's personal lives. For example, Ephron's picky eating habits and Reiner's divorce. These details were all incorporated into the script, albeit in a modified way. Carrie Fisher also added some of her own life experiences, such as Harry and Jess, and Sally and Mary, and their habit of calling each other before bed. Oh, Carrie Fisher and Nora Ephron exchanged glances. They knew Ronald meant that he also drew inspiration from his own experiences to write this ending. Ronald wasn't married yet. Who was he regretting missing out on? The two screenwriters' gossip began to burn brightly. "I think the script would suit a simple yet profound title, like When Harry Met Sally. What do you think?" Ronald also hoped to complete what he hadn't finished in the film. "Sounds great, that's a good name." Fisher and Ephron were even more curious about Ronald's experiences in Europe. "Okay, then, the rest is up to you to refine. Fill in the details as soon as possible and get the complete script. Then we can start filming." Now that the most difficult part, the ending, had been overcome, the two women said they had no problem and would produce a complete script as soon as possible. Both were professional screenwriters. Carrie Fisher, since her last Star Wars role, had gradually lost control of her figure and was moving behind the scenes. Efron, on the other hand, was a screenwriter who had worked her way up from the bottom of Hollywood. And since they were both women, Ronald himself might not be able to write as well as they did. The E.T. videotape is available at major video rental stores and Walmart. Spielberg's videotape was finally on the market. Ronald went to Best Buy to buy one, but had to wait in line for 20 minutes. The advertising blitz on major television stations and the initial limited release made it difficult for many customers to find a single VHS tape. This movie, released over 5 years ago, was still very popular with audiences. Its family-friendly content, featuring children as protagonists in an alien adventure, made it a desirable item for many parents to keep at home. It would be a source of pride for their children to invite friends over. Stephen actually set the price at $24.95. Ronald called Michelle Canold of Daydream to discuss countermeasures. "Yet, I can't even rent it here, let alone buy it," Canold lamented. E.T. the Extraterrestrial immediately topped the weekend VHS tape sales charts and became the top rental item on Best Buy. Ronald's spicy dance was quickly pushed to the back. He even used special packaging and anti-counterfeiting features. He really went all out. Ronald held up a E.T. the Extraterrestrial VHS tape. The protective flap wasn't the usual black plastic, but a striking green piece of plastic. Among a row of black videotapes, the green one stood out strikingly, impossible for viewers to miss. A Universal Pictures sticker was affixed to the textured surface of the cardboard box, bearing the words "Laser Anti-Counterfeiting." Much like the security features on credit cards, it reflected iridescent light when held up to the sun. E.T. is back. This goofy alien is bringing joy back to the children of America. Many newspapers reported on the phenomenal launch of E.T. the Extraterrestrial videotapes. A film from so many years ago had achieved both rental and sales champion status upon release, truly shaking Hollywood. Also released at the same time was Disney's classic Cinderella, a classic over 35 years old. It was a key part of Disney's distribution strategy. Surprisingly, its pre-sale numbers were less than half of the hastily released E.T. the Extraterrestrial. The special green videotape cover further fueled the discussion beyond the film industry. Everyone still remembered E.T. breaking box office records, and only fond memories remained of the film. Videotape sales skyrocketed, breaking the sales records for Ronald's Top Gun and Dirty Dancing. In just the first weekend, rentals at videotape chains nationwide exceeded 2 million and were still growing rapidly. How can they be selling like crazy? The following week, Ronald was astonished by the news. The rental count for the E.T. videotape has surpassed 6 million. Amblin and Universal haven't released sales figures yet, but market research estimates suggest they're close to the rental numbers. Seeing that even a major player like Universal has discovered a huge business opportunity, Ronald knew his time to quietly make a fortune in the videotape market was over. However, what was comforting was that his cash cow, Spicy Dance, hadn't seen a decline in sales. It remained stable. The videotape had consistently sold well over the long term. And selling it quietly meant that only those with keen interest would likely notice. The reason for E.T.'s continued popularity. Roger Albert and Cisco discussed the E.T. videotape phenomenon on their weekly film review program. "I watched it again last night, and I want to quote Rolling Stone's review, 'Spielberg is the Gene Renoir of this space age.' Albert felt the film's huge success was mainly because Spielberg grasped the broadest aesthetic consensus, appealing to people from 6 to 80 years old. The term space age is very important. Besides the exceptional performances of the child actors, the film's special effects are also products of the space age. 5 years have passed, and when we watch the videotapes on TV, the special effects of E.T. are still as amazing as ever. My children are especially excited every time they watch the scene where Elliot takes E.T. on a bicycle across the moon." Ronald's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, in over 5 years, Hollywood's special effects hadn't improved much. They still hadn't surpassed the level of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. The fact that E.T. videotapes sold so well, allowing children to watch such special effects spectacles at home, was undoubtedly a major reason. Green videotapes, laser anti-counterfeiting, and aliens flying over the moon. Children would naturally love such things. Perhaps this visual spectacle, beyond the imagination of ordinary people and only visible on the big screen, was the most important reason for E.T.'s enduring appeal. Ronald tapped his finger on the table. What couldn't be seen on television was probably the biggest reason people went to the movies. This unseen element could be model effects, the actors' nuanced performances, or the computer-generated effects that Spielberg and George Lucas were so vigorously promoting. Perhaps, after Moore's Law had its turn a couple more times, the rules determining box office success would change drastically. Whoever could acquire Hollywood's special effects production capabilities would have a monopoly. Ronald thought of his friend James Cameron's preparations for The Abyss. He himself didn't understand the technology, so visiting the set and asking the Hollywood director, besides Lucas, who was most knowledgeable about special effects, might be the perfect opportunity. What brings you here? Cameron hadn't expected Ronald to visit the set again. Knowing Ronald was there for the progress of the special effects, he was pleased. The containment vessel at the nuclear power plant has been filled with enough water. Tomorrow I'll dive down myself to see the underwater camera effects. Is that dangerous? Ronald was comfortable flying, but always afraid of underwater things. Perhaps it was related to his grandfather's tragic plane crash in the Atlantic. Haha, I dive in the Atlantic every year. This still water is nothing. There's no danger unless you surface too quickly and get decompression sickness. Do you want to come down with me? I'll keep an eye on you. Cameron assured him there was no danger. He was a certified advanced diving instructor. No, I have a fear of diving phobia. Haha, it's alright, I'll take you down safely. The underwater world is fascinating, I know. With you here, I'm unlikely to get hurt, but why take the risk? Ronald declined again. Okay, your loss. Cameron hadn't expected Ronald to have fears. That's all for tonight. Chapter 1009 The Heartbreak of 7,500,000 Gallons. This is equipment for monitoring diving conditions. The diving gear has a signal device. If there's any trouble, just press it, and an alarm will go off here. I'll have the assistant director watch over it here, and there's a diving instructor on standby. I'll be diving down with underwater cinematographer Al Giddings. You see, it's very safe. Everyone in our crew can dive to the deepest point. Why don't you try? I remember you weren't this timid when you were filming Top Gun. The next morning, as Ronald watched the crew getting busy with diving, Cameron still invited him to go diving with him. This was a hobby he'd had since childhood. Cameron loved diving alone, in complete silence and isolation, and he wanted to share that feeling with his good friend. No, I have a natural physical aversion to diving. Ronald shook his head frantically. Cameron and underwater cinematographer Giddings began putting on their rubber diving suits. The smell of bleach mixed with rubber made Ronald feel nauseous. The nuclear power plant's large containment vessel, holding 7.5 million gallons of water, hadn't been changed for days. Sheep from the neighborhood often come here to drink and graze, and sometimes their waste is discharged into the artificial lake. To prevent infections from prolonged underwater filming, the crew adds large amounts of bleach to the lake daily, making everyone's eyes sting. Ronald noticed that Cameron and the underwater photographer's hair had faded slightly from being soaked in bleach. Cameron noticed Ronald's nausea. Some people are simply not suited for diving. He shrugged. His friend Ronald couldn't share that mysterious, tranquil feeling with him. You stay here for a while. I need to test the reliability of the underwater camera. It'll take an hour. There are lots of interesting props here. You'll like them. We'll watch the videotape together, and I'll tell you about underwater filming. Ronald nodded. Then I'll wait for you here. And you, Mr. Giddings, I'm very interested in underwater photography. I'll be hearing your insights in an hour. Underwater photography, especially deep diving photography like Cameron's, involves many of his unique techniques in terms of mechanics and filming. Such opportunities are rare. Giddings didn't speak, but pointed to his ear. A consequence of a diving accident. He liked to dive in shallow waters with a diving bell. One day, the bell malfunctioned, and the rapid pressure changes nearly deafened him. Ronald became even more frightened. He'd rather fly than go into the sea. When we surface, we have to be very careful, letting the pressure change slowly, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble, so we won't be back in an hour. It'll take half an hour to surface. Ronald nodded, indicating he understood. Cameron smiled, gestured to Giddings, and the two walked together into the artificial lake. Oh, by the way, Cameron said, turning back to Ronald halfway there, Gail's coming today. You can talk to her. Ronald was speechless. The couple's relationship was purely professional now. Gail Hurd, as producer, and Cameron, as director, worked well together, but that was all. Mr. Lee, would you like to take a look at this thing? It's quite interesting, the assistant director, who had stayed on shore to oversee the alarm system, interrupted Ronald's nostalgic reverie. He held up a small bottle filled with a watery liquid. What is this? Ronald sensed it must be some interesting prop. Oxyfluorocarbon liquid, the assistant director boasted, proclaiming it as futuristic technology that could be used to breathe while diving. Oh, Ronald was skeptical. A person could breathe this liquid away from air? Would that make them like fish? We've done a lot of experiments, the assistant director said, anticipating Ronald's disbelief. He snapped his fingers, signaling his assistant to bring a cage. Squeak! Inside the cage was a small white mouse. Look, the assistant director caught a mouse, held it between his hands, and tossed it into the bottle of the so-called oxyfluorocarbon liquid. Squeak! Squeak! The little white mouse made a few squeaking sounds, then began to struggle violently. Ronald could see it was in great pain from lack of oxygen. Finally, its lungs ran out of air, and it rolled over and lay motionless at the bottom of the bottle. God, Ronald thought the assistant director must have made a mistake with the liquid. Even though it was just a little white mouse, he couldn't bear to watch it die so painfully. The assistant director was trying to make a good impression, but while this kind of trick might amaze laymen, as a director, Ronald's requirement for his assistant director was to handle all sorts of troubles on set, not to create more problems. If any animal protection organization saw this, it would definitely cause a stir. Hollywood directors don't like filming with animals, and these organizations are probably a big part of the reason. If they follow their requirements completely, a pet or a horse would often be treated better on set than an actor. Look, it's about to come back to life, the assistant director said, unconsciously holding the bottle up to Ronald's face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. To Ronald's surprise, the white mouse actually came back to life. It seemed to be in the air, slowly regaining its activity. What kind of magic is this? Ronald's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was definitely futuristic technology. This is a new invention of an oxygen fluorocarbon compound. It's very special, with extremely high oxygen solubility. Therefore, it can store and transport large amounts of oxygen. It's an invention of Dr. Kelster and Dr. Bennett from Duke University. A person in a white coat, seeing Ronald's astonished expression, came over to explain. This was the film crew's emergency doctor. This oxygen fluorocarbon compound had already been the subject of exploratory research in some hospitals, and some critically ill lung patients were already using this compound to allow their lungs to breathe oxygen again. Can this stuff really allow humans to breathe? Ronald was amazed. Yes, but we haven't yet found a way to make them re-inhale oxygen and expel carbon dioxide. It's still in the experimental stage. The emergency doctor was familiar with this pioneering technology. In the movie, the protagonist Ed Harris's storyline revolves around this oxyfluorocarbon compound. He's willing to sacrifice his own life to save his ex-wife, a diving expert. Later, when he meets the higher-level creatures, he relies on this liquid to maintain his oxygen supply. You should still keep an eye on the alarm. Ronald had a bad feeling. In this plot, the celebrity was Cameron's way of expressing his desire for Gail to return. The couple were like-minded individuals who had once shared a deep love. A relationship that tormented Cameron. Especially now that he could still see Gail, but only professionally. His expression was clearly complicated when he told him Gail would come. Ronald thought of something. Did Cameron have a hidden message for him to communicate with Gail? He was a mutual friend, someone who had come from humble beginnings together. Perhaps Cameron wanted him to understand Gail's true feelings, whether there was still a chance to salvage the relationship. Ronald looked at the director's seat. There was a framed photo of the two of them taken by him back in New World Pictures. Sigh. Ronald sighed. Ronald, what a surprise to see you here. A moment later, Gail Hurd arrived as expected. She happily hugged Ronald. Ronald's recent films were all female-centric, which pleased Hurd. With more such films, the next generation of young Americans would see the female characters in these films as moral exemplars, and men would feel that this was the right way to communicate with women, respecting their personal choices. Gail chatted excitedly with Ronald for a long time. Ronald seized an opportunity to bring up the topic, pointing to a photo on the table. So, you and Jim now, purely a working relationship, nothing more, Gail answered decisively. Following Ronald's gaze, she saw the photo and, without a word, slammed the frame down on the table. Ms. Hurd, do you want to see this? It's very interesting, the assistant director, like an immature child, came over to show it off to Gail. Who put this nepotism in here? Ronald thought to himself, displeased. But Gail was chatting happily with him, so he didn't want to say anything. He stood up and walked outside. I'm going to get a coffee and then check on the artificial lake. Ronald turned and went out the door. Sunlight streamed in, casting a shadow on the table. The assistant director put on an even more enthusiastic performance. Look, he's about to come back to life. As he gestured excitedly, he accidentally touched a connector on the alarm system, which led to the speaker. A nearby alarm light was connected to a pager. Suddenly, the alarm light began to flash faintly. However, it was obscured by the sunlight, and no one noticed. Beep beep, beep beep. At the bottom of the artificial lake, Cameron's diving equipment malfunctioned. The oxygen tank's throttle valve was faulty. He put the regulator in his mouth and inhaled deeply, but there was no response. Cameron tried to make a sound, but the underwater photographer Al Giddings, who was deaf, couldn't hear what was happening. Damn it, Cameron tried his best to send out a distress signal, but there was no response. There were no first responders on the lake, nor was there any diving instructor from the film crew coming to his rescue. He had to remove his breathing apparatus, free his hands, and swim upwards as fast as he could. What bad luck. I was just talking to Ronald about diving-related illnesses, and now I have to surface so quickly. If I'm unlucky, nitrogen will get into my bloodstream and cause problems, ranging from muscle damage to blood clots, or even heart and brain damage. Soon, the rapid ascent caused Cameron's ears to ring, his head to throb, and a terrible tinnitus splash. The diving instructor lifeguard on the shore noticed a huge splash from the bottom and immediately threw a regulator into the water before jumping in himself. Something was definitely wrong. He immediately saw that Cameron wasn't wearing a helmet or regulator. PFFT, Cameron grabbed the regulator the lifeguard threw him, took a breath, and found it contained water instead of oxygen. His last bit of air was gone, and Cameron choked on several mouthfuls of water. He frantically flailed his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm right here, you're safe now. The rescuer thought Cameron was experiencing panic attacks due to time travel underwater. Reaching the surface quickly at this point would only cause more problems, so he grabbed Cameron and held him down tightly. Damn it, Cameron's mouth was full of water. He had neither the strength nor the ability to say that he wasn't experiencing the kind of panic attacks that can occur during deep-sea diving, but that the rescuer's regulator was broken. The more he struggled, the tighter the rescuer held him, and their movements underwater became increasingly violent, causing more and more disturbances on the surface. Jim. Are you alright? Ronald, who had just arrived, noticed a problem on the surface and immediately shouted. Something was wrong, wasn't it? Ronald, Cameron was already close to the surface. He heard Ronald's call. Suddenly, he found a surge of strength and punched the lifeguard squarely in the chin. Then, with his last bit of strength, he leaped upwards. Jim, seeing Cameron surfacing with his hands motionless, Ronald panicked and ran forward, kicking off his sneakers and jumping into the artificial lake converted from the nuclear power plant's containment vessel. Jim, I've got you. Hang in there. Ronald dragged the unconscious Cameron towards shore. Hearing Ronald's cries, some crew members came and helped pull them ashore. Get a doctor quickly. Ronald laid Cameron on the bank and checked his breathing and heartbeat. Thankfully, he was just unconscious. However, his rapid ascent had worried Ronald about the decompression sickness he'd heard about. Soon, the crew's doctor arrived and a preliminary examination revealed no major problems. With rest and observation, if no blood clots or other complications developed, he would be fine. Cameron had woken up by then. He remembered Ronald pulling him ashore. Although he couldn't speak, Ronald understood his gaze. In the face of life and death, perhaps that sliver of something held on to is the most precious thing. Perhaps, at that moment, Cameron saw Gail's face. I'll go get Gail. Yes. Someone hurriedly went to inform producer Gail. By the time he brought Gail, Cameron had already been carried to the director's chair by the lake, half lying down, covered with a blanket, looking pitiful. What did the doctor say? Gail heard didn't speak to Cameron, but asked Ronald beside her. He needs to be observed for a day. If there are no problems, then there won't be any problems, the doctor interjected. Gail's gaze returned to Cameron, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This man was talented, but he also had all the common flaws of men. She had given him the opportunity to direct Terminator back then, but now, when their relationship was in trouble, he was with that female director. Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This situation was very similar to when he and Gail went to Italy to rescue Cameron back then. Wasn't that how they met? As a director, can you continue filming? A cold, hard sentence came out of Gail's mouth. As the producer, you can rest assured. I'll be back to work tomorrow. Cameron finished speaking slowly and deliberately, his entire body straining, then he closed his eyes, too exhausted to speak further. This wasn't necessary. Ronald watched Gail's retreating figure, his emotions a jumble. Like the 7.5 million gallons of water in the artificial lake, not a single drop felt as heavy as the tears the two parted ways were desperately trying to hold back. Ronald didn't know what to say, he had nothing to say. Cameron rested for half a day, began recovering that evening, and resumed work the next morning. His first act was to fire the assistant director who had neglected his duties and ignored his distress signal, and the instructor who had been negligent in ensuring the diving equipment was properly maintained. If it had been anyone else, it would have been a huge problem. Then he quickly brought in the best diving instructors in Los Angeles, giving all the actors an intensive week of diving training before filming began. Cameron himself then discussed the film's special effects with Ronald. So you mean, you're not confident about the computer-generated effects this time? Ronald, hearing Cameron's account, felt his old friend was taking a huge risk. There's no other way. Industrial Light and Magic has already conducted 2 experiments, both of which failed. They've previously dealt with either solid targets like the TIE fighter jets or particles like lightning and fire. This liquid deformation method still needs to be tested gradually. In the story of The Abyss, the advanced underwater creatures ultimately used seawater to simulate human figures to communicate with a professional diving expert played by Ed Harris. Aren't you afraid they won't be able to pull it off in the end? It's a risk that's hard to avoid, but I'm confident. It's just an engineering problem, no one has done it before. Now that I'm here, more directors will design special effects like this in the future. Chapter 1010 The bet may fall through. People like Jim Cameron are very rare in Hollywood. Many directors stay in their comfort zones, making genre films they've already mastered. Many film critics also criticize Hollywood's lack of innovation and commercialization. One subtle comment goes like this: a director, starting with his second film, is simply repeating his debut. Cameron, however, is a dreamer. He likes to replicate his dreams on the big screen, allowing more people to share his dreams and stories. When filming begins, he doesn't care whether the existing technology can meet the requirements. Whether it's model special effects or the computer-generated special effects he's using now, if it's not available on the market, he'll find a way to create it. This film, The Abyss, had a very high budget. But Jim didn't know how to spend money. Underwater filming was slow every day, and the number of takes far exceeded normal shooting. Especially the underwater camera, the ceiling kept malfunctioning, requiring reshoots. On the business jet back to Los Angeles, Gail complained to Ronald about Cameron's budget overruns. Gail Hurd is determined to divorce Cameron. Currently, they were only maintaining their marriage as Cameron's wife because she held the production rights when The Abyss was first conceived, to appease the distributors. The film is severely over budget and behind schedule from the start, putting Gail under immense pressure. A divorce now could drastically reduce the support the film receives from 20th Century Fox. After all, Cameron is a film director. It's rare for an artist to handle a producer's decision to divorce them objectively and calmly. A crucial part of The Abyss is the special effects. Too much money is being spent on underwater filming, and we're seriously behind schedule in the early computer-generated effects research. We don't even have enough manpower, let alone enough graphics workstations. I'll have to go back to Fox and beg for money. Ultimately, Gail is a producer. Ronald respects her, prioritizing the film even when their relationship is in turmoil, a rare quality for a female producer. Don't worry, I bought some SGI workstations from Industrial Light and Magic. You can use them first. Ronald readily agreed to give all the special effects workstations he had previously bought from Pixar to the computer effects team in Los Angeles for the Abyss production. Computer effects don't need equipment, they need people willing to experiment. If Cameron pioneered some new technical approaches for this film, then he could consider it an initial investment. What do you think of these glasses? Meg Ryan, who had already been cast as the female lead in When Harry Met Sally, was at the Starry Eyes sunglasses store in Burbank, Los Angeles, choosing glasses for the film. Very good. I think it suits Sally's personality perfectly. Ronald, discussing the overall color scheme and feel of the film with art director Jane Muskie, glanced back at Meg Ryan's outfit and praised her. This supporting actress he had worked with in Top Gun seemed to have blossomed after her relationship with Dennis Quaid. From an ordinary girl's demeanor, she transformed into a sweet young woman with a quintessential American femininity. I don't think it's artistic enough. Sally is a very picky person, very particular about the details of glasses, Meg Ryan continued, selecting. At least on this point, Meg is right, Jane Muskie replied. She was recommended by Ronald to his longtime collaborator, Polly Pratt. Ronald wanted this romantic comedy to be a heartwarming little piece, as close to real life as possible. It didn't need excessive drama, but rather to allow the audience to relate to everyday life, to see Sally and Harry as their friends. Right, Ronald was very satisfied with Jane Muskie, who had previously worked as an art director on films by Polly Pratt's ex-husband, Bogdanovich. Bogdanovich's forte was actually directing contemporary romantic comedies, and this style of color and design was exactly what Ronald's new film needed. Speaking of Polly Pratt, she was enjoying her role as a producer for Cameron Crowe. Crowe loved consulting the experienced Polly. Polly was happy to share her observations of various directors she had witnessed while working with her ex-husband with Crowe. Polly was similar to Gail Hurd, both were career women who could tolerate their husband's infidelity for the sake of their careers. The difference between Gail and Polly was that Gail was born a generation later and had a lower tolerance for infidelity. Yes, we need Sally to be a friend to the audience, like that girl in college who isn't the prettiest, but no one manages to win her over, Jane Muskie explained. You're right, Ronald, though he hadn't spent much time in college, understood her meaning. In our student days, some female classmates were rather naive, learning about love from romance novels and movies. Sally had that quality, always comparing real-life men to the male protagonists in romantic stories. Is there a way to express that feeling Jane described in terms of visual tone? Ronald turned to ask cinematographer Barry Sonnenfeld. It's not difficult. Just lean a little closer to television. The human eye has been trained enough by color television over the past few decades. As long as the color tone is close, the audience will have the illusion that this is real life. This director of photography was someone Ronald found from the movie Growing Up starring Diane. He liked the tone of the film, which made it look like a live television interview, subconsciously giving the audience the illusion that this was happening around us. What do you guys think of this? Meg Ryan changed into a pair of stylish red plastic glasses. They matched her red lips perfectly. This was the makeup artist's makeup for Sally, aiming for a look that was ordinary yet sexy, like a girl who reads fashion magazines every day to learn the latest fashion trends. A little too flamboyant. Sally is beautiful, but she won't actively display this kind of aggressive look, art director Jane pointed out. Right, Meg Ryan agreed and put the glasses down again. Ronald watched all this with a smile. The script for When Harry Met Sally has already been written by Nora Ephron and Carrie Fisher, detailing down to the scenes. Technically, this kind of film is much simpler than Top Gun or Working Girl. Finding the right people, coupled with their experience, will make filming quick. Ronald's only concern is the acting abilities of the two leads. This type of film doesn't have strong dramatic conflict. The audience needs to genuinely like the two main characters to enjoy it. This requires a lot of improvisation and chemistry between the characters. Ronald is currently delighted with the casting. A dream gave him inspiration, and he immediately found the perfect choice. Meg Ryan is even gradually becoming one with the character Sally. She's a talented actress. After observing the real-life inspiration and screenwriter Nora Ephron several times, she has captured Sally's picky yet innocent personality perfectly. While Ronald is discussing and finalizing the overall style of the film with the cinematographer and art director, he's also frequently offering suggestions to Meg Ryan on choosing glasses. How about these? Meg Ryan changed into another pair of modernist titanium glasses. The minimalist style made her look like a female business manager. Too plain. Sally would pay more attention to trendy tastes. Ronald shook his head. Sally wasn't the kind of maverick woman with her own aesthetic sense, unmoved by trends. In short, Sally was a woman with more traditional values, not Polly Pratt, much less Gail Hurd. She was the kind of woman who cried at home after hearing the news of her ex-boyfriend's marriage. It's hard to say which type of woman is better. Ronald just felt that the public's perception was more accepting of women like Sally. Do you have any more? Meg Ryan spent the afternoon trying on all the glasses in the store with the most styles in Hollywood. Ronald had already finished discussing business with the director of photography and the art director, but Meg Ryan still hadn't found suitable glasses. Although imitating screenwriter Nora Ephron was Ronald's request to Meg Ryan, it was still a bit exaggerated. He walked up to the shop owner. "Cheryl, can Meg try these on?" "Oh, of course." The shop owner, Cheryl Schulman, frequently worked with Hollywood, and many film crews would come here to choose their glasses. Not only did she have over 600 styles of glasses in her own shop, but she also had a small warehouse at home, collecting popular styles from various historical periods. It was practically a Hollywood glasses museum. Not bad, right? Ronald stepped back a few paces, looking at the art director, Jane, and asked. "Very good, metal frame, with embellishments at the corners, just right for Sally, a woman who wants to exude a touch of fashion even while reading in the library. Let's take these, we all like them." Ronald decided for her. "This is a classic style by Robert Laroche, and I only have this one pair." "Meg, they really suit you." The shop owner nodded in agreement, and Meg Ryan finally smiled, admiring herself in the small mirror on the wall. Ronald, who had just started his intense work and was about to go home to rest, had handed all the documents to his assistant when a man in a suit rushed over. "Doug, what brings you here?" It was his friend, Douglas Jr. He rarely interfered in Ronald's film business, and his sudden appearance made Ronald wonder if he was exercising his shareholder rights to check the company's accounts and inspect the film crew. "I'm here on behalf of George Jr. to discuss something with you." Douglas Jr. nodded to Meg Ryan, his former enthusiasm for pursuing actresses gone, and pulled Ronald aside for a private conversation. "What does this mean?" "I don't have time to do any campaign ads for him right now." Back at the hotel, Douglas Jr. explained his purpose. George Jr. wanted Ronald to return and create another campaign ad for his father, similar to his previous biographical ad, which had significantly boosted his support and helped George Sr. win the primary. Apparently, George Sr.'s support had been steadily declining over the past month, falling more than 10% behind the Democratic candidate. Political analysts were predicting a crushing defeat for George Sr. Douglas Jr. had also conducted an independent investigation, confirming the accuracy of this prediction. George's national approval ratings plummeted, maintaining a significant lead only in a few staunch Republican states in the South. However, this lead was insignificant. California, the most populous state, and New York, which also accounted for a large portion of the electoral votes, saw Georgia's vote share dangerously surpass the 6% threshold set by Dukakis. Further declines could drastically alter the election landscape. How could there be such a large gap? Ronald was prepared for Georgia's decline, but he believed that victories in the major populous states, coupled with the strongholds in the South, would give Georgia a strong chance of winning. It's the same old problem, his personal charisma is terrible. That's why young George advised his mother, Barbara, that you could salvage his image. Sigh. Ronald sighed deeply. The campaign ads he had created for George had meticulously crafted an image based on his World War II service, his later oil company ventures, his political career, and his roles in China and the CIA. However, since securing the primary nomination, George had appeared in the media far too frequently. The public gradually realized that this man lacked personal charisma, spoke in an affected manner, and was out of touch with people's lives. Voters, spoiled by the current president, Ronald Sr., were unlikely to accept such a dull person as president. He was even less appealing than Dukakis, who at least spoke with some coherence and didn't indulge in unwarranted self-pity. For example, recently, as a Yale graduate, George Sr. mocked Dukakis's foreign policy views were born in the boutiques of Harvard during a television interview. Political columnists for the New York Times and the Washington Post began to sharply ridicule, does George Sr. seem to have forgotten he graduated from Yale, although George Sr. later defended himself, saying that unlike Harvard, Yale's student body was very diverse, without any single representative. Compared to Harvard's uniform elite, Yale students came from all backgrounds, and being a Yale graduate did not necessarily mean one came from any particular class. But how could the public know the subtle differences within Ivy League schools? To them, both schools were filled with wealthy, flamboyant, pretentious, and dangerous intellectuals who wouldn't sit down for dinner in their underwear, no matter how hot it was. In short, the average voter felt there was no real difference between Harvard graduate Dukakis and Yale graduate George. Since that was the case, they might as well choose the one who seemed more pleasing to the eye. What do you think? Is there a possibility our investment might fail? To be honest, Ronald was starting to worry. He and Douglas had placed a heavy bet on George. It's too late to say all this now. Douglas knew the game better than Ronald. They weren't big corporations that could hedge their bets. They had to stick to one path. However, we can't help George's campaign team either. They're playing dirty tricks now. I came to discuss this with you first. It's best not to get involved. After all, we're not in this for the elections, and, ideally, we should get George on our side. He wasn't fully recovered yet, so that was all for now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011. Everyone loves Ronald. Ronald, I'm so glad to have a communication expert like you to help me at this time. George Jr. called later, specifically to discuss his father's election deficit. The campaign team was divided into a communication faction led by campaign advisor Roger Ayres, and a smear campaign led by another advisor, Lee Everett. Roger Ayres believed the deficit was due to George Sr.'s poor communication in the previous period. They should learn from the incumbent president's winning strategy 8 years ago, intensifying their appeals to potential voters, focusing on issues they care about, such as tax cuts, combating illegal immigration, and concentrating on the economy. The overly ambitious Lee Everett, however, believed the current deficit was due to insufficient attacks on Democratic candidate Dukakis. They should intensify their efforts, digging deep into his weaknesses, distorting and misrepresenting them, taking things out of context, and creating targets. Voters are more interested in these gossips than serious issues. If the attack is successful, the stain on Dukakis will become real and impossible to shake off. George's mother, Barbara, is the de facto campaign manager, demanding that all her children contribute to their father's current predicament by attending fundraising events and securing funding for advertising. Now, at this crucial moment, George and his brother Jeb face the choice of which side to take. American politics is pragmatic, even as a former vice president, with a precarious election outlook. Aside from the ideologically driven action committees, most campaign donors have reduced their donations or suspended their contributions to George's campaign. The limited campaign budget can only focus on one direction, attacking his opponent Dukakis or strengthening communication with swing voters. In Barbara's hands, who always rewards merit, whichever son makes the right judgment will undoubtedly receive the family's resources. George himself can't figure out the answer to such a complex problem, so he thinks of Ronald. During his father's primary campaign, Ronald's ad gave him a significant advantage. Now, all he has to do is ask him, right? George, you overestimate me. Elections are obviously a complex business. I can only do creative work. Besides, your father is the Republican candidate. He has no shortage of creative advertising talent. Ronald glanced at Douglas beside him. This was their prearranged strategy. Money was offered, but advice or a team was out of the question. Come on, Ronald, this is very important to me. Well, my father. I need your help. My mother is a very fair person. If you can help with the campaign, you'll be one of the most popular guests at the White House. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I genuinely don't know the situation. If I give the wrong advice, wouldn't I be helping Dukakis instead? Ronald continued to decline. No, I may not understand elections, but I have good taste. I know what's good. Laura and I both recognized your ad last time as a good one. I knew it would appeal to voters and win their support. George spoke sincerely. He wasn't particularly brilliant, but as an ordinary person, he was more able to empathize with voters who were also ordinary people. Ronald, I know you're not part of our team and can't offer advice. Let me ask you this, if you saw an ad attacking Dukakis versus one that directly communicated with voters, which would make you vote for my father more, besides respecting your father's governing philosophy, liking your mother's approachable demeanor, and, more importantly, being buddies who drink beer and eat barbecue together? Seeing he couldn't avoid the question, Ronald tried to lighten George's mood with a joke. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, buddy. George chuckled, amused by Ronald's words. To be honest, I'm not interested in Dukakis at all, because Dukakis strongly hinted that he would raise taxes and increase regulation of industries like Hollywood and Wall Street, while your father promised to continue the current economic policies and tax breaks, which will foster more entrepreneurs. More entrepreneurs will lead to more jobs and stable families. Damn, you're so right. Ronald, I really like you, young George on the other end of the phone strongly agreed. He spent every day with the campaign team, overwhelmed by Lee Everett's voter statistics, analysis reports, and various smear campaigns against Dukasky. Smearing an opponent only discourages voters who would otherwise support them from voting. It doesn't increase your own potential votes. And clearly, old George's current predicament is the rapid depletion of his own voter base. I have to come and talk to you in person. What you said makes so much sense. I think what you said is more useful than 100 of Lee Everett's survey reports. Young George felt that this kind of thinking was easier to understand. No, I'm going to Chicago to film a movie right away. I won't be there even if you come. Ronald felt it wasn't appropriate to give any more advice. What if they actually believed it and old George still didn't see any improvement? Would that be terrible? It's okay, I'll go to Chicago then. Jeb and I still have to attend various fundraising events, so I'll go to Chicago with Laura. Attention all departments. Cameras? Sound recorders? Action. A few days later, on the south side of Chicago, near Hyde Park on the University of Chicago campus, a film crew was shooting beautiful autumn scenes. I love you, Billy Crystal, playing Harry, was kissing a beautiful brunette passionately. Cinematographer Barry Sonnenfeld directed the camera to circle the two quickly, providing a 360-degree view for the audience. Close-up shots focused on their kiss. The two actors were very immersed in their performance, and the audience's attention was completely focused on this moment. Ronald raised his hand to signal, and a yellow SUV quietly drove into the frame. The SUV's large trunk was still empty, but a box was firmly secured on top. This was a very common carpooling arrangement in America in the late 1970s. Two college graduates, heading to other cities to look for opportunities, often carpooled, taking turns driving to their destination. Cough cough, the camera's focus shifted to the driver's side window. Sitting there was Sally, played by Meg Ryan. She had been waiting for a while, but Harry and his girlfriend still hadn't finished kissing. Unable to bear it any longer, Sally could only speak up to remind them. Cut, Ronald called out with satisfaction. The filming went more smoothly than expected. Billy Crystal played this kind of young man very well. He portrayed Harry, fresh out of college and arrogant, with a lot of pointless whining, quite convincingly. It was just that he was a bit older and didn't have enough hair. So the makeup artist gave him a messy, careless hairstyle, plus a pullover, to give him the image of a recent graduate just entering society, which made the whole thing perfect. Meg Ryan's success was largely due to the casting. She herself was a simple, sensitive, and even somewhat naive college student who believed in various social rules, was well protected by her family, and was very much a believer in them. Before becoming an actress, Meg Ryan was just months away from graduating. Great, keep this take, let's do it again, Ronald called out again. For romantic dramas like this, the most important thing is that the male and female leads have chemistry. Filming multiple takes helps in trying different approaches during post-production editing, resulting in significantly more takes than Ronald's other films. What flavor do you want this time? Banana? Okay, here you go. Billy Crystal, a gentleman, always offered the actress chewing gum before filming kissing scenes, and he'd get one for himself too. He was a comedian who wrote his own scripts, and his speech was very skillful. He didn't ask if the other person wanted any, but rather what flavor they preferred. Many celebrities don't have great personal hygiene, so having some chewing gum is a relief for both parties, especially for kissing scenes that last several seconds. If one of them has bad breath, it'll be quite unpleasant. After the kissing scene was filmed, Harry's girlfriend introduced them to each other. One is Harry Burns, the other is Sally Albright. Both are graduates of the University of Chicago, heading to New York to start a new chapter in their lives. This is what makes this romantic comedy unique. The male and female leads don't shy away from having other partners. It's a fairy tale set in the real world, about two people searching for true love in the city. So having other partners is perfectly normal. Action. The crew then set up the camera inside the Gothic-style gates of the University of Chicago. The camera filmed the yellow SUV slowly driving out of the gates, then the camera slowly rose, giving a meaningful shot. Starting the film with such a shot, besides providing visual enjoyment, also carries a metaphor, leaving a mark on the viewer's subconscious. It suggests that the two have embarked on a journey of life. They drove out of the university gates, from the ivory tower of the university campus, into the real arena of life. Cut. After filming a few more scenes, Ronald felt things were going very smoothly. With such good actors and familiar scenes, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan filmed like Broadway actors who had performed Shakespearean plays hundreds of times, without any hesitation. He checked his watch. Filming had ended more than an hour early. Ronald took out his light meter and measured the sky. The cloudy weather was cooperative, the lighting conditions were the same, allowing for a few more shots of the car interior. "Bring the monster over," Ronald waved his hand, signaling his men to bring over a vehicle. At first glance, this vehicle looked very similar to the yellow SUV Meg Ryan had driven earlier. Except for the front and sides, it had extended steel frames installed, allowing the camera crew to crouch on them to film the interior shots. Because it resembled one of those monster trucks used in racetracks, capable of crushing each other, Ronald named it a monster. Action. This time, the film crew moved to the outside of the University of Chicago. The camera team crouched on the steel frame in front of the SUV and started filming from the driver's seat. Because this type of shot from inside the vehicle needed to vaguely see the pointed gate of the University of Chicago through the rear window of the SUV, it had to be filmed near Hyde Park on Chicago's south side. Ronald's crew had applied for filming permission from Chicago City Hall beforehand. However, the area where Hyde Park is located is one of the most dangerous parts of South Chicago, and Chicago authorities specifically warned against going too far from the University of Chicago campus, otherwise it would be dangerous. Sure enough, just a few hundred meters from the university gate, after crossing a cross street, they entered a dangerous area with a large black population. There were quite a few black people wearing various second-hand clothes donated by charities watching from across the street. A tall black man wearing a U.S. Army M65 jacket, along with several short, stocky black men, were whistling and watching the beautiful women from the film crew. Ronald gestured for them to be quiet. As a result, these people whistled even more brazenly. Ronald even considered offering them a bribe to stop interfering with the film crew's sound recording, but Bud, who was holding Ronald's thermos, grabbed him and said, "Look at that telephone pole over there." Ronald looked up and saw a pair of sneakers hanging from a power line. "That's a signal from the black gangs, indicating someone has died in a fight. This place, like Harlem in New York, isn't exactly a safe haven." "Okay, we can just dub it later," Ronald said, no longer insisting, and told the assistant director to talk to the police officers who came to maintain order. The officers said that as long as they filmed within the area beyond the crosswalk, there was no danger. The gangs here were very particular about their power divisions. They knew that the University of Chicago was in the most prestigious area of South Side, and if they crossed the line and caused trouble, harassing the film crew and creating a national scandal, they might face a crackdown from Mayor Daley's family. Ronald told the driver of the big monster to slow down. The car slowly started moving. Meg Ryan pretended to stretch her hand forward as if she were driving, but it was all an act. The real driver was a professional, sitting in a makeshift driver's seat. Actors need to be fully focused while performing, constantly responding to signals from their co-stars. If they were distracted by driving, it would affect their performance and could even cause safety issues. Action. Ronald called for the cameras to start rolling. Meg Ryan pretended to be holding the steering wheel, rocking it slightly as she spoke to Billy Crystal. "We'll be driving for 18 hours. I've made a plan, 6 shifts, 3 hours each. Or we could switch shifts based on equivalent mileage." Meg Ryan, playing Sally, was explaining the carpooling arrangement when Billy Crystal, playing Harry, stood up, turned 180 degrees, and squeezed his large rear end next to Sally. Meg Ryan's look of disdain was very real, and Billy's acting seemed very convincing too. "Want some grapes?" It turned out Harry was going to the back seat to get some fruit he had prepared. "No, I don't like eating between meals," Meg Ryan said, lifting her chin with an air of self-assured refinement and good manners. It was as if Sally's refusal to snack was a sign of being more responsible for her life than Harry. Billy Crystal, playing Harry, gave him a "you're missing out if you don't eat it" look. PFFT, Harry didn't stop there. He spat out the remaining grape seeds onto the car window. This vulgar and careless act stunned Sally. She hadn't expected such a crude man to exist. Meg Ryan's performance was nuanced. She initially looked away, as if avoiding the spit-stained window. Then her gaze shifted left and right, unsure what to say. Her good manners left Sally speechless, unsure how to condemn this behavior. "I'll roll down the window." Harry casually rolled down the window. PFFT, he spat out the grape seeds again. Cut. Sitting on a chair on the steel frame outside the giant monster, Ronald had watched the entire performance. He was very satisfied with the scene. The two actors' performances were natural and nuanced. The script used a technique of building suspense before revealing the true nature of Harry, a recent college graduate, and Sally, a sophisticated college girl, both portrayed exceptionally well. Let's switch sides, to the angle outside Harry's window, and shoot another take, Ronald directed, moving the steel frame to the other side of the frame. Director, how was my performance? Why didn't you give me any feedback? Billy Crystal was quite surprised. Since filming began that day, Ronald hadn't exchanged a single word with him or discussed any acting issues. Why should I give feedback? Ronald replied with a smile. You know, directors always talk to the actors about how they performed, where they expect more or less effort from me, what problems I have, blah blah blah. Billy Crystal had never worked with Ronald before. Why didn't Ronald do these things? You're an actor, this is your job. My job is to point out when your performance goes astray. Now that you're on track, let's continue. Ronald was a director who preferred to shoot the first take. He believed that the first take was when everyone was most curious about the performance, and also when they were least familiar with the scene. This was when the performance was closest to a normal person's reaction. Especially in romantic dramas like this, the chemistry in the first take was always the best. Is there really no room for improvement in my performance? Billy Crystal had never seen a director trust him so much before, and he was a little skeptical. Of course, I'll let you know if needed. Ronald took off his baseball cap and scratched his head. Billy Crystal seemed to still doubt whether his previous take was that good. To be honest, there is room for improvement. Billy Crystal looked at him with an expression that said, I'm all ears. Later, we'll go to your scaffold over there, big monster, and shoot the over-the-shoulder shot from the other side. When you spit out the grape skins and seeds, remember to lean forward a bit, don't spit them on me, PFFT. Ho ha ho ha. Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan were both amused by Ronald and burst into laughter. These kinds of shooting scenes are all close-ups, and their initial nervousness eased considerably. You know what? I like you, Ronald. Billy Crystal smiled and gave Ronald a high five. Ronald, that evening, George Jr. and his wife Laura specially came from the upscale residential area of Highland Park in the north to consult Ronald in person. It's a very wealthy satellite city near Lake Michigan and also a stronghold of Elephant Party supporters. George, Laura, Ronald welcomed them in. I was very busy filming and couldn't pick you up. Let's not talk about that, we're buddies. George waved his hand, indicating that they shouldn't bother with such formalities. I just wanted to ask you, how exactly do you communicate with voters to get good results? I don't know. Ronald shook his head. He didn't want to get too involved in the election. I just feel that the current president always makes us feel very comfortable listening to him. It's like he's a wise elder to us. With him around, we don't have to worry about anything. You mean? George sensed some subtext. Like you, that's great. I feel that if you run for public office, we'll trust you. Being with you feels like having a good friend or a relative we all have, someone we can drink beer and have barbecue with. I feel that being with you makes us feel that you are trustworthy. Vice President George lacked personal charisma and liked to use literary rhetoric. All that talk about 1,000 points of light, those who might actually vote for him were mostly small-town whites who wouldn't understand any of that. The wealthy people, military personnel, and other interest groups in the big cities who might vote for him wouldn't vote for him because of his writing skills. Honestly, it wasn't as satisfying as his watch my mouth, no extra tax statement. Ronald ultimately voted for him because of that. I like you, Ronald. George smiled happily, taking Laura's hand. That's just how Ronald is. He can always explain complex things to me in simple terms. Whether it's Roger Ailes or Lee Everett, what they say is always confusing, but with Ronald, I understand immediately. Look at you, George. Ronald is a great director. His talent is making people understand what he's trying to express in his films. I always enjoy watching his movies. I don't have to think about what the director is trying to say. We both love spicy dance, Laura said, a little reproachfully. It's okay, we're good buddies, George said, laughing to himself. Laura was right. Ronald hadn't answered him directly, but he had explained it clearly with an example. He had gotten the answer he wanted. Chapter 1012 I Want Her to Order. All the props arrived safely and intact. We checked them one by one, twice. Great, I've prepared a party for everyone at the Ritz. Everyone else has already gone. You guys should hurry over too." When Harry met Sally finished filming in Chicago, and the entire crew moved to New York. After their first meeting and carpooling from Chicago to New York, the two would experience a series of events here, their respective romances, breakups, reunions, introductions to friends, and finally, getting together. Filming a movie is like fighting a war, or a rock band's tour. After intense work, they needed some outlets. Ronald contacted the Ritz, now the best club in New York after the decline of Club 54. As usual, Ronald made a brief appearance at the party and then went home. He didn't like the crazy atmosphere of parties, and after the reunion with Antonia, he preferred spending more time with his family. Your cookies are still so delicious." Aunt Karen and Donna came to Ronald's Fifth Avenue apartment to keep him company. With a busy filming schedule, he didn't have time to go back to Staten Island, so they came to Manhattan. Aunt Karen's boyfriend prepared some delicious food, and young Douglas brought red wine to join in the fun. Ronald, drained of energy by filming, felt like a long parched pond slowly filling up again in the autumn rain. "Auntie, I've been making movies for so long. Have you ever thought about making a cameo appearance in one of my films? Donna and Douglas too, you're all welcome to come." "Huh? Can I?" Aunt Karen was surprised. Ronald hadn't considered this before, and they tried their best not to disturb his filming. "Yes, imagine how interesting it would be if, 10 or 20 years from now, we could watch the movie and see our whole family in a cameo, but I can't act." Aunt Karen wasn't particularly enthusiastic about acting, but the idea of having her whole family in a cameo touched her. "No need to know how. You don't need to say any lines. Just have a cameo. I'll find a way to get you a close-up shot, so you'll have a few seconds of screen time in the movie theater and on videotape, as a souvenir." Ronald noticed his aunt was still a little unsure. Martin Scorsese also likes to have his parents make cameos. In the movie I filmed last time, Moonstruck, his parents had a cameo. They just said one line to Diane's character, a bakery clerk. It was very simple, didn't take much effort, and turned out very well. Are his parents actors? "I'm afraid I won't act well. I'll go get you the videotape." I was a little nervous, but the result was very good. Ronald got up to get the videotape and showed it to them. Boston Harbor is like a big pot of sour, stinky soup. When Ronald returned with the videotape, he saw George's campaign ads playing on TV. George agreed with Ronald that attacking the opponent was less effective than addressing his own voters. However, Barbara favored her obedient son Jeb, and the smear campaign led by Leovert, which he supported, still gained the upper hand. The Action Committee led by Ronald and Douglas Jr., along with dozens of similar committees, poured a large portion of their donations into smear campaigns against Dukakis. While direct attacks on other candidates are legally prohibited, these ads all used the Action Committee's name and were highly sophisticated in their rhetoric. For example, the clip currently playing juxtaposed images of environmental pollution in Boston Harbor, Massachusetts' largest port during Dukakis' governorship. Dukakis, as a candidate, says he will address environmental pollution, but during his time as governor, he ignored the pollution in Boston Harbor, causing what environmental experts call the biggest environmental disaster in New England. Now, Massachusetts voters are forced to pay a staggering $6 billion to clean up this port. Don't forget, Dukakis' campaign slogan was to bring what he did in Massachusetts to the nation. Simultaneously, a "No Swimming Here" sign appeared on the television screen and faded to black, giving viewers a slight shock. Dukakis' words and actions contradict each other. He managed Boston so poorly, how could he possibly bring this experience to the rest of the country? Did Dukakis really do such a bad job? $6 billion is an exaggeration. Aunt Karen, though fond of the current president, found the advertisement portraying Dukakis in a terrible light, and the $6 billion figure was beyond her comprehension. Why would old George come up with such a personally attacking ad? Donna was also dissatisfied. When she was studying at MIT, Dukakis was governor. Boston Harbor did have some pollution problems, but that was due to the city's lack of sufficient budget to treat urban sewage, forcing it to be discharged directly into the harbor. During Dukakis' term, Boston had passed an environmental improvement plan, which would be operational in the next 5 years, at which point the harbor's water quality would return to normal. Besides, these images were deliberately edited. Swimming is prohibited around the sewage outlet in Boston Harbor, but it's not as dark as it appears in the images. Donna knew Boston quite well. Ronald and young Douglas exchanged a glance, knowing that young George had probably lost the battle for favor. His brother Jeb's faction had gained the upper hand. "What do you think, Ronald?" Aunt asked Ronald. She was a little disgusted by this campaign tactic. The current president's campaign ads back then were so stylish. That was true gentlemanly conduct. At least the colors were adjusted. Ronald put down the videotape, gave little Douglas a wink, and the two went to another room to discuss their strategy. "How are your cousin and Diane doing lately?" Seeing Ronald leave, Aunt Karen pulled her daughter aside and asked if he had any plans to get married. "I don't know." Donna was a little troubled. Starting this topic meant it would be her turn soon after Ronald finished. "And you now? Have any boys asked you out?" Sure enough, Aunt Karen started teasing her daughter. "He's the crying child." Little George on the phone sounded helpless. His own expression wasn't strong. He'd often mispronounce complex words. Ronald's logical reasons didn't sound as convincing in his mouth. Plus, his younger brother Jeb was particularly good at pleasing their mother Barbara, so his strategy of strengthening communication with Roger Ailes was unsurprisingly rejected. That wasn't the worst of it. Because Jeb had chosen the right path with Lee Everett's smear campaign, Barbara rewarded him by having his wife, Colomba, appear in a family-themed ad. Since there were many Latino immigrants in the Deep South, Colomba was even allowed to speak Spanish, holding her child and saying that old George was a good grandfather. This ad was inspired by Ronald's family-themed ad, where young George's wife, Laura, didn't get a single shot and even had to sacrifice her child to play a grandchild, highlighting old George's personal charm. Young George suddenly not only lost favor himself, but Laura also suffered, and he was very dissatisfied with Barbara. "But I don't care. These kinds of random ads won't work. What you told me in Chicago was so true. Now I just have to wait. When the ad doesn't work, my mother, Barbara, will change her mind. I know her, she's a tough woman who only cares about results." Sigh. Ronald put down the phone and sighed deeply. His friend, young George, trusted him completely. Hopefully, his analysis wasn't wrong. After the weekend, the film crew arrived at a deli in New York to begin shooting. Ronald had bought quite a few delicious meats there when he first arrived in New York. Now that the restaurant had a dine-in area, Ronald asked the owner if he could use it for filming. The owner was delighted and immediately agreed to lend the restaurant for free, except for closing the dine-in area for 2 days, and even cover the food supply for the filming. Aunt Karen, dressed and made up, sat directly in front of the camera, behind the two leads. Sitting opposite her was the mother of one of the producers, Rob Reiner. Reiner had just returned from the set of Steel Magnolia for the weekend and, upon hearing Ronald's idea of having a family member make a cameo appearance, readily agreed. His father, Carl Reiner, was a famous comedian, but his mother, Estelle, another member of the family in the entertainment industry, rarely had the opportunity to appear on screen. Reiner and Ronald discussed having Estelle also make a cameo. Ronald, realizing his aunt had no acting experience, thought it would be good to have an experienced actress mentor her. He arranged for Estelle and Aunt Karen to sit opposite each other, playing old friends having lunch together. Estelle, a jazz singer, was completely at ease in front of the audience and camera, and was very good at interacting with them. She quickly befriended Aunt Karen, chatting and laughing about their sons' lives, making Aunt Karen relax as well. Soon, the lighting and sound crews were ready, and the script supervisor and assistant director reported that everything was settled. Billy Crystal even went to greet the two guest actors. Everything was just waiting for the lead actress, Meg Ryan, to be ready so filming could begin. However, after another 15 minutes, Meg Ryan still hadn't appeared. Ronald knew something was wrong and quickly went with Rob Reiner to her trailer to ask what was wrong. "Michelle and you are a great match," Ronald congratulated Rob Reiner along the way. This time, while shooting stills for the Steel Magnolia film with cinematographer Michelle Singer, Rob Reiner and Michelle, just as Nora Ephron had predicted, started dating. Two close friends of the opposite sex might not be suited to be lovers, but they certainly know what kind of person the other is compatible with. Rob Reiner and Michelle were a perfect match, and their relationship quickly blossomed into a romantic one. Ha ha ha, Rob Reiner seemed very happy. After falling in love, his whole demeanor improved rapidly. On the Steel Magnolia set, he perfectly fulfilled Ronald's previous role, acting as a bridge between the several award-winning actresses and director Herbert Ross. No major problems arose during filming. You know what? I'm starting to agree with you now. This story should have a happy ending. Harry and Sally have to be together. Head, Ronald thought to himself. You changed your mind now that you have a girlfriend. Knock knock. Ronald raised his hand and knocked on Meg Ryan's trailer door. "Meg, it's Ronald. Is something the matter?" The door opened, and Meg Ryan looked very worried. She frowned and invited Ronald and Rob in. "Ronald, I've thought about this for a long time, but is it better not to film this scene?" "But, this was your idea?" Ronald frowned. This scene was the one Ronald had dreamed about on the plane. Sally and Harry met for the third time, both experiencing a period of emotional emptiness. Harry had divorced his wife, and Sally's boyfriend had broken up with her. Both were questioning their previous views on love and quickly became close friends. In a big city like New York, having friends like Harry and Sally, who were both familiar and unfamiliar, allowed them to discuss issues they couldn't even discuss with close friends. They soon started talking about relationships and whether women could fake it. Harry was quite confident in his abilities, but Sally told him in the restaurant that many women faked it to make their partners feel accomplished, and not every woman truly felt it. This made Harry realize his blind spot. During rehearsals, Meg Ryan felt the scene wasn't dramatic enough and suggested she could fake it in front of everyone in the restaurant, an action more easily understood by the audience than dialogue. Ronald agreed, and Efren, who revised the script, praised it highly. However, when it came to filming, Meg Ryan hesitated. I know, I just feel, should I leave for a bit so you and Ronald can talk alone?" Rob Reiner suggested maintaining privacy. Actors are very sensitive creatures. Only when the director shows them a sense of security and trust will they reveal their private lives without reservation to better perform. "What are you worried about? Can you tell me?" Ronald greeted Reiner. He hadn't participated in rehearsals with the actors, so it wasn't convenient for him to be there. Because Ronald sensed that Meg Ryan's concerns weren't about acting, but something else entirely. Okay, Meg Ryan explained. It turned out she was worried about her boyfriend, Dennis Quaid. If the scene was kept, how would Quaid view their previous sexual encounters if he saw Ryan so naturally faking climax? How much of it was real? How much was fake? Ronald hadn't expected the problem to be here. Dennis Quaid, that actor, hadn't made many good movies, but he dated quite a few actresses. There wasn't really anything to worry about. If someone was as capable as him, there was no need to worry about it being fake. If he wasn't, then there was nothing he could do. Dennis Quaid. Don't worry, Dennis will understand. He's an actor too, he knows what's going on. I know him, he's probably very confident in this area and won't misunderstand. Meg Ryan chuckled. That explanation made sense. Quaid was already very charismatic, and Lee Thompson had previously held a higher position in Hollywood than him. He'd even heard his ex-wife was more powerful than him at the time. He shouldn't worry about making her lose confidence because of this performance. If anyone should be worried, it should be him. Meg Ryan immediately got it and stopped worrying. How did you convince her? Rob Reiner was curious, seeing Ronald manage to persuade Meg Ryan so easily. I told him, real men don't worry about women pretending, and fake men's worries are useless. That's right, real men like us. Reiner gave Ronald a thumbs up. His communication skills were truly impressive. No wonder he was a box office director. Action. Meg Ryan began to perform softly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Billy Crystal, across the table, seemed oblivious to the reason for Sally's unusual behavior. Meg Ryan's voice grew louder, and she suddenly tossed her hair back, tilting her head back. The unusually large movements caused her face to flush red. Tisk. Ronald watched in amazement. Her acting had a touch of Grotowski's method. The body is the foundation of performance. To portray a convincing climax, imagination and emotional memory alone are not enough. One must physiologically mimic the movements, using the body to drive the performance. Meg Ryan continued to bang on the table. Bang, bang. This time, all the extras on set were startled by the loud noise and turned to look. Yes, oh. After a few more forceful bangs on the table, Meg Ryan finally quieted down. Ronald watched from behind the camera. Aunt Karen and Rainer's mother, Estelle, were also watching Sally's performance, their stunned expressions captured by the camera. Meg Ryan, having recovered from her outburst, with a lingering blush on her face, picked up a fork and ate some salad. Cut. After Ronald called for a stop, the set fell completely silent. After a long pause, Meg Ryan finally let out a giggle. Ha. The first to react was Rainer's mother, Estelle, who also burst into laughter. Then Aunt Karen joined in. Ha. Ronald laughed too, The scene was truly amusing. Then Rob Reiner, then the director of photography, and the men on set all laughed somewhat awkwardly. What's wrong? Ronald wondered. Did the men see the humor in it? Harry had always thought he could make his ex-wife happy because she always managed to act like climax. But Sally's performance made him realize that women were actually quite good at putting on a show even when climax wasn't around, so as not to disappoint their men. Wait a minute, Ronald understood. All the women on set knew this trick, and the men were starting to doubt their own partners in real life. Would they not be that capable? I shouldn't have that problem, right? Ronald wasn't sure either. Let's move on to shooting some background actors' reactions. Ronald didn't have time to think about that and told the cameraman to point the camera at Estelle and Aunt Karen. Should we give her a line? Like our reactions on set just now, Rob Reiner noticed something was wrong. If Aunt Karen remained silent as in the script, the scene lacked a climax. Billy Crystal stood up and walked over to Aunt Karen and Estelle. Could you say this? Oh, I'm afraid I can't. Aunt Karen became nervous again. I'll do it. Estelle chuckled again when she heard the lines Billy Crystal had come up with for them. What did you say? Ronald asked Crystal. You'll see when you do it in one take. Saying it beforehand doesn't work. Okay, Ronald knew Billy Crystal must have come up with a brilliant line. These kinds of punchlines in comedy really couldn't be rehearsed beforehand, otherwise, they'd lose their impact. Action. The camera moved closer to Aunt Karen, then slightly turned to Estelle. A waiter came over to ask her to take her order. I want what she ordered. Estelle pointed to Meg Ryan's table. Cut. Ha ha ha. Ronald led the laughter, and the whole room erupted in laughter again. So that was the line. Chapter 1013. The Juan Cosita, spoiled brat. Meg Ryan and a handsome man with a thick chin passionately kissed in the waiting area of JFK Airport in New York. The camera slowly retracted, circling along its track before finally stopping at a close-up. Billy Crystal had cut his youthful bangs, sporting a more mature hairstyle. He walked past a happy couple, then suddenly recognized Sally, looking at the man kissing her, and continued walking. Then, Harry turned back, as if he recognized the man too. So he walked back, watching the two still kissing. Cut. Ronald, sitting behind the camera, was satisfied with the three actors' performance. The actor playing Sally's boyfriend 5 years after Harry and Sally carpooled to New York was named Stephen Ford. He had a strong, alligator-like chin, perfectly suited for the transitional role of Joe. Joe graduated with a law degree, passed his bar exam, worked as an assistant prosecutor in the prosecutor's office for a few years, and then moved to a law firm to practice criminal defense. This is the most common career path for young people from powerful families. This Stephen Ford, though young, is very good at portraying the image of a spoiled brat. Ronald, seeing his performance, couldn't help but think of young George. He portrayed the kind of pampered young master, with little understanding of ordinary life, brilliantly. Hairdresser, fix Meg's hair. Ronald saw that Meg Ryan's hair was a little messy after the kiss. The film's tone is close to real life. In the first act, when Sally has just graduated from college in 1977, she has the big, wavy hairstyle of Farrah Fawcett, the hottest actress at the time, in Charlie's Angels. Now, in 1982, during Sally and Harry's second meeting, her hairstyle has changed to the style of Cherry Lard, who replaced Farrah Fawcett as the blonde bombshell in Charlie's Angels, a straight, slightly lighter platinum blonde. This approach of styling the female lead in a way that reflected the prevailing fashion of the time easily resonated with viewers who had similar experiences, and also captured the essence of Sally Albion's work as a journalist. However, because the 1982 scene only consisted of a short segment at the airport, Meg Ryan used her wig and hair extensions, which slightly messed up the passionate kissing scene earlier. Director, are you satisfied with my performance? Stephen Ford, who played Sally's boyfriend Joe, approached. What do you think? Ronald glanced at him. I'm an actor, and I think the director is the one who should evaluate my performance, isn't he? Ford spoke like a boy from New York's Upper East Side, making even ordinary conversation sound condescending and aggressive. You don't understand Ronald, Stephen. Meg Ryan smoothed things over. You'll understand after filming a few more scenes with him. Working under him, no news is good news. He's a rare actor-director. Sounds great. Ford praised Ronald upon hearing this. Ronald simply smiled, gesturing to the makeup artist to touch up his makeup as well, to shut him up. Where did we find such a clown? Ronald asked screenwriter Nora Ephron. She had replaced Rob Reiner, who had returned to oversee Steel Magnolia, to provide timely script guidance on set. Much of the film relied on the improvisation of the male and female leads, and Ronald needed the screenwriter's judgment to determine if the improvisations fit the overall story and if there were any inappropriate aspects. "How, he's the son of Grand Chancellor Gerald," Nora Ephron replied after chatting with casting director Jane Jenkins and Janet Hutchinson. Julia Taylor, Ronald's closest collaborator, was busy with other projects, so Ronald, who had taken on the role temporarily, asked her to recommend casting directors suitable for romantic comedies. These two names were recommended to Ronald. Sure enough, their eye for talent was excellent. They actually found a real playboy to play this role of the blue-blooded dandy. The former president's youngest son, originally a ranch management student, switched careers to acting after his father unexpectedly assumed the presidency, showing interest in Hollywood. Hollywood offered him excellent treatment, landing him a leading supporting role in Grease right from the start. However, he withdrew from the production before filming began due to stage fright. Of course, the real reason was his excessive drinking and drug abuse. But thanks to his father's connections, he can still get certain types of roles in Hollywood. For example, this role of Joe would be perfect for him. "Joe? I just thought it was you, I just thought it was you." Filming continued, Harry pretending to recognize Joe, his old roommate, repeating pointless remarks. Sally tried to avoid the person she'd driven for over 10 hours to New York with, to avoid an awkward moment of recognition. "Let me introduce you, this is Sally, Sally Albion." "Hello, hello," the main actors greeted each other, pretending not to know each other. Cut. Ronald filmed a few more takes. Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan had great chemistry. When the two appear on screen together, there's always a palpable tension. It makes the audience want to see what happens next, wondering where their story will take off. This feeling is hard to describe, but it's mostly attributed to Meg Ryan. Her various expressions and postures always remind viewers of the girls around them. She seems to have captured the most typical traits of American girls and presented them to the audience. Her character, Sally, has both an open and traditional side, creating a sense of contradiction. Yet, Meg Ryan convincingly portrays these two qualities. Around us, there are always some friends who, while very traditional at heart, yearn for the most special kind of love. However, the pursuit of trends and the shaping influence of modern consumerism and mass media make them appear open and modern. The key to achieving this paradoxical yet unified effect lies in a quality rarely seen in American girls, especially American actresses, embodied by Meg Ryan: shyness. While Sally can be wild enough to impersonate climax in a restaurant, she is incredibly shy and demure when facing her beloved, cautiously probing for fear of scaring him away, much like a classic English woman from Jane Austen's novels. "We might have won the Powerball jackpot," Ronald muttered to himself. Nora Ephron and the two casting directors knew what he meant. This kind of leading lady could make the audience disregard the mundane plot and worry about the two leads, eagerly wanting them to be together. The reason Rob Reiner had reservations about When Harry Met Sally was primarily because the plot lacked the numerous obstacles typical of romantic comedies. If this were a typical love story, there would be various people trying to prevent Harry and Sally from being together. Whether it's parental opposition, Romeo and Juliet, the interference of others, Gone with the Wind, or abandoning love for a greater purpose, Casablanca, the two protagonists must overcome various obstacles to be together, which is what makes the story compelling and exciting for the audience. However, in When Harry Met Sally, no one acts as such an obstacle. After their third encounter, Joe has broken up with Sally, and Harry is divorced. Mary and Jess, the matchmakers they intended to introduce, don't like either Harry or Sally, but instead fall for each other. Everyone in the story is creating opportunities for Harry and Sally to be together. What truly prevents them is their own lack of confidence in their love for each other. This kind of relationship has happened to everyone, but to portray it with that natural charm requires perfect timing, location, and the right actors to succeed. Perhaps it was because Meg Ryan was dating Dennis Quaid at the time, and both of them had a lot of uncertainty about their future together, so this feeling was transferred into the filming, coupled with her own unique personality. "Stephen, I really liked your performance." After these few takes were completed, Ronald quickly said goodbye to Ford, sending off the former president's son who looked like he hadn't had enough. The crew moved to the ground conveyor belt on the other side of the airport. Harry had already recognized Sally, but she was in the throes of love, so she didn't acknowledge him at that time. But away from her boyfriend Joe, on the conveyor belt, Harry started flirting with Sally non-stop. Both of them forgot the name of the girlfriend who had asked Harry and Sally to share a ride, and in their verbal exchanges, it seemed that the two of them had more to say than they had to say to their respective partners. Today's filming is finished, everyone go home and get some rest. The filming went exceptionally smoothly, and Ronald enjoyed the luxury of going home and spending time with his family every day during filming for the first time. This was because the film had no technical difficulties, but the interaction between the characters, in theory, had many challenges. However, because the two leads were in such good form, there wasn't a single scene that couldn't be filmed after repeated takes. "How come you have time to go home and rest every day now?" Donna had come to visit her cousin and brought some Chinese takeout. "I guess I was lucky. Everyone cooperated very well, so it went very smoothly." Ronald picked up some stir-fried vegetables and started eating. "Has your directing improved?" It was Donna's turn to have a cameo role tomorrow, and she was very curious about making movies. "It's mostly because my casting was excellent." Ronald explained the excellent performance of the two leads, and then began to tell Donna about tomorrow's filming. People who have never made a movie are always full of fantasies, but in reality, it's just a job. Beep beep beep, the phone rang, and Ronald answered. "It's me, George." It was George Jr., the son of another high-ranking official, calling. "What's going on?" Ronald figured that George Jr.'s urgent call must be about his father's election. "Your judgment is spot on. That Boston doc ad had little impact on Dukakis's approval rating, and at the same time, my father's approval rating actually decreased. The Colombo ad, George's sister-in-law, the one in Spanish, actually had the opposite effect." "Hell, shouldn't you be showing worry and disappointment right now?" Ronald replied half-jokingly. "These spoiled brats really behave differently from ordinary people. If his father didn't win, what was the point of this sibling rivalry? I'm just being blunt with you." "Ha ha ha." George laughed a couple of times. "Only when the wrong strategy is corrected can the right strategy be implemented. I'm not gloating, it's just that the facts show their methods didn't work." "What does Barbara think?" Ronald asked, getting to the heart of the matter. The most crucial person in this election was Barbara. Only if she decided to change her strategy could it truly be changed. "My mother is still observing, but she doesn't have much time left for Jeb. If things continue like this next week, our strategy will work. My mother will definitely call you then. You know what to say." "Of course, I also have to congratulate you, and Laura." The reason young George was so gloating was also due to the competition among his daughters-in-law. His Mexican-born sister-in-law was short and had different customs. If Barbara hadn't favored her youngest son, she wouldn't have had the chance to be on camera shooting commercials for old George. The next day, the crew went to a studio in Queens. The interior of a commercial airliner cabin had already been set up. "Weren't we?" Harry boarded the plane and sat right behind Sally. He leaned forward, gestured, and started talking to Sally. No, Sally felt uncomfortable. "Would you like to sit together?" The man sitting next to Sally offered to switch seats with Harry. The camera panned to the seat next to them. Donna was sitting there, looking somewhat nervous and affected, trying not to look at the camera. Cut. Ronald noticed his cousin's nervousness. It seemed she lacked the talent. Fortunately, it was just a cameo, and the audience's attention wouldn't be drawn to that role, so a little nervousness was no big deal. After filming Harry's change of position, the camera crew began relighting. Meg Ryan quickly went back to the trailer to rest, while Billy Crystal chatted with Ronald for a few minutes. "If I wanted to be a director, what do you think is most important?" Billy Crystal already had considerable fame, and he wanted to take it a step further. Improving as an actor was very difficult, so he wanted to follow the precedent and see if it was possible to transition to directing and acting. First, you need a qualified assistant director to help you manage the crew's affairs. Especially if you want to direct and act, you need someone to fulfill your directorial duties when you're on screen. Ronald didn't hold back, explaining some of his methods. "You know, actors can easily transition into directing because they often watch how directors work. But it's very difficult for a director without acting talent to transition into acting. I really don't know how you guys work," Ronald said with a smile. "That's the privilege of being an actor." Billy Crystal understood what Ronald meant. An actor's preparation is always introverted. Outsiders don't know how they prepare internally. Unlike a director, who has a lot of interaction with others, it's an extroverted job. After the break, Meg Ryan returned to the set. "Everyone get ready, hair, come here, this needs fixing, action. How long have you and Joe been together?" 3 weeks, Harry sat down and started chatting with Sally about their relationship. "A month, how did you know?" Meg Ryan's expression was spot on. Harry's immediate revelation of her relationship made Sally suspicious. Had Harry been secretly investigating? Because only people who are just starting out in a relationship go to the airport to see their partner off. But there are downsides to that. If the relationship goes on for a while and he doesn't come to see you off anymore, you'll wonder, he always did, why doesn't he now? So when I started dating, I never saw my partner off at the airport, just in case that happened. You look like an ordinary person, but you're actually an angel of death. Sally couldn't stand Harry's realistic analysis, which threatened to shatter all her romantic fantasies. "Are you getting married?" Harry continued. "We've only known each other for a month, it's not time to think about it yet." Sally suspected this was another of Harry's tricks to calmly analyze his relationship, and carefully explained the situation. "I'm getting married," Harry announced abruptly. "You? Someone like you is getting married, why not? Is it strange?" "Helen Helson is her name, and she wants to keep her maiden name." "Hey, huh. Congratulations, someone like you. It's great to see you embracing life with such a positive attitude." Ronald watched the entire long dialogue from behind the camera. The two actors performed brilliantly. Upon learning of Harry's marriage, Sally appeared visibly bewildered, taking quite some time to regain her composure and ability to speak normally. Just like earlier, when Harry watched Sally and Joe kiss passionately, he stood there for a long time, unsure what to do, before deciding to greet Joe first instead of Sally. This subtle emotional expression is what truly makes this film, which seemingly lacks strong dramatic conflict, so captivating. Chapter 1014. Filming at the New York Giants Stadium. "I accidentally saw his American Express credit card statement yesterday." "What do you mean by accidentally?" In a New York bookstore, a camera quietly captures the conversation between Meg Ryan and Carrie Fisher. Meg Ryan plays Sally, whose hairstyle has changed to easy-to-manage tousled curls. 5 years have passed, and the film's timeline is now 1987, very close to the present. 5 years older, Sally has shed many of her fantasies and embraced reality. Her clothes are no longer the same as when she was younger, blindly following the styles in fashion magazines, but practical and with her own style. A red turtleneck open-work knit sweater, over which is a dark brown suede coat, and the glasses she finally managed to find are now on Sally's nose. Carrie Fisher plays Sally's best friend, Mary. Short hair and a loose brown and green patterned sweater make her look like an ordinary middle-aged woman. No one could tell that just a few years ago she was the sex symbol of all American high school students, Princess Leia, the one who danced in a bikini in front of Jabba. Ronald sat behind the camera, and Carrie Fisher seemed to have poured personal emotional experiences with Paul Simon over the years into the character of Mary. Paul Simon had also maintained a relationship with her for a while without proposing, making Fisher's portrayal of Mary's pain very convincing. "I saw it in his briefcase while he was showering," Mary wanted to confide in Sally. "Are you crazy? What will he think if he comes out and sees you going through his bag?" Sally disapproved of her friend's behavior. "It doesn't matter. I just wanted to tell you what I found. He spent $120 on a silk nightgown for his wife, and I don't think he'll leave her." "Nobody thinks he'll leave his wife." You're right. Mary walked away. Her friend's honest words were still irritating. She picked up a book and flipped through it, hoping to escape the discomfort. An extra walked by, and Carrie Fisher looked up in the direction of the camera. "Cut. Very good, Ronald praised Carrie Fisher. The expression on her face, as if she were telling her lover she wouldn't leave her wife and that she needed an explanation, was filled with pain and disappointment. Ronald hadn't known Princess Leia was such a good actress. "Will I get an Oscar nomination?" Carrie Fisher feigned excitement, approaching Ronald with hope. Actresses starring in Ronald's films had a high chance of receiving various awards and critical acclaim. "I don't know, maybe you can tell me," Ronald thought to himself. "How would I know?" Ha. Carrie Fisher was actually quite straightforward. Seeing this, she didn't press the matter and went to enjoy the crew's snacks and coffee. "It's not entirely impossible. An Oscar might be out of the question, but a Golden Globe, an award for stars with a star-hungry mentality, is still a possibility," Ronald thought. He deliberately used innovative techniques and camera language in the filming, intentionally differentiating himself from traditional Hollywood commercial films. For example, the way Carrie Fisher looked directly at the camera was a major taboo in traditional Hollywood. Hollywood's cinematic language theory posits that the camera is a tool for objectively recording drama, and looking directly at the camera is tantamount to breaking the immersion. When Mary is reading, she discovers a man spying on Sally. It's Harry, whom she hasn't seen in 5 years. Using traditional cinematic language, this would undoubtedly be a 45-degree over-the-shoulder shot showing Harry's spying. However, Ronald believes that technique serves expression. Looking directly at the camera, if edited properly, allows the audience to feel Mary's emotions upon discovering Harry, and this discomfort is amplified and resonates because of the directness of the shot. This method of directly depicting character interaction is common in Japanese films. For example, Akira Kurosawa and Yasujiro Ozu don't adhere to the axis of motion in their films, yet audiences don't seem to have any difficulty understanding them. Billy, I want a comedic version of Jack Nicholson from The Shining, Ronald requests Billy Crystal. For such a skilled comedic actor, the director only needs to specify the desired effect and provide a reference point. A comedic version of The Shining. Got it, Billy Crystal said, covering his face with a book and then creepily hiding behind a bookshelf. That's the vibe. Filming resumed quickly. More than 5 years later, Harry ran into Sally again. This time, Mary thought he was kind of handsome and, hearing about his profession as a political consultant, was interested in getting to know him. Sally mentioned that Harry was married, but after Mary pressed her, she admitted that Harry had said he was getting married more than 5 years ago, and in America, it was common to be divorced after 5 years. Sally continued to make excuses, not wanting to see Harry again, saying that Harry definitely wouldn't recognize her. Unexpectedly, Harry walked up to her and said, "Hi, Sally Albright, I knew it was you." Kelly Fisher immediately disappeared. Cut. Mary realized that Harry and her friend Sally had a special bond, and that she had no hope of competing with her for Harry, so she simply left. The cameras shifted to another angle, filming Harry and Sally's reunion from another direction. "How are you?" "Great, I'm great. How's Joe?" "He's doing well too. I heard he's doing well. You and Joe broke up." "We just broke up." Cut. Ronald directed the camera to rotate 180 degrees, continuing to film the conversation from behind Harry. "I'm so sorry to hear this. It's terrible." Yeah, Sally gave a bitter smile, her expression somber, but she didn't want to appear too sad in front of Harry. "So, how are you?" "I'm fine." "Fine, how's married life?" Harry's expression also turned sad. "Not so good, I'm getting a divorce." "I'm so sorry, it's terrible." "Yeah, so, what happened between you two?" Cut. 10 years after their first meeting, Harry and Sally had become very practical and matured through life's trials. During difficult times in their lives, they both found an old friend to confide in, quickly becoming close and inviting each other out for dinner to discuss their failed relationships. That's all for today. Ronald announced the end of filming on time once again. Filming continued into the weekend, and he, like the two lead actors, had to go home to be with their families. "Great, I have to catch my flight back to be with Dennis. Quitter, bye." Meg Ryan didn't want to be away from her boyfriend for too long, so her contract included reimbursement for business class tickets home on weekends. Bye. Billy Crystal also had to rush home to be with his family. After saying goodbye to them, Ronald also went back to Staten Island with the bud. The film's plot unfolds in New York and is mostly set indoors, so Ronald delegated the chores to the assistant director, allowing him to relax at home on weekends like a white-collar worker. This filming schedule made Ronald very comfortable. Of course, this was a privilege reserved for big-name directors, otherwise, they wouldn't have the ability to have such a capable and efficient crew. "Ronald, you're becoming more and more of a family man." On Friday night, the whole family had dinner together, and little Douglas joined in. "Doug, you're starting to treat this place like your own home." Ronald lightly punched little Douglas with his fist. This guy never went home, he just liked to come to his aunt's house for dinner. "Hey, you know, it's no fun eating with the whole family. Your house has a much better atmosphere, Donna, don't you think?" "Anyone want dessert?" Aunt Karen went to get the pudding. "How's the election going?" A week had passed, and old George's ads attacking Dukakis were popping up everywhere. Besides attacking him for ruining the water quality of Boston Harbor, they also targeted him personally. Some newspapers started attacking Dukakis for being mentally unstable and having been to a mental hospital before. They even claimed his wife, Kitty, had burned an American flag in protest against the Vietnam War. These rumors weren't unfounded. They originated from Idaho Elephant Senator Steve Sims. Because these attacks were so vicious and despicable, Old George didn't say them himself. Instead, he adopted a common campaign tactic, having someone else say it, then running ads through his action committee quoting that person. George's side's arguments haven't been very effective. In fact, some swing voters think the arguments are too far-fetched. Kitty Dukakis isn't Jane Fonda. She wouldn't burn the flag to protest the war, Douglas and Ronald whispered to each other. Why don't you two talk in the study later? We're still having dinner, Donna protested. They had finally managed to get together as a family, and these two were still gossiping. Okay, Ronald surrendered. After finishing dessert and hugging Aunt Karen to thank her for dinner, he went to the study to talk to Douglas. George probably thinks in about 2 weeks, Barbara will stop sticking to the attack strategy and switch to your communication strategy. It's not mine, it's Roger Ayers's. Ronald didn't want to get too involved in the election. As long as George thinks so, the two stuck to their original strategy. After winning the election, they would just be two donors. It would be difficult to even see the president. Maintaining a good relationship with George was more important. Ronald, your assistant director wants to see you. Donna knocked on the door and gestured for Ronald to pick up the phone. I told them I was going out for the weekend. It might be something urgent. Ronald picked up the receiver. Let's go. This is the director's personal matter. Little Douglas stood up and gestured for Donna to come with him. Things on set are often quite gossipy, so Ronald was left to handle these matters within the crew's purview. I heard you're doing well at the fund, Little Douglas chatted with Donna. Mr. Simmons' formula still has some room for fine-tuning. Our operations are going quite well. Can math really be used for stock trading? Yes. It uses the hidden Markov chain method from probability theory to remove noise from market data and leave the signal. Little Douglas tried to pretend he understood Donna's explanation. What's going on? Did the Giants agree? Why did they go back on their word? Ronald's voice came from behind the door, full of anger. Ronald, what's wrong? Donna asked from outside the door. I'll talk to you when I get back. Ronald slammed down the phone and came out of the door. The crew was supposed to film at the New York Giants Stadium. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly they told us we couldn't film. Are they trying to make me look bad? Ronald was furious. The worst thing about making a movie is having plans disrupted. This scene introduces Harry's male friend, Jess. The two are watching a New York Giants football game and talking about their divorce. It introduces Harry's current situation to the audience and also introduces Jess, a very important character in the second half of the film. The scene was supposed to start filming next week, and now the Giants suddenly announced they couldn't film there. Where could they find another professional team to use in such a short time? How could Ronald not be angry? Tell Auntie I'm going to Manhattan right away to talk to the Giants owner and find out what's going on. Are you going alone? Donna asked. This cousin of hers was really going through a lot. Littlebit is taking me to Manhattan, huh? Donna nudged Little Douglas with her elbow, and he spoke up. I'll go with you. I'm familiar with the Mara family heirs of the Giants. The Mara family members are having a meeting today. Upon arriving at the huge VIP box above the Giants stadium, the public relations manager stopped Ronald and Douglas Jr. at the door. Is Tim here? Tell him it's Douglas Hanson Jr. Douglas Jr., having helped the George family with many fundraising events, is now familiar with the wealthiest families in all of New York. The Tim Mara he mentioned is the current owner of the New York Giants, one of the two key figures in the Mara family, Tim and Wellington's cousin, and a third-generation descendant of the founder. Wellington is Tim's uncle, and he and Tim's late father, Jack, are the Giants managers. I'll go and inform them. A short while later, Ronald and Douglas Jr. were invited into the VIP box. Doug, this must be Director Ronald. It's a pleasure to have you visit our Giants stadium. Tim Mara, a man in his 40s, introduced Ronald to many members of his family. Today was likely a day for internal family discussions, and many members of the Mara family were present. My purpose in coming is simple. I hope we can get permission to film scenes at the Giants location. I don't know why my original application was cancelled, Ronald finally explained, sitting down next to Tim. That's a decision made by my uncle Wellington. Why don't you ask him? Tim said calmly. They haven't spoken for years, Douglas explained. the two having long disliked each other due to their disagreement over the general manager position, and never speaking to each other in public. In recent years, because of the Giants' excellent performance, Tim had gained considerable influence within the team due to the effective players he acquired. Wellington, on the other hand, only received some less important authority, such as processing Ronald's application to film there. Ronald and Douglas then went to find Wellington, who, at over 60 years old, was chatting with another young man. Mr. Mara, Douglas greeted them, recognizing the faces. "How, look who's here? Staten Island bumpkins." The young man looked up and sneered at Ronald and Doug. "How, it's you?" Ronald recognized the speaker as Stephen Tisch, the eldest son of the Tisch family, the independent producer he had competed with for the rights to the Spicy Dance movie. "Uncle Duke, Wellington's name is taken from the Duke of Wellington. Never work with these kinds of people. They only know how to steal what's rightfully yours." Humph, Stephen Tisch was very dissatisfied. The box office of Spicy Dance was one thing, but the videotape revenue, once it became known in Hollywood, made him regretful to death. "I remember we were competing fairly. You can't ruin my reputation just because you didn't bid high enough. I beat you in fair competition, loser." Ronald understood who was behind it all and gave a strong rebuttal. The Tisch family was also a sponsor of the Giants, and in the past 2 years, they had donated a lot of money to buy players to compete for the Super Bowl. "Is that so, Stephen?" Wellington Mara asked Stephen Tiso, who seemed like a sore loser. If it really was fair competition, as Ronald said, then it was just a matter of his own incompetence, and he could only watch others make big money. HMPH, Stephen Tiso stood up and left without a word. Mr. Mara, Ronald found Wellington Mara, the person in question. "I understand you, but this is the Giants' decision, and it has little to do with Stephen. My nephew Tim doesn't understand football. Giants games are broadcast on the largest network on American television. We're not some small club. We can let you film in some open fields, no problem, but filming under the full stadium will interfere with the broadcast." Ronald glanced at Tim Mara. The uncle and nephew had a deep-seated grudge. One agreed to a project, and the other would try to sabotage it, regardless of the size of the issue or whether it was good or bad for the team. "I'd like to get permission to film some exterior shots of the stadium." Ronald didn't know how to persuade the other party, so he could only offer empty promises based on the agreement. If they really didn't agree, he probably couldn't do anything about this old money family. They would still pay the penalty for breach of contract, and he couldn't force them to fulfill the agreement. Papa, just as Wellington and Ronald were arguing, a little girl, a few years old, stumbled over, wanting her grandfather Wellington to hold her. As the little girl passed Ronald, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. "Little cutie, don't fall," Ronald reacted quickly, bending down and reaching out to pick her up. "I want Papa." Even while being held by Ronald, the little girl still reached out for Wellington. "Oh, my little Kate." Wellington reached out and took little Kate, placing her on his lap. "Papa," the little girl squirmed restlessly, turning to look at Ronald, then became interested again, giggling at him. "What a lovely little girl. Is this your granddaughter?" "Yes, she's Chris's child, little Princess Kate, isn't she?" Kate, the two men, quite amused by the little girl, seemed to have gotten along well. "Well, Ronald, little Kate rarely smiles at strangers. It seems you're an honest man. I agree to let your crew film at the Giants Stadium. But you can only film during breaks in the television broadcast. I don't want to interfere with the broadcast, it's our biggest source of funding. You want the Giants to win the Super Bowl again, don't you?" "Thank you, Mr. Mara, for making it easy for us to film. But actually, I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan," Ronald replied. If we meet in the Super Bowl, I'll send you tickets," Wellington Mara said, ignoring the two young men and focusing on playing with his granddaughter, Kate. Chapter 1015 Rhythm. Inside the Giants Stadium in New York, Ronald had gathered about 20 extras to play spectators on one side of the stadium, surrounding Billy Crystal and Bruno Kirby, who played his best friend Jess. Out of the camera's view, a huge speaker was playing various recorded sounds from the game. The Giants' filming conditions were quite strict. They couldn't interfere with the broadcast and could only film during commercial breaks. The audience couldn't be completely cooperative. If they noticed the filming and gathered around, the entire shoot would be ruined. Therefore, Ronald considered it and decided to use Roger Coleman's method. He had the second team film some overhead shots of the game and shots of the audience doing the wave. The current filming used the medium shot to cleverly integrate the scene of Harry and Jess discussing Harry's divorce while watching the Giants game into the enthusiastic atmosphere of the stadium. Oh, another wave of cheers erupted, and the extras all stood up, including Harry and Jess, who began doing the Mexican wave, a popular sporting activity. Unlike the surrounding audience, who were intently focused on the game, Harry and Jess's attention was elsewhere, on their conversation. Harry recounted his wife Helen's meticulously planned divorce. The day after Harry's birthday, Helen woke up early, packed her bags, and told Harry she no longer loved him. Even more infuriating, 3 moving company workers rang the doorbell immediately after she said this. After repeated questioning, Harry learned that his wife had booked the move a week earlier. When asked why she hadn't told him sooner and why she had to make such a surprise move, Helen told Harry she just didn't want him to have a bad birthday. Helen said she could move in with a friend's vacant apartment, and they would be separated for the time being. Harry didn't believe her and secretly followed the moving company. Sure enough, Helen ended up at a tax lawyer's house. She had fallen for someone else, and the man was bald. This was a scene Ronald had designed. While everyone was enthusiastically watching the game, Harry was the one completely unable to fit in, a lonely and melancholic figure. The deepest sadness and loneliness isn't about quietly crying at home, but about pretending to be like everyone else in a lively setting, while actually shutting off your wounded heart. This approach doesn't directly convey loneliness to the audience, but rather creates a scene beyond reality, allowing them to empathize with Harry's pitiful state. In real life, we can't discuss these emotional issues with friends while the audience is enthusiastically doing the wave. The noise level would make such a discussion impossible. However, this is a romantic comedy, allowing certain plot points to slightly exceed the boundaries of real life. The audience won't delve into these details. Instead, they'll feel comfortable because this slightly dramatic arrangement conveys the characters' inner thoughts that the creators wanted to portray. Cut. Ronald was satisfied with the 2 actors' performances. He filmed a few more takes, and had the extras try cheering and doing the wave a few more times, accumulating footage for editing. As for the actual match scenes and the cheers from the crowd for the Giants' attack, Ronald entrusted Emil Iterano with filming them. Emil had already completed the initial cut of the reincarnated prince and came to help Ronald with the second unit filming. These kinds of scenes are usually difficult for second unit directors to film, so he volunteered to help with a few scenes. Ronald then took Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan to film the next 2-person scenes. The filming schedule for the next few weeks was all scenes between the 2 of them. Harry and Sally, 2 old friends who are both facing breakups with long-term partners, coincidentally meet again. This part of the filming will allow the audience to develop a liking for the 2 protagonists. They are both sincere to each other and genuinely support each other when the other is sad. Therefore, the 2 can talk about anything, on the phone, meet on weekends, listen to each other vent, etc. Their relationship quickly becomes intimate, but without romantic desire. They become rare confidants of the opposite sex. I still feel this isn't synchronized enough. We need to reshoot, to portray mutual attraction between 2 people on screen, making the audience feel they are perfectly in sync. The most crucial element isn't facial expressions or lines, but the actors' synchronized rhythm. Humans are born with an innate talent for recognizing mutual attraction between members of the opposite sex, using intuition to judge whether 2 people have a close relationship, and this is highly accurate. It relies on mirror neurons in our brains, which can perceive and imitate the other person's rhythm. Perhaps it's a difference of a fraction of a second, the degree of synchronization between the 2 people's movements, whether their relationship is intimate or superficial, that all the audience can feel on screen. Moreover, this isn't a TV series, but a movie on the big screen. This synchronization of actions, expressions, lines, and even postures is magnified countless times. Whether When Harry Met Sally will win over the audience largely depends on whether the 2 leads are in sync for those fractions of a second. Today's shit was a scene where Harry and Sally confide in each other before going to bed. This method of filming telephone scenes has been standardized since the late 1950s with Pillow Talk, starring Doris Day and Rock Hudson, who died a few years ago from a mysterious viral illness. The technique involves splitting the screen horizontally, filming each character holding the telephone separately, and then using editing to splice close-ups of both characters onto a single screen. Ronald initially used this method, filming a reverse shot without over-the-shoulder shots. When Meg Ryan was lying in bed making a phone call, Billy Crystal was standing on the other side of the room talking to her, and vice versa. However, this method of filming in two separate takes inevitably resulted in subtle differences between the two performances. As mentioned earlier, after splicing, the synchronization between the two leads, a fraction of a second, was broken. After reviewing the sample footage and realizing that perfect synchronization was impossible, Ronald had to reshoot the scene. The set design and props department worked over the weekend to build the same bed and flooring as the apartment where Harry and Sally lived in the studio. Fortunately, Ronald's previous shoot went smoothly, so this reshoot didn't waste too much of his time. Meg Ryan went back to reunite with her boyfriend, while Ronald spent a weekend with his family in his Fifth Avenue apartment. Going back to Staten Island would be a waste of time, so his aunt and Donna came to Manhattan to have dinner with Ronald. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Ronald opened the door to find Douglas Jr. "What are you doing here again? This guy has been showing up at his family gatherings a lot lately." Donna, Karen, Douglas Jr. greeted the two of them and pulled Ronald aside. "Did you see the campaign ads tonight?" "No, what's up?" Donna again took the remote and turned on the TV, tuning to NBC New York. "Did Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis veto the minimum sentence for drug dealers, a minimum sentence for certain crimes, which judges cannot sentence to less than? Did he veto the death penalty, suspending executions in Massachusetts? Does his revolving door policy allow lifelong offenders who are ineligible for parole to go home for the weekend? Since this policy was adopted, 268 lifelong offenders have escaped, many of whom have committed further serious crimes such as rape and assault, and some are still at large." Dukakis said he wants to do everything he did for Massachusetts for the entire nation. "The people of America don't want this. Is this for real? Letting these lifeless offenders go home for the weekend?" Even Aunt Karen found this absurd. Ronald and Douglas went to the study to call George Jr. On the other end of the phone, young George spoke the truth. "This is Jeb's final attack. Actually, it's not that simple. This policy wasn't passed by Dukakis, and he repealed it before the primaries. It'll probably be similar to previous attacks. It won't have much effect. The ad campaign on the theme of communication that Roger Ayers and I are leading will go live next week. You'll see how your strategy helps my father win the election then." I knew it. How could Dukakis be so stupid? Letting murderers out for the weekend, what if they go and commit other serious crimes? Indeed, the governor wouldn't be that stupid, young Douglas agreed. It was late, so young Douglas found a room in Ronald's two-story villa for the night. The next morning, Ronald woke up early and enjoyed a loving breakfast prepared by Aunt Karen. The love from his family, transformed into familiar flavors, made Ronald very happy, much more comfortable than the expensive breakfasts he ate at five-star hotels. "Good morning, Ronnie." "Good morning, Doug." Donna, yawning, also got up for breakfast and greeted Douglas, who had just gotten up, across the hallway. George and Dukakis' stance on crime. The morning news on TV reached its commercial break, and a campaign ad appeared on the screen. This was the first time American voters had seen this ad. George takes a hard line against crime. He supports the death penalty for first-degree murder. Dukakis not only opposes the death penalty but also gives murderers weekend vacation cards. One of them is named Willie Horton. A typical headshot of a black man with a thick chin appeared on the television. It was clearly taken during an arrest and imprisonment. Ronald, as a photographer, also noticed that the contrast had been adjusted in the darkroom, deliberately enhancing the dark shadows to make the man named Willie Horton appear even darker, with a full beard, giving him some aggressive features. Willie Horton killed a gas station attendant, stabbing him 19 times. He should have been in prison for life. But Dukakis gave him 10 weekend vacation passes. He used these passes to escape to Maryland, where he attacked a couple, stabbing the husband and raping the wife. This is Dukakis' attitude towards crime. Ronald and Douglas Jr. exchanged bewildered glances. Could such a brain-dead thing really exist? This is disgusting. How can criminals like this be allowed to leave prison on weekends without supervision? These murderers have human rights, but who will protect the rights of that poor wife? What about women's safety? Even Donna, who had initially supported the Massachusetts governor, couldn't help but oppose him. "I'm going to Washington, D.C." Douglas Jr. knew this was a moment of great change. He quickly grabbed his orange juice, took a big gulp, and grabbed his coat to leave. "Here, take this sandwich with you." Donna handed him a sandwich her mother had made. Is this true? Ronald later sought confirmation from his private lawyer, Lindsay Dole. Yes, it happened last year. Maryland ultimately sentenced Willie Horton to 2 life sentences and rejected Massachusetts' extradition request. This case actually had a significant impact in the legal community, involving interstate extradition precedents, but the public didn't know much about it before. Only the Lawrence Eagle in Massachusetts reported on the case extensively, and it even won a Pulitzer Prize. Ronald hung up the phone. It turned out that Dukakis canceled the weekend homecoming arrangement for serious offenders during the primary election because of these Eagle reports. Now, George's strategy might work, and Dukakis' approval rating might plummet. However, George Jr. wouldn't be happy. He was now clearly lagging behind Jeb in the competition for favor. But Ronald put himself in his shoes. Once this kind of thing escalated, while the opponent's approval rating dropped, it was still uncertain whether George Jr.'s approval rating would rise. Attacking the opponent would only lower his approval rating and cause voters who might have voted for Dukakis to not vote. To win, he needed to win over voters who might vote for George. After all, the American election didn't require voters to actually cast their ballots. These aggressive ads were targeting undecided voters who weren't sure whether to vote for Dukakis. It was quite possible that even if they didn't vote for Dukakis, they wouldn't vote for George either. Ronald didn't have time to worry about the election's ups and downs. He continued filming the rearranged bedtime phone call scene. This time, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan lay on their respective beds, separated by a wooden board, with a camera filming them. They were both talking on the phone, but they could actually hear each other. Ingrid Bergman, she's a low-maintenance girl, Harry said. Sally and Harry, both suffering from insomnia due to their partners leaving them, were watching Casablanca on late-night television and discussing the character of Ingrid Bergman. Low maintenance, Sally didn't understand. Yes, there are 2 kinds of girls, one with high standards and one with low standards. Was Ingrid Bergman's maintenance cost low? Absolutely, low maintenance cost. Then which kind am I? Sally asked, puzzled. You're the worst kind, high cost, but you think it's low cost, really? I don't think so, Sally said, unconvinced. You don't think so? I want a chef's salad, but not the standard dressing. I want Italian vinegar and olive oil. But don't put them in beforehand, put them next to the salad. The 2 actresses no longer performed separately, but entered the frame simultaneously, making it easier for them to be perfectly synchronized in terms of rhythm. They talked about their respective feelings and why Ingrid Bergman didn't stay with Humphrey Bogart at the end. Sally's views had changed significantly from 10 years ago. She no longer believed that Ingrid Bergman should be the First Lady of Czechoslovakia, but should be with the one she loved. Good night. The 2 actresses almost simultaneously hung up the phone, a smile appearing on Meg Ryan's face. Cut. That's perfect. Ronald was very satisfied with this low-tech shooting method, and the 2 finally got into sync. Chapter 1016. Ronald's directing skills have improved. Harry and Sally, upon their 3rd encounter, were both experiencing relationship crises. They became close friends, but without any desire for sex. Because they both assumed the other had no romantic interest, their relationship actually became more harmonious. The realization that a relationship was impossible allowed them to talk about anything, even their sexual fantasies, without worrying that discussing such topics would alienate the other. Autumn in New York was beautiful. Meg Ryan, dressed in trousers and a bowler hat, her blonde hair peeking out from the dark gray bonnet, looked very elegant. Ronald sat behind the camera, the crisp air, mingled with the organic scent of fallen leaves, filling his lungs. He took a deep breath, wanting to remember the feeling. The camera was like a speaker, not just the character's actions, but the dialogue itself. The overall color tone of the shot, the slightly grayish sky in the background, the vibrant red fallen leaves on the park's dirt path in the foreground, even the static medium shot of the 2 main characters slowly walking towards the camera, all these elements convey a subtle, almost imperceptible mood. Ronald wanted to convey this blend of sight, taste, hearing, and even the tactile sensation of the autumn wind on one's cheek to the audience through the design of the shot. He wanted to use sight and sound as a medium to trigger the audience's own memories and allow them to imagine the scent of autumn. Sometimes, a film doesn't need elaborate plot twists, it can immerse the audience directly through this kind of approach. Cut. Bravo, Ronald called for a stop and stood up to applaud the 2 actors. The crew also applauded, though most of them didn't know what had happened. They just felt that if the director applauded, they wouldn't be an amateur. The cinematographers, who understood shot composition, simply thought the shot was poetic. Beyond that, they saw nothing particularly outstanding about it compared to other directors. Only cinematographer Barry Sonnenfeld glanced at Ronald with surprise, suddenly sensing something extraordinary as he watched the entire scene from behind the camera. Some directors, fond of visual aesthetics, often invest too much energy in the visuals, making the plot in such exquisite scenes mismatched. The audience feels like they were looking at a book of world-famous paintings, gaining no benefit from the storytelling or character development. Often, overly artistic visuals detract from the film itself. Ronald, however, excelled in this unassuming scene, skillfully conveying a story and emotions that would normally require extensive explanation in a very short time. This understated expression already possessed the hallmarks of masterpieces by directors honed through countless trials in the Golden Age. After filming in Central Park, they would move to Harry's apartment the next day. Art director Jane Mask had chosen a high-end apartment in Manhattan's upscale neighborhood, fitting Harry's identity as a political advisor. Mr. Lee, Ronald was greeted by the black doorman as he returned to his Fifth Avenue apartment. "Anything good happening today, Jerry?" Ronald asked, noticing his beaming face, as if something joyful had happened. The black doorman, named Jerry McKinsey, was responsible and very polite. Guests all called him by his nickname, Jerry. "Yes, Mr. Lee, you're one of the nicest guests here. I'd like to share my thoughts with you. Today on TV, Reverend Jesse Jackson spoke up for us black people. That Willie Horton isn't actually named Willie. These are stereotypes that many white people have imposed on us. It's racism." Jerry wasn't like the average black man. He adhered to Baptist principles, worked hard, and was kind. But even he was unhappy with the ad that old George used to attack Dukakis. Now, civil rights activist and Reverend Jesse Jackson had finally attacked the ad, calling the Willie Horton ad a racist act. Indeed, that's not good. Ronald took the elevator back to his home and called young Douglas. "Doug, how's the situation now?" "George Jr.'s situation isn't good. Dukakis' approval rating is dropping significantly. However, we do have an advantage. The support in key swing states isn't fluctuating much. The biggest fluctuations are actually in a few Republican strongholds in the Deep South." George Jr. communicates frequently with Doug Jr. They and political consultant Roger Ayers believe Ronald's earlier assessment was correct. The states that truly determine the election are swing states like New York in the East and California in the West. These aren't guaranteed votes for the Democratic Party in New England, nor are they guaranteed votes for the Republican Party in the Deep South. Their support determines the next president. And these states haven't seen a reversal in the election because of the attack on the black criminal, Willie. People there aren't like the white people in states like Alabama, who understand the so-called dog whistle slang, where mentioning a black person's shortcomings can generate a lot of support. Furthermore, voters in New York and California aren't particularly blaming Dukakis for such a serious crime. After all, during his tenure as governor of Massachusetts, companies like Wang Laboratories, radiating from universities like MIT, flourished, and Massachusetts' economy performed quite well. Most of these voters were experienced voters. In the 8 years the current president had been in office, the security situation was far better than under his predecessor, Jimmy. The unemployment rate had dropped significantly, people had jobs, and serious crimes were much less prevalent. However, while their understanding of the election might be correct, being in the midst of the campaign, having pulled George H.W. Bush out of a 14% deficit to a mere 6% gap, Barbara's favoritism towards her younger son, Jeb, had reached its peak. George H.W. Bush, Roger Ailes, and even Ronald's group, no longer had much influence with Barbara. "Damn it, I don't care about all that, as long as George H.W. Bush gets elected and extends the tax cuts for another 4 years, that's enough." The next day, the film crew arrived at Harry's house. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the Empire State Building could be seen. If Harry were in the real world, he'd probably be a political consultant like Roger Ailes. Participating in the election of important figures can bring in a lot of money, and once elected, there are many lucrative opportunities. Whether it's working as a government staff member or becoming an executive in an affiliated company, the money is substantial. That's why Harry can afford such a high-end apartment. Harry and Sally, together, spread a roll of rug on the floor. "My day was terrible," Meg Ryan began her lines. After dinner, He plucked a hair from my head and used it as dental floss to pick his teeth on the table. My date has hit a new low. Compared to my date, this is like a dream date. Harry shrugged, recounting his failed date. I asked her what school she graduated from, Michigan State, which reminded me of Helen. I immediately started getting anxious and broke out in a sweat. Helen went to Michigan State, no, Northwestern. Both universities are in the Big Ten NFL. Harry and Sally squatted on the floor, talking to each other like two children. At this moment, they were most honest with each other. Harry, I think we both need more time to get over past heartbreak. We need more time before we can sleep with other people. Sally felt a sense of shared pain. No, I slept with her, Harry replied. In his view, feelings and sex were two separate things. You slept with him, Sally was surprised. She would furrow her brows when faced with something she couldn't understand, which was quite endearing. For her, feelings and sex were unified. Sex was a natural progression when feelings reached a certain level of intimacy. Of course, Harry was still immersed in the unpleasantness of his ex-wife leaving him. Oh, Sally sensed that some men and women viewed these things very differently. Cut. Ronald had already filmed this long take 4 or 5 times, always making mistakes in some detail. Fortunately, this take finally met the requirements. The camera followed Harry as he squatted down, while Sally remained standing. This resulted in a close-up of Harry's face and Sally's legs in the shot. Then, less than a second later, Sally also crouched down, capturing a close-up of the two of them squatting like children. The previous takes couldn't be used, mainly because the interval couldn't be too short or too long. It had to be synchronized with their thoughts, just a half beat off. Some things don't need dialogue or actions, the language of the camera can perfectly express them. The two weren't synchronized in these matters of the heart, and before they even realized it, they had already begun to reconcile their worldviews. How's this take? Ronald asked the cinematographer, Barry. Fantastic, Barry returned a thumbs up. Ronald, as a director, often seemed to have flashes of inspiration to the audience, but those in the know recognized them as meticulously crafted techniques. Okay, that's all for this morning. We'll move on to the exhibition hall this afternoon. The assistant director began distributing the afternoon's shooting schedule. Are you still going to the hotel to rest? Meg Ryan had a good relationship with many people on the crew. She looked at Billy Crystal, who always went back to the hotel alone, never going with anyone. Yes, see you this afternoon, Billy Crystal smiled. This was his acting method. To immerse himself in the world of a recently divorced man, he never got too close to the crew, maintaining a sense of solitude to portray Harry well. That afternoon, the photography crew, who had been preparing in advance at the exhibition hall, had already set up their cameras. Opposite the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ronald went up and looked through the viewfinder, a textbook long shot. Great, let's go through the route, take it without rehearsal. This unrehearsed, first-time collision of ideas was the best way to get good shots in romantic films like this. From inside an ancient city wall exhibit on the left, Billy Crystal, playing Harry, emerged first. Cut, the silhouette looked good. Ronald waved for the camera to be moved over quickly. He wanted to shoot a medium shot of the same scene. Action, I've decided, for the rest of the day, we'll talk like this. Pepper, Pepper, Crystal began improvising in a particularly cartoonish voice. Like this, Meg Ryan followed from behind, stepping into the viewfinder frame. No, you have to talk like me, Pepper, Pepper, Pepper. Meg Ryan thought it was a technique Crystal used to relax her, and she started fooling around with him. Waiter, you've put too much pepper in my red pepper chicken stew. Ha ha ha. Waiter, you've put too much pepper in my red pepper chicken stew. Meg Ryan started fooling around too. But I can let you have a bite of my walnut pie, Crystal continued. Meg Ryan was a little unsure, and she turned to look at Ronald on her right. The film was already starting to roll, so wasting film like this to relax wasn't a good idea, was it? Ronald was very satisfied with Billy Crystal's improvisation. Harry was a very charming man, he knew when and what to do to make women relax and get closer. It was instinctive for him. Meg Ryan's reaction was also very genuine, the chemistry between the two was off the charts. If they continued to improvise, it would definitely be a great shot. Don't look at me, keep going, Ronald mouthed, without making a sound. Meg Ryan's sudden turn disrupted the smooth improvisation. Ronald, flustered, gestured wildly, finally making Meg Ryan understand what to do next. but I can let you have a bite of my walnut pie." Meg Ryan didn't understand, but she continued acting as Ronald prompted. "Would you like to go to the movies with me?" Harry continued his prank. "You would," Sally mimicked him. "Don't imitate, answer. Would you like to go to the movies with me tonight?" Harry, a seasoned womanizer, could easily sway many women with this move. "Oh. Sally's expression changed. "What's wrong? Do you have a hot date tonight?" "Yes, I have a date." "Really?" "Yes, I was going to tell you." Sally stepped out of the center of the frame and walked a short distance alone. The visual language once again clearly told the audience that the two were not yet in sync. Their lives were still being interfered with by other factors, but if they were destined to be together, and the director had a conscience, they would eventually come together again. Cut. Ronald sighed. "I'm afraid I can't shoot a better one." Although Meg Ryan had a distracting shot of looking to the right, her other reactions were very genuine. Because of Billy Crystal's improvisational acting, no one knew what he would do next. So Meg Ryan's reactions were all very real. Sure enough, none of the subsequent reshoots captured the thrilling emotion of the missed connection between the man and woman. Ronald had to choose to keep the flawed first take. Flawed sincerity was better than flawless mediocrity. That evening, Ronald returned to his apartment to rest and was greeted by Doug Jr. After he came in, he pulled Ronald along to call George Jr. At this time, they needed more communication and to stand firmly with George Jr. "My mother is starting to get anxious again, Ronald," George Jr. said on the phone, still like a carefree older cousin, speaking to them in a cowboy-like tone. "The races in swing states aren't close, and my mother thinks it's necessary to try a communication strategy." "That's a good thing," Ronald agreed. "Campaigns are really like movies, polls decide everything." Even if Jeb is well-behaved, facing the possibility of her husband losing the election, Barbara still had to try the advice of her eldest son's advisors. "George, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Suddenly, Barbara's loud rebuke came from the other end of the phone. Crack, it sounded like a glass being thrown and shattering. "George, is your mother angry with you?" Little Doug sensed something was wrong. "No, she seems to be angry with my father, Barbara. I've complied with your wishes." The arguing continued, the voices rising and falling. "I'll go check it out, then. You go ahead and do your work. We'll talk later." Ronald and Little Doug exchanged a glance. What serious incident had occurred? "Dukakis, you son of a bitch, you've crossed the line. Connect me to Senator Kennedy." Click. Just before George Jr. hung up the phone, Ronald heard a few angry shouts from George Sr. Chapter 1017 The Moment of Truth. Ronald quickly learned the truth. Evening news and major television networks reported that Donna Brazil, a black female deputy campaign coordinator, responsible for on-site communication and voter outreach, at Dukakis's campaign headquarters, suddenly appeared before a large group of television and newspaper reporters and revealed a huge scandal. This Donna Brazil openly exposed the extramarital affair between the hypocritical white politician and his longtime secretary, Jennifer Fitzgerald. Her tone was sharp and cutting. "George needs to be honest. The people have every right to know whether Barbara sleeps in the same bed with her husband in the White House." This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. In American history, countless presidential candidates, and even presidents, have had extramarital affairs with various women. However, the media tacitly accepted an unspoken rule: the president must also be a moral exemplar for America. These matters were kept secret within the political and journalistic circles, never to be reported to the general public. This revelation dealt a significant blow to George S.R.'s campaign. Ronald's previous campaign ads emphasized his role as a model husband and the most reliable candidate. Recent ads, written from Jeb's wife's perspective, portray him as the best father-in-law and grandfather. Furthermore, Barbara had a long and arduous battle with her secretary, Jennifer Fitzgerald, issuing several ultimatums, yet she couldn't sever ties with her husband. It was only because George Sr. was running for president that this ticking time bomb was finally removed. Unexpectedly, this time bomb still exploded. The intermediary George Sr. entrusted with negotiations was Ted Kennedy, a prominent senior senator from Massachusetts and brother of President Kennedy. He and George Sr. were old acquaintances, having collaborated on nuclear disarmament negotiations with the Sowell Alliance, and both came from political families. He was also close to Massachusetts Governor Dukakis. The news Ted returned from his negotiations was shocking. Dukakis himself was unaware of the matter. Such attacks against white men did him no good. He, who had always enjoyed associating with women in the entertainment industry, didn't want to stir up trouble over such a topic. "It's all that bastard Jesse Jackson's doing," Dukakis, who had launched an internal investigation, quickly came to his conclusion. The Democratic Party was more organized than the Republican Party. After Dukakis secured a nomination at the National Convention, many of the campaign managers who had participated in the primaries and contributed to other candidates' successes flocked to his cause, working for him. Donna Brazil, who acted without reporting to the campaign headquarters, was a black woman working for Reverend and politician, black civil rights leader Jesse Jackson. This plump background promotion manager probably wasn't entirely focused on Dukakis's campaign, but rather on creating an opening for black politicians to help Jesse Jackson gain better support among non-black voters in the next general election. In the current climate dominated by white male politicians, it's not easy for a black person to rise to power. Perhaps Donna Brazil wasn't aiming for short-term gains, but rather had a long-term vision. "Damn it, are you messing with me?" Michael Dukakis was furious. He was clearly the one being attacked in a dirty trick, holding the moral high ground. But this overweight black woman made him seem like he was in the wrong. How could this happen? Release a statement immediately, deny it, dismiss her. Dukakis was agitated. He had a significant lead in the election. Although his opponents' attacks on his environmental policies and the plan for hardened criminals to go home for the weekend were fierce, his support was even showing signs of rising in key swing states. Many voters on the northern coasts believed it was slander from Southern Dixie, which exposed their lack of intelligence. But this kind of humiliating, backstabbing retaliation would only lower his standing. "We'll hold a press conference tomorrow, let it simmer tonight. Also, you can't fire Donna Brazil immediately, this needs to be handled discreetly," Dukakis's campaign advisor subtly objected. If Donna Brazil were fired immediately, the racial factor would become too obvious. "I heard Dukakis's spokesperson denied old George's affair," a woman pushing a costume cart chatted with a makeup artist next to her. In a high-end apartment on New York's Upper West Side, the staff of When Harry Met Sally were also discussing the sudden scandal. "Who knows? I'm not surprised if these people have lovers." The makeup artist, also a woman, didn't particularly like old George's hypocritical and aloof demeanor. "Ahem, when can we get ready?" Ronald was annoyed that everyone was focusing on gossip, and the makeup and costumes on set were dragging on. "Director, tear stains take a lot of time, you don't want to end up with a B-movie effect, do you?" "Okay, you guys hurry up." Ronald didn't want to criticize these professionals too much, they were top Hollywood teams. Today was Meg Ryan's crying scene, and to portray crying naturally, they needed these experienced female teams. "Director, should we use this sticker or this one on the refrigerator?" The props team came over to ask Ronald's opinion. This one, something a bit more understated, suits Sally's personality." Ronald thought for a moment and chose a natural wood-colored sticker with a weekly schedule on it. Sally is a reporter for a major newspaper, and even with that status, she lives in the best part of Manhattan, the Upper West Side. Although she can't afford to buy a house, her social connections as a reporter are excellent, and getting a rental in a high-end apartment under rent control wouldn't be a problem for a veteran reporter like Sally. The decor here is of very high quality. Ronald had to consider the character's integrity. Should the Kleenex tissues be placed on the table? Ronald took a few steps back and gestured through the viewfinder. "They're too much of a nuisance on camera. I'll have Meg mention them in her lines. You can put them on the bedside table in the bedroom." Kleenex tissues were a product placement arranged by Michelle Canold of Daydream, and they needed a 1-second shot. But placing a tissue in the entryway of the living room seemed illogical, and it would be too distracting on camera. After much consideration, Ronald decided to have Meg Ryan mention the brand's name briefly, and then give it another shot on the bedroom scene. Keeping tissues on the bedside table is perfectly reasonable. Ronald, Meg Ryan, dressed in white pajamas and socks, came out. "Meg," Ronald nodded to her. Today was a crying scene, requiring a continuous emotional outburst. Meg Ryan had been preparing emotionally, and her appearance now indicated she was ready. Billy Crystal and all the crew immediately stopped talking, stepping back carefully to make way for Meg Ryan. This scene required her to deliver a powerful performance. They didn't want to disturb the emotion she had painstakingly built up. Harry and Sally had been friends for several months. Neither of them had recovered from their heartbreak. In a previous scene, Harry and Sally went to a wedding shop to find wedding gifts for Mary and Jess. In the shop, Harry encountered his ex-wife Helen, who was acting very sweetly with her current partner, a tax accountant. This sight devastated Harry. He had always believed Helen would be unhappy without him, but what he saw on his ex-wife's face was a sweet and contented smile. Harry insisted that his ex-wife had a problem and was only pretending everything was fine in front of him. This wishful thinking caused him to lose his composure at his friends Jess and Mary's new home. Sally eventually came to comfort her. Sally also had her own Achilles heel, her ex-boyfriend Joe, with whom she had been in a relationship for over 5 years, only breaking up earlier that year. Although Joe had broken up with her, Sally, being traditional at heart and yearning for romance, broke down in tears at home after receiving a call from him. Just a few months later, Joe decided to marry a recent graduate legal assistant at a law firm. This deeply saddened Sally, and she had no one to confide in except Harry. Harry, having received Sally's call for help, immediately went to her house, offering his good friend a shoulder to lean on and becoming a good listener. Seeing Meg Ryan give him a knowing look and nod, Ronald didn't shout action, but instead gestured to the sound and camera crews to start filming immediately. Click, the white apartment door opened, and Meg Ryan tried to force a smile to welcome Harry, who had come all this way to comfort her. "Come in." Why? Maintaining politeness even in this distressing state perfectly suited Sally's ideal sweetheart role. Whether it was her own personality resembling the character or her emotional preparation, Ronald was very satisfied with Meg Ryan's performance. "Sorry to have called you so late." Why? Meg Ryan's performance, maintaining politeness even in extreme sadness, was successful again in the following scene. Why? "I need some tissues." After her politeness, seeing Harry, Sally became sad again, crumpling up a used tissue, tossing it aside, and running into the bedroom to get new tissues. Being sad shouldn't be accompanied by tears, it wouldn't be good for others to see. He called at first, just like always, asking how I was doing. Then he said he'd taken on a big case, blah blah blah. Billy Crystal sat on the bed, saw the Kleenex tissue box under the covers, picked it up, and handed it to Sally so she could take it. It seemed Sally had been crying in bed before he arrived. Meg Ryan quickly grabbed the Kleenex tissue, wiped her eyes and nose, and tossed it aside. As I listened to the phone, I told myself I didn't want to think about him anymore. I had no interest in hearing him say that, Meg Ryan said, her back to the camera, walking to the television, her back hunched over as she sobbed. Ronald cheered from behind the camera. When people are very sad, they often don't want to face anyone, even close friends who come to listen. And when people are crying very sadly, their breath is affected, causing them to hunch over like this. Ronald looked over from behind the camera. When Meg Ryan turned around, her back was hunched over, almost like she had a hunchback. And then he said he was getting married, and they'd only just met. She works at his law firm, as an assistant. Her name is Kimberly. Billy Crystal handed her a tissue. Meg Ryan snapped it up, wiped her tears, and threw it on the floor. He'd only just met her, she's supposed to be a transitional character, she shouldn't be the one. Meg Ryan slapped her right hand hard against her left to emphasize. Another tissue was taken by Sally to wipe her tears, then thrown on the floor. The performance was superb, almost too good to be true, portraying the feelings of a woman who hadn't received a proposal from her boyfriend with a depth that resonated deeply. Ronald felt incredibly lucky, everything had fallen into place, and he'd captured such a powerful shot. It's just, the shot of giving Shuji the tissue was a bit too long, exceeding the contractually agreed upon time by several times. We should pay more. Ronald banished these pointless thoughts from his mind. This long take was best done in one take, editing it later would inevitably diminish its emotional impact. Meg Ryan, playing Sally, had exhausted herself with her emotional outbursts. Exhausted from crying, she went to the bedside and sat beside Harry. I kept trying to convince myself, to tell myself that Joe didn't want to get married. Why? Meg Ryan's tone softened. It's normal for people to be like this in life. After venting and crying, once they reach a breaking point, they can start speaking rationally. But the truth is, he just doesn't want to marry me. In a close-up of Meg Ryan's face, Sally's accusations and anger had subsided. Instead, the truth had arrived, and she understood how Joe felt about her. What? He doesn't love me. This time, Sally's tears were no longer for Joe, but for herself. Why? Then if you could make him come back to you, would you? Harry gently stroked Sally's back and asked the most important question. Why? No. Sally, exasperated by Harry's question, collapsed onto her pillow. "Why won't he marry me? What's wrong with me?" "You're not wrong with anything." Harry lay down beside her, gently stroking her hair. "I'm difficult." Meg Ryan began listing Sally's flaws. "Challenging," Billy Crystal comforted her. "I'm too rigid, I shut myself off, in a good way." No, I drove Joe away. "I'm almost 40, Meg Ryan, playing Sally, couldn't stand Harry's self-congratulatory remarks and sat up again. "When? Someday, 8 years, but it's there. 40 is a dead end for women. Unlike men, Charlie Chaplin was 73 and still had children." Meg Ryan continued to cry. "Many women, when faced with the truth, always worry about their future. But he's too old, he can't carry his own child anymore." Haha. Sally was again made to laugh and cry by Harry's humorous words. "Why?" Sally felt embarrassed and started crying again. Harry pulled her into his arms and patted her back to comfort her. "Everything will be alright. Why? It's okay. Cry. Anyway, this dress isn't my favorite." "Why?" Haha. Sally was in pain from being tossed and turned between crying and laughing, so she simply wiped her tears on Harry's sweater in his arms. "Everything will be alright." Harry hugged Sally for a while, then kissed her lips. "I'll go make you a cup of hot tea, Harry," Sally called out to him. "Can you hug me a little longer?" The two hugged for a while, then Harry pushed Sally away and got up to make hot tea. Sally, played by Meg Ryan, felt very happy to have a friend by her side like this. Suddenly, for some reason, Sally looked up and down at Harry's eyes and lips. Sally took the initiative and kissed Harry on the lips. A gentle kiss. Harry paused for a moment, then returned the kiss lightly. Sally kissed him again, and Harry returned the kiss. A surge of love welled up between them, and their kisses gradually escalated, each savoring the other's lips, growing more and more passionate and intense. Cut. Meg Ryan took the hot towel from her assistant and wiped her eyes. Then she looked at Ronald. This emotional outburst had completely exhausted her. If possible, she didn't want to do it again. "Okay, this one for developing." After confirming with the director of photography, Ronald designated this take. He didn't want to shoot any more. If they could achieve the desired effect in the first take, when both actors were most emotionally invested and their reactions were most natural, then subsequent takes were unnecessary. From the second take onwards, those emotional reactions would leave an imprint on the actors' minds. In the second and third takes, it would be acting, not natural reactions. Unless they shot 30 or 50 more takes, bombarding the actors with previous imprints until they themselves were tired of the original acting style, only then could different natural reactions emerge. Phew, Meg Ryan let out a long breath and went back to rest. 2 hours later, the set was relit, and Meg Ryan returned. "Ronald, could I?" Ronald pulled her aside, and the two talked in hushed tones for a while. During her break, Meg Ryan had called her boyfriend, Dennis Cade. She was afraid of losing this handsome boyfriend in real life, so she cared a lot about Cade's feelings. Next up was the sex scene. Meg Ryan's contract guaranteed that she wouldn't have any nude scenes. If they were to film the scene of Harry and Sally's first time in bed, she had the right to use a body double. But even with a double, the editing would still have some impact, and the audience might not necessarily know who was nude. So Meg Ryan came to discuss with Ronald about not having any nude sex scenes. Ronald wasn't one to be easygoing about these things. But this time, he decided to grant Meg Ryan's request. Because he hadn't planned to film any nude sex scenes in the first place. Harry and Sally's first intimate moment wasn't based on physical attraction, but rather on a deeper connection that formed 10 years after their initial meeting. They had found themselves, and with whom they truly belonged. It was a meeting of minds. Ronald felt that including nude sex scenes in such a film was pointless and would only detract from the audience's experience. This When Harry Met Sally was an adult's dream come true, a story of lovers finally united. The emotional satisfaction for the audience far surpassed the mere pleasure of watching an ice cream parody. Action. The camera pans down from the bed frame for a close-up. Billy Crystal, playing Harry, shirtless, stares blankly at the camera. He can't understand how he and Sally ended up together. Beside him, Meg Ryan, playing Sally, looks utterly satisfied. As if she's still lingering in the afterglow. This time she didn't need to pretend to be climax, and Harry wasn't lying either. His personal abilities were indeed impressive. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018, The Fish Bites Its Tail and in-camera editing. Cut. Not in sync. Let's do it again. Ronald had been congratulating himself on the natural advantage of his casting, as the actors usually got into character on the first take. Who knew that the next day, filming would hide a stalemate? After Harry and Sally slept together, they developed different perspectives. Sally held traditional values. She believed that sleeping together was a natural thing that happened when feelings reached a certain point. Love and affection were inseparable. Harry and she, after many twists and turns, finally became a couple because they naturally developed feelings and love through mutual understanding. Harry, on the other hand, believed that love and affection were two separate things. Sally's smile, as if she had found her home, frightened him, making him want to escape as quickly as possible. The next morning, Sally woke up to find Harry already getting dressed. Using the excuse of going home to shower, she hurriedly left Sally's house. Both realized their misunderstanding and, in desperation, called their best female friends, Mary and Jess, who were already married. They had previous experience filming phone call scenes that caused problems due to being out of sync. Ronald set up 3 sets in the studio. In the center was a large bed, a perfect replica of the bedroom in Jess and Mary's house. Bruno Kirby, playing Jess, and Carrie Fisher, playing Mary, lay on the bed in their pajamas. To the left of the studio was a replica of Sally's room. Meg Ryan lay in bed, calling Mary for help, desperate to figure out what was going on. To the right was a public telephone. Harry, having just left Sally's house, called his best friend Jess, also confused and needing his friend's help. The 3 sets were actually quite close, but were filmed separately by 3 cameras, appearing as 3 completely unrelated locations on screen. The sound recording for all 3 scenes used a single set of equipment. 4 telephones, each with a number on their bedside table, a common telephone arrangement in working women's homes, were used as props, but were actually connected, giving the actors a realistic performance experience. Because the recordings for all 3 scenes were taken simultaneously, this kind of filming was essentially like 3 groups of people recording together in a recording studio. Like the song Michael Jackson sang with a group of stars, the recording equipment captured all their voices, but each person could also hear the others, creating a live performance-like effect. In the script, this phone call scene took up 3.5 pages. However, it was only a single long take, actually filmed by 3 cameras, but synchronized in time. This presented a significant challenge for the filming. Because it required the particularly harmonious rhythm of a romantic drama, editing was not an option. Lacking dramatic tension, every detail had to fit together perfectly, like mortise and tenon joints, with no room for error, even 0.1 seconds. Therefore, any editing would easily pull the audience out of the story. For the sake of the film's box office and viewing experience, Ronald decided to take on a more challenging task. Cut. Carrie, you said it too early. Bruno should say that first. Sorry, my mistake. In this scene, Carrie Fisher's line came half a beat ahead. Harry and Sally both sensed another voice on the phone, so they asked if it was Mary and Jess's partner. Also on the phone with their friend. Jess would lie and say it was Jane Fonda from the workout video. Mary would lie and say it was Brian Gumbel, the NBC morning show host. Both lines were quick-wit. Early in the morning, Mary and Jess, to avoid upsetting their friend, made up the name of someone likely to make a female voice at that time. Viewers should understand and smile at this point. Therefore, the two couldn't overlap their sentences. It had to be a rhythm where one person finished speaking and the other quickly followed. Let's do it again. Cut. Bruno, you missed this time. Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal, both facing the camera alone, had an easy conversation to handle. Bruno Kirby and Carrie Fisher, however, faced a more complicated situation. Their rhythm couldn't be off by even a fraction. Ronald spent a lot of time explaining to them this rhythm of almost invading each other's speaking space, but just barely avoiding it. The 2 actors struggled to grasp the concept. This method of dialogue delivery was rare in Western theater. Ronald himself couldn't demonstrate lines that require 2 people to perform alone. Kirby and Fisher were simply memorizing Ronald's ideas, leading to frequent mistakes. Everyone, take a break. Ronald had already filmed 20 takes, but the 4 actors still hadn't managed a smooth performance. This was the first time such a difficulty had arisen during the filming of this movie. Ronald was frustrated, and the 4 actors were even more agitated, further complicating the shoot. Ronald had to call a halt, having his assistants bring hot coffee and sweets to soothe the actors and crew's exhaustion. The key was to demonstrate the effect Ronald wanted to achieve. Otherwise, groping in the dark would only make things worse. Like some duet bands, their voices harmonize. Ronald took out his treasured cookies and offered them to the lead actors. Like harmony, right? Carrie Fisher's boyfriend, Paul Simon, was a member of the Simon and Garfunkel band. This band has sung many classic movie theme songs. It's not harmony, it's a mutual. How can I explain it to you? Ronald couldn't explain it, so he simply drew a diagram on a piece of paper, using short lines to represent the rhythm of the 2 people's speech. Each short line overlapped briefly with the short lines of the other person's speech. I understand. Everyone nodded in understanding. Action. The break ended, and Ronald's aunt's cookies were all gone. He ordered filming to continue. Cut. Cut. You're overlapping too much, the audience won't be able to hear you. After filming for only a dozen seconds, Ronald called for a stop again. Western operas, musicals, and plays rarely use this method of handling dialogue, at least Ronald didn't know. The actors said they understood, but they still had significant problems with pacing. Filming continued intermittently throughout the day, and by dinner time, Ronald had already shot 35 takes, still without achieving the desired effect. The cinematographer had suggested resolving it in the editing room, but Ronald rejected that. This was already the 3rd act of the film. After the scene, Harry and Sally had inevitably discovered their incompatibility. They had no room for compromise. The plot had entered a fast track with no detours. Either they would completely break up, losing even their friendship, or they would accept each other and stay together forever. For the audience, the experience was like stepping on the gas. After the scene, they would be speeding at 120 miles per hour, all the way to the end. Therefore, the pacing of the scene is crucial, allowing the audience to subconsciously accept this accelerated arrangement. If editing disrupts this pacing, the audience will feel disconnected from the story from beginning to end. Ronald, based on experience, felt this was a key point and refused to compromise. Back home, Ronald rummaged through various videotapes and records, trying to find a suitable example. The filming method for this scene actually has a name: in-camera editing. That is to say, normally, the rhythm of speaking and hanging up the phone would be created through repeated comparisons in the editing room. However, Ronald orchestrated the actors' speech speed and pauses to achieve a natural editing effect within a long take. The actors' performances naturally created an editing effect. Therefore, this filming method is also called editing without editing. After searching for a long time, Ronald still couldn't find a suitable example. Just as he was dozing off among the videotapes and records, the phone rang. "Ronald, am I disturbing you? I'm tired of reading the script in my office. Could I come to your film set for an internship?" It was Ang Lee calling. Only Ronald could state his request. "Of course, come tomorrow, you can be my assistant director." Ronald was pleased that the other party was so proactive. "By the way, in your Chinese art, are there any lines where the characters chase each other?" "Yes, we often use that in Peking opera." Ang Lee was a graduate of Huagang Art School, and his classmates sometimes performed excerpts. He knew this unique Peking opera performance method, fish spotting its tail. "We are separated by 1,000 miles, but you can speak freely about anything on your mind." Zhao Xianzuo set up Xianmen, and the 2 countries were at war. My mother escorted the grain supplies to the northern barbarians. The next morning, Ronald showed the lead actors a videotape of Si Lang visits his mother from the Peking opera, which Ang Lee had obtained overnight. The lines sung by the 2 main characters, Yang Si Lang and Princess Tai Jing, in the palace perfectly matched Ronald's requirement. Their lines subtly echoed each other's without hindering the audience's understanding. Although the actors didn't understand Chinese at all, their performance methods were similar, and they quickly grasped the rhythm and scale Ronald demanded. It was like 2 goldfish chasing and nibbling at each other's tails, biting but not completely injuring each other, a dynamic balance. "Would you like to come over for breakfast?" Fisher and Kirby finally delivered their lines perfectly. "No, I don't really want to go." Crystal's last line was also delivered smoothly. "No, I feel terrible." Meg Ryan's line was also delivered smoothly. Thump, 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 thump. The 4 ringing sounds of hanging up the phone were very rhythmic, and Ronald smiled. "Oh, God," Carrie Fisher was exhausted by Harry and Sally's emotions. Bruno Kirby suddenly couldn't remember his lines, he froze. SHXT, Ronald looked at the almost finished shot and cursed inwardly. It's thank goodness we don't have to go through this again, idiot. Sorry, I forgot my lines. Bruno Kirby also jumped out of bed to apologize to the actors. It's okay, we'll do it again, finally. On the 51st take, the 4 actors completed this difficult performance. Phew, this film processing, everyone can take a break today. Ronald saw that everyone on set was exhausted and didn't have the energy to shoot the remaining scenes. Making movies is really hard, Ang Lee sighed from the side. It was his first time on a Hollywood commercial film set, and he saw an experienced director like Ronald shooting a single scene 51 times, which almost drove him crazy. It's just not going smoothly. The past few days we've been getting it in one take. Ronald patted him on the shoulder. Your videotape of C. Lang visits his mother was a huge help. Why didn't you show me such wonderful art before? Hi, this play wasn't allowed to be performed a few years ago. I found the mainland version. I heard they didn't allow it for a long time either. Oh, Ronald had seen some of the songs and knew it was about a general breaking through enemy lines to visit his mother, missing her. That wouldn't be suitable for the play, on both sides. After resting overnight, filming went smoothly again. The crew filmed many of Harry's scenes. At Mary and Jess's wedding, he realized the hurt his actions had caused Sally. He called Sally every day, apologizing, sending gifts. He tried everything, but she just didn't want to talk to him. His habit of sleeping with her and then leaving in the morning was so classic that Sally felt she had seen through Harry and didn't want to get hurt anymore. Finally, on New Year's Eve, Mary dragged Sally to a New Year's party. Everyone watched the New Year's countdown live from Times Square in the ballroom. Harry walked alone on the street, seeing everyone reunited, and a deep emotion suddenly welled up inside him. He rushed out to hail a taxi, but no car would stop. Finally, Harry couldn't bear the thought of not being able to be with Sally, so he ran to the New Year's Eve party venue. I can't stand the thought of no one kissing me on New Year's Eve. I'm going home. Sally's date was terrible. She didn't want to stay there until the New Year's Eve rush when everyone was kissing and hugging. Last year, Harry was here, kissing her like a friend. It felt like a consolation prize. Don't be like that, Sally, please stay. It's only 10 minutes until New Year's Eve. If no one's here, I'll kiss you. Bruno Kirby, playing Jess, sensed Sally's deep sadness. Mary stopped her husband. She knew Sally would be even more heartbroken if she stayed and saw all the couples. Cut. Ronald had indeed resumed his high-efficiency filming. This made Ang Lee feel amazed. She could never catch up. It's the last scene. How's your preparation? Ronald asked Billy Crystal. The other gave an okay sign. He had been preparing for a long time. Action. Harry ran to the hall's doorway and saw Sally about to leave. I love you, Sally. How do you expect me to reply? Sally didn't want to say anything more. You love me too. How about that, Harry? This won't do. You can't just appear in front of me like this, tell me you love me, and expect me to forget everything. Meg Ryan's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice began to tremble. Audiences will surely love this side of Sally. She's sincere in her feelings, unwilling to compromise, and expects the other person to reciprocate. Then what will it take? Billy Crystal's performance was also excellent, a man finally able to face his own feelings. He had always loved this girl, only he hadn't known it before. I don't know, but it's definitely not like that. Sally turned to leave. She didn't want to cry in front of Harry. Then how about this? Harry panicked and grabbed Sally. 9, 8, 7, 6, the people around began the countdown. I love that I can catch a cold even when it's 71 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I love that it takes me an hour and a half to order a sandwich. I love the wrinkles on your nose when you think you're being silly. I love that I can still smell your perfume after a day with you. I love that you're the last person I speak to before I go to sleep. Billy Crystal's rapid-fire delivery was incredibly satisfying. Meg Ryan's reaction was also superb. Sally was surprised by Harry's confession. She hadn't expected him to remember so many details of their time together so clearly. Her eyes welled up with tears again. I'm not saying this because I'm lonely, nor because it's New Year's Eve, but because if someone has decided they want to spend the rest of their life with another person, then they definitely hope that the rest of their life comes as soon as possible. A happy smile spread across Meg Ryan's face. She was enjoying this romantic confession. Wasn't this the kind of confession she had always longed for? Sweet and tender. Then her expression changed again. Look, You're always like this. Every time you say something like that, I can't hate you. I hate you. Harry looked at Sally with deep affection. I hate you. Sally's words were much softer than the last, and her gaze turned to happiness. I really hate you. A tear rolled down Meg Ryan's cheek. I hate you. Billy Crystal's expression was filled with sweetness, and suddenly, the two kissed. The camera slowly zoomed out. New Year's Day arrived, and countless fireworks fell from the ceiling. Everyone in the shot was dancing happily. Finally, in the center of the frame, there was a happy couple kissing, Harry and Sally. Cut. Ronald raised his hands and clapped loudly. Everyone started clapping. Everyone felt that this scene was very heartwarming and well shot. More importantly, the main part of the movie had been filmed. There's a party tonight, now we need to check the weather forecast, that's what Ronald said to the two main characters at the end. Another major filming location is the scene where Harry and Sally spend Christmas in the snow. That depends on the weather. Chapter 1019 Buying a New Big House. This Moongate, the land opposite no longer belongs to us. Because there wasn't enough space, we borrowed the public green space opposite as scenery. Although that land isn't yours, Mr. Lee, the scenery of spring breezes, autumn rains, and the changing seasons belongs to you, said Old Wang, the landscape designer, introducing the completed garden to Ronald. Filming for When Harry Met Sally had temporarily come to a halt, and Ronald received more good news. His miniature garden was finally finished. Today, he and Xiaoyan came to inspect the beautiful scenery. Xiaoyan had good grades at Stanton Community College. After graduation, whether he continued his studies, went to Ronald's factory, or interned at Daydream was up to him. Actually, he didn't have to work. His father, Old Yan, had invested his technical expertise in the factory, so making a living wouldn't be a problem. It's quite beautiful here. The scenery in Jiangnan is gentler, but the colors of the fallen leaves aren't as vibrant as in North America. Plus, the air is so clear. It would definitely look beautiful if we filmed it with Arri or Panavision cameras. Xiaoyan was still interested in film photography. He ran over to the courtyard where the wedding scene at the beginning of The Godfather was filmed and started gesturing with the director's viewfinder. That's the angle for singing and dancing at the wedding, Ronald smiled. It seemed that Xiaoyan had followed in his father's footsteps and fallen in love with film photography equipment. The design concept here is to change the scenery with every step. If we walk forward a dozen meters, after turning the corner, there's a small hill on the other side. That hill is covered with big trees, which is another kind of scenery, Ronald nodded. Wouldn't it be enviable to host a party in a house like this? Thank you, Mr. Lee. Our young man can hold his head high now. Many people can buy all their furniture and get married. Old Wang was very happy to receive the final payment check from Ronald. Mr. Lee, we're working here quite efficiently, aren't we? If there are any other landscaping projects, we'd love to take on a few more. There will be opportunities. My house is finished, and I'm having a party soon. Maybe some people will like it and place orders with you. The final payment for the landscaping was a small sum, as Ronald's third quarter bonus had arrived. Sales of the Dirty Dancing videotapes continue their steady growth. This movie was truly unique. Its long-term videotape sales were almost flat, very stable. However, sales of the two soundtrack records had passed the peak and were gradually declining. Although Dirty Dancing reduced Ronald's revenue by 50% in the third quarter, other movie videotapes were quickly making up for the shortfall. Those B-movies, thanks to the positive word of mouth from theatrical releases, were generating good revenue from each videotape. Movie box office earnings weren't high, and payment terms were long, making videotapes a very beneficial supplement. Fast sales, fast payments. Building a reputation through theatrical releases and then generating substantial cash flow through videotapes might become a common practice in Hollywood in the future. Adding to his previous earnings from numerous film directors, Ronald's income exceeded $20 million, making investment his primary concern. Coca-Cola stock was still a good investment, but after the third quarter, the stock price had only fluctuated slightly, and Buffett had begun strategic acquisitions, constantly buying up shares every month. Neither he nor Coca-Cola wanted a deal to be discovered in advance, potentially driving up the stock price and increasing the purchase cost. Ronald also felt he already had enough Coca-Cola stock and wanted to buy something else. However, he really didn't know what to buy, so he even bought several million shares of Buffett's company. The company's stock price was quite strange, over $4,000 per share, and he couldn't buy many lots. "Richard, how many people do you think will come to my party? Will it be lively?" Ronald showed his agent, Richard, around his house and garden. He really liked the small garden and would introduce it to visitors every time they came. He especially enjoyed seeing their surprise when they could see completely different scenery just a few steps away. "Oh, this is really unexpected." Richard's mouth dropped open as he saw the small hill opposite, making Ronald very happy. "Well, Ronald, your party might not get many Hollywood people. There are already few actors in New York, and it's Staten Island. The strike just ended, which is the perfect time for everyone to rush to make movies." So, Richard wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. His acting skills weren't quite up to par. His surprised expression earlier seemed a bit too exaggerated. But now he had to report bad news, and if he didn't praise Ronald's beloved possession, his Anisita's usefulness would probably be even less. "Hey, okay, if this miniature garden were in Hollywood, a lot of people would probably be willing to come." Ronald was still very interested in promoting Chinese culture. The more people enjoyed watching Chinese language films and appreciating Chinese art, the more money he could make from importing Chinese language films in the future. "By the way, what's so good about those Hollywood houses I had you looking at?" Since he had thought of the garden, Ronald wondered if he could build one in Los Angeles too. Would that be quite unique? Hollywood's big directors and producers all have their quirks. Perhaps he could become famous for his love of Chinese culture in the future. Perfect timing. There are 2 houses in Hollywood's most popular new neighborhood that would be perfect for you. Richard immediately pulled out a photo of the location from his briefcase. "Is this Beverly Hills?" Ronald looked at the photo filled with trees, puzzled. Ever since visiting Billy Wilder's house, he'd disliked those secluded dwellings, where all the service staff were expensive. The only advantage was being away from gossip reporters and movie fans. Like his apartment in New York, as long as the property management company was good, he could satisfy his need for privacy on Fifth Avenue. The downtown area at the foot of Beverly Hills. Richard pulled out a map and pointed it out to Ronald. Apparently, this area had recently changed its land use, being developed into a series of luxury homes sold to Hollywood stars. The developers had even given it a catchy name, Beverly Park. "Aren't these the 2 most prime plots?" Ronald looked at the map, puzzled. Hadn't he heard those 2 excellent locations already been sold? Hollywood stars aren't doing well these days. Spending another $2 million on property could bankrupt them, so one big-name actor gave up his reservation on a property. That's why the developer is willing to sell it to you at a discount, since the deposit is non-refundable. "Hey, I really like this house. Talk to them, I'll buy it." Ronald was very satisfied. The house wasn't far from his apartments on the boutique shopping street, and the community was surrounded by large trees. These 2 houses were in the very center. Even if they hired a helicopter to take photos, they might not be able to get a picture of the house inside. As for the telephoto lenses that paparazzi often use, they couldn't even see the house's location. "Which one do you want? I'll go and reserve one for you." Richard immediately flashed a professional smile. He was still somewhat useful to Ronald, wasn't he? "Let's buy both," Ronald thought. Since he wanted to live in a quiet place, why not buy 2? Live in one, and keep the other as a backup. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about having troublesome neighbors. Sure enough, not many Hollywood stars showed up at Ronald's party. Aside from Billy Crystal of When Harry Met Sally, screenwriter Nora Ephron, and producer Rob Reiner, only the actresses who had just finished filming Steel Magnolia were present. Diane had also returned to New York, chatting and laughing with Shirley MacLaine. When Ronald arrived, her eyes crinkled with laughter. How did the movie go? Ronald was actually asking if director Herbert Ross had mistreated them. No. Rob was watching him, and he didn't say those vicious criticisms of Julia Roberts and Dolly Parton anymore. Saying an actress can't act, Ronald wasn't sure if that was criticism or praise. Many actresses can't act, but that doesn't stop them from getting top-tier salaries. Is Herbert getting married soon? Ronald wondered, remembering that Herbert Ross was about to marry Jacqueline Kennedy's sister. Don't even mention it, we weren't invited. Several actresses were quite unhappy and spoke ill of director Herbert Ross to Ronald. America's invitation to the wedding was a sign of their good relationship. They all assumed they would receive an invitation because of filming. However, Herbert Ross was short on funds, and his salary for Steel Magnolia couldn't afford many guests. His new wife's side consisted of socialites, so he had to cut back on his guest list. Don't be angry, I wasn't invited either, Ronald said, also a little disgruntled. But if you want to attend the wedding, you might have a chance soon. I think Rob, Reiner, and that female photographer, haha, aren't they a perfect match? Dolly Parton voiced everyone's thoughts. The two were inseparable on set, their radiant presence practically a spotlight. What are you talking about? Rob Reiner, chatting with his girlfriend and Olympia Dukakis, heard the laughter and came over to greet everyone. We were guessing when you're getting married. Sally Field always had a thing for weddings, and, will we be invited, darling? Leonard's photographer girlfriend turned to look at him. We've decided to get married next year. Leonard looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone's been invited. This was a rare and joyous occasion. Neither of them were getting married for the first time, so they only wanted to invite a few friends for a small wedding. The actresses were delighted. Dolly Parton even hummed the wedding march. Weddings are such a happy occasion. Ronald was also infected by this joy. Diane hugged Ronald's arm, pulling tighter and tighter. A mix of anticipation and worry, her head bowed. Ronald, Ms. Hayes, let me help you. An elderly woman entered through the door, walking slowly. Ronald quickly went to help her. This was Helen Hayes, a rare multi-award winner in the American entertainment industry, a Hollywood and Broadway dual-threat star, who had spoken at the Elephant Party National Convention. When you had your agent invite me, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Hayes is quite old, but she still has a great sense of humor. It's my honor. Ronald helped her sit down. Please sit, please sit. When I was young, I didn't like having older people at parties. We just couldn't connect with them. I never thought I'd be an old person myself now, and it feels really good to be with young people. Several middle-aged actresses seem to have been downgraded to young people by Hayes's words. Although she was still witty and humorous, naturally becoming the star among stars, Hayes, after all, was old and lacked energy. Ronald helped her to the next room to rest. Ronald, would you like to name a hospital after yourself? In the room, Hayes grabbed Ronald's arm, no longer appearing listless as before. What, a hospital? I'll name it. Ronald didn't know why Hayes would ask such a question. Actually, I'm not old enough to name a charity. Helen Hayes gestured for Ronald to sit down. Not now. After I die, the hospital I named after will need a patron. It turned out that after retiring, Hayes's biggest obsession was with a hospital where, in her youth, she had been tricked into giving it her name to solicit donations. She had seen many sick children there recover and become healthy, useful people because of acts of kindness. Recently, however, the money from Hollywood, Hayes's largest source of donations, had suddenly plummeted, forcing her to come to Ronald in person to beg for donations. She told Ronald about the hospital's history and showed him photos of the cured children. Ronald was deeply moved. This veteran actress was truly a role model. I've been feeling tired lately and can no longer organize charity fundraising galas like before. My best friend is Lillian Gish, the leading lady of the silent film era. She's older than me, and I can entrust the hospital to her. After much thought, I've decided you're the best candidate. You're young, compassionate, and a person of your word. I want you to take over this hospital after I die, and then the hospital can be named after you, or after a person you designate for remembrance. Hayes looked at Ronald, awaiting her reply. Her trusted friends had all passed away before her in recent years, and her relationship with her son was strained. I promise you, I will look after this Helen Hayes Memorial Hospital. Don't worry, Ms. Hayes, I will find a way to ensure the hospital continues to exist, and the name Helen Hayes Memorial Hospital endures. I'll take that seriously. Helen Hayes, having achieved her goal, felt tired and leaned back on the sofa to rest. By the way, Ms. Hayes, where are the copyrights to your past films? Although Ronald had promised to look after them, a public hospital couldn't be supported by just one person. He thought of a solution. Many of my early films remain with Columbia Pictures. I have partial copyrights to a few, but they're all black and white films that nobody watches anymore, Helen Hayes replied. If you'd like, I can find a way to release your movies on videotape. Many fans just don't know where to buy them. They actually really love the movies you've acted in. The old lady fell asleep with hope. Ronald came out and discussed it with Richard, then contacted Columbia Pictures to see if they would be willing to re-release the old black and white films from the golden age on videotape. If this business succeeded, the profits could serve as a long-term source of funding for the Helen Hayes Memorial Hospital. What? Rob Reiner's father, Carl, an old acquaintance of Helen Hayes, came over to ask Ronald about the situation. Recently, charitable donations have been very low, and Ms. Hayes is a bit anxious. I'll try to find a long-term source of funding for her hospital, Ronald explained his idea, and Rob Reiner was very happy to hear it and also agreed to re-release the masterpieces of the Golden Age. Modern audiences would probably find it hard to imagine the heights Hollywood once reached. Why is there no one donating now? Ronald asked Reiner in confusion. You're filming in New York, so you don't know, but several former success stories in Hollywood are facing bankruptcy. Chapter 1020 The wave of bankruptcies arrives. This was once reserved by two big-name Hollywood male stars. Coincidentally, they both canceled their reservations. Mr. Lee is very lucky, it's not easy to find two adjacent properties in Block A. Oh, yeah, Ronald adjusted his sunglasses, unimpressed. That day, he had arrived at the foot of Beverly Hills in Los Angeles, ready to buy a house on the Beverly Park block. The real estate agent was the same one he had met before, still praising Ronald's foresight and luck. If only one person canceled, it might be luck, but two top stars canceling couldn't be explained by coincidence. Block A was located in the best part of Beverly Park, in the center of all the houses. Besides the large trees surrounding the area blocking the view for tourists, there were also bushes around Block A, shielding it from curious neighbors. The two houses were large and small. The larger one was 2,500 square feet, with 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. The smaller one was 1,800 square feet, with 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. If he wasn't satisfied, modifications could be made according to Ronald's wishes. The most striking outdoor feature is the large swimming pool, 100 feet long and 50 feet wide. It's a perfect spot for pool parties under the California sun. The two large houses also include various other exercise facilities, an outdoor basketball court, an indoor swimming pool, an outdoor tennis court, an indoor tennis court, a gym, a yoga room, a small library, and a media room. The media room attached to the large house is a bit small. I have some old movie copies, so it needs to be redesigned and renovated to modern cinema standards. Also, convert the 2 garages next to the media room into temperature and humidity controlled storage for celluloid copies. There's a grassy pond here, build me a Chinese-style pavilion and an arched bridge connecting the 2 houses over the pond. Have Lao Wang and the others come over. Ronald's time was precious, he simply offered his ideas and let Richard find people to implement them. The celebrity who originally ordered the large houses clearly had a penchant for luxury cars, he had 6 garages dedicated to sports cars alone. Ronald conveniently converted 2 of them into business study areas. The wealthy are all about efficiency. Ronald made his decisions and plans, delegated the tasks to his private lawyer and accountant, and then got in his car with Richard to meet Nisida at CAA. Aren't you interested in who the original owners of these 2 houses are? Richard seemed unconcerned about his role as an assistant, even a little smug. When a client entrusts you with private matters, it means the trust between you is still healthy. I don't want him to find a reason to inflate the price. Ronald wasn't particularly interested in this kind of gossip. Who cares which big star you are, none of them are as rich as me. So who is it? Your CAA must have some information, right? Ronald asked casually, seeing Richard's expression of wanting to flatter him but failing. The big one is Stallone, PFFT, ha ha ha, let me laugh for a bit. Ronald couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the name. He, the most financially savvy artist in Hollywood, that might just be you. Ronald, I don't think I've ever heard of you failing at investing. Richard adjusted his glasses, he'd been looking for an opportunity to flatter him for a long time. Hey, that was all luck, Ronald smugly thought for a moment. But then he remembered the Andy Warhol painting he bought from David Geffen and regretted it. His undefeated investment record had been shattered right there. Ronald, you've come at the right time. How about a vacation to the Aegean Sea? Nisida greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him in the CAA office, pulling out a chair for him. Why would I go there? Ronald sat down and took the coffee his secretary had prepared. I'm here to promote the release of Working Girl. How many of your clients can help with a promotion? Ronald's film, Working Girl, had already booked various female secretaries for promotional appearances, but secretaries alone weren't enough. The best promotional effect would be achieved with some big-name celebrities. Because 3 directors on our CAA client list are in Greece. If you could talk to them, who? Ronald asked curiously. It was normal for 3 star actors to be on the same filming location, but what would 3 directors be doing together? Wouldn't they start fighting? It's Francis, Coppola, Marty, Schulz, and Woody Allen. Nishida explained the situation, and Ronald understood. These three directors were frequently praised by critics, but their box office performance was inconsistent, often one film being a box office hit while the other lost money. Surprisingly, after the screenwriters' strike ended, not all producers immediately resumed filming. Many were fine during the strike, but once it ended, their true financial situations were revealed, and many mid-sized studios began a wave of bankruptcies. No one was willing to invest in the projects the three directors wanted to make. They themselves also had financial problems, so they had no choice but to team up and co-direct a film to weather the storm. This kind of anthology film, each person directing a story, was originally intended as an investment channel for wealthy film fans, allowing them to invest in their favorite directors and actors and fulfill their dreams. However, halfway through filming, two of the four co-investing producers had already begun bankruptcy liquidation proceedings. The end of the writers' strike didn't help them get through it. Instead, the large number of commercial films being commissioned meant that the trio's joint film had poor box office prospects and risked becoming a flop. Nishida simply wanted Ronald to take a look. These were people who had mentored him early in his directing career, and if he were willing to invest. Anthology film, Ronald pinched his brow. This type of film has always been a major taboo in commercial cinema. Each director has their own style, and the bigger the name, the more critically acclaimed, the more unique their style. Combining three directors can easily lead to a disjointed feel. The last time Hollywood did this kind of big-name director anthology was with The Twilight Zone, the film that killed Jennifer Jason Leigh's father. I need the Daydream Partners' approval to invest in a film. The return on investment for this kind of film won't be very high, Ronald said, quickly but firmly rejecting the offer. Okay, it was just a suggestion, Nishida said, retracting his idea. Ronald was his most important client. However, Ronald was always sentimental, and Nishida had initially thought he might actually help. However, I might be able to find someone to help. Ronald wouldn't invest himself. But that didn't mean no one would be willing to invest in a joint project by three well-known Hollywood directors. Who? I've asked everyone in Hollywood. Nishida was surprised. Who said Hollywood? Ronald laughed. He called Michel Canold, who was daydreaming, and asked him to help him contact Frans Afman, a Dutch banker he knew in Cannes who was an executive at Credit Lyonnais and liked to invest in the film industry, financing Oliver Stone and Michael Douglas's new film. Anyway, his investment philosophy was to focus on projects by big directors, even if the return on investment was lower. Now that he was being introduced to three big directors at once, he was overjoyed. Credit Lyonnais quickly approved the injection of funds into the project of the three big directors, saving the film crew from running out of money. Frans Afman was overjoyed. Mediocre Hollywood didn't appreciate their gems. These great artists' projects even needed financial support from the French bank. Ronald, thank you so much, not only for introducing Mr. Frans Afman to finance the production, but also because we felt a respect for artists here. Coppola, finally able to pay his hotel bill after receiving the check, resumed serving various delicious European dishes. He had called specifically to thank Ronald for the connection. You are highly respected in Europe. Money can't buy that. If there's anything to thank, it's your excellent artistic reputation that made Credit Lyonnais trust you. Haha, with the money in hand, we can finish filming next month. Then the three of us will attend the premiere of your new film separately. The three directors were delighted. Ronald's words made sense. An artist's reputation could indeed be exchanged for money. Thank you, dessert is ready. Ronald hung up the phone and handed it to the waiter. He was having dinner with Helen Slater at a Greek restaurant. The Mediterranean diet catered to Ronald's love of meat while also providing Helen with plenty of vegetarian dishes served with olive oil. Even the signature dessert, baklava, came in both high-calorie versions with honey, eggs, and whole milk, and low-calorie versions with just yogurt and chopped nuts. So, are there really a lot of stars in Hollywood facing financial difficulties right now? It's sad that even these three directors can't find investors. It's not that sad. Ronald remained silent. Helen enjoyed discussing these social and moral issues, but as far as Ronald knew, these three directors weren't exactly favored by major studios. Only mid-sized studios were willing to gamble on them. Hollywood can't just be about commercial films and genre movies. It also needs to explore many artistic genres. Otherwise Hollywood will become stagnant, Helen said, taking a bite of her dessert, actually a healthier version. The yogurt was fermented and had very little sugar, before starting to share some of her and her friend's thoughts. That makes a lot of sense, Ronald said, following Helen's lead. Indeed, Hollywood can't just repeat proven commercial film models, it needs bold exploration and breakthroughs to create new genre models, allowing less talented professionals to also produce profitable works. If Coppola had made The Godfather Part 3, producers would have lined up to give him money. But if he hadn't broken all the conventions and made the first Godfather, then today's gangster films would still be repeating the noir film model of the 1930s. However, compared to having established directors make expensive, exploratory art films, Ronald prefers investing in low-budget exploitation film directors who haven't had a chance to explore new genres. Are you unhappy? Helen noticed Ronald's distraction. Did I say something wrong? I was just having some thoughts with a friend. I didn't say you're just a commercial film director who only repeats existing ones. Helen hurriedly waved her hands, mindlessly relaying her thoughts from conversations with Helen Hunt and Broadway actors, seemingly implying some criticism of Ronald. Of course, darling, I know what you mean, Ronald said, holding her hand reassuringly. I was just thinking, what can we do to help those talented directors who are overlooked by the big studios to make the films they want to make? Really? Helen's eyes lit up. Ronald was so charming when he talked about this kind of professional and social responsibility. Of course, and also, I wanted to spend more time with you before you went to Canada to continue filming. We haven't seen each other in so long. Their voices grew softer and softer as they drew closer, finally kissing. Please leave our table, Mr. Stallone, a man with a British accent shouted, interrupting Ronald and Helen's tender moment. Tisk, hey, can't you just be quiet for a minute? Ronald was annoyed that the surrounding diner's attention was focused on the table a few tables away from him. That looks like Meg Tilly, Helen recognized the person at the other table. I heard she's getting a divorce from her husband. I wonder if this is, no, isn't this the man she was rumored to be having an affair with on set? I remember Kinnaman's father is over 70, this man's age doesn't match, his accent is wrong too, Ronald muttered. That man was clearly one of the two couples he'd seen having an affair with at Versailles Palace in Paris, Colin Firth. They, like Ronald, were on a date at this Greek restaurant. They just happened to run into Hollywood star Sylvester Stallone. This hormone-fueled male star had suffered a heavy loss from his divorce. But Stallone hadn't changed his habit of chasing after beautiful actresses, yet he didn't know how to attract Hollywood actresses. While Meg Tilly was on a date with her boyfriend, he, with the fearless courage of Rambo, asked Meg Tilly to come to his house on the spot. Provoked, Colin Firth naturally stood up, shielding Tilly behind him, separating her from Stallone. But his excellent British education left him clueless about how to deal with a jerk like Stallone. Meg, why do you always hang out with these losers? Kinnaman too, him too. Let me tell you the secret to success in Hollywood, hang out with the winners, then you can be a winner too. Oh my God, Ronald was practically digging his toes in embarrassment at this corny confession. Look at me, look at him, Stallone said, forcefully shoving Colin Firth into a chair, then flexing his muscles and continuing his corny attack. I'm a winner. I own a big house in Hollywood Park, in the hottest spot right now. And your little boyfriend, oh, Ronald was at his wit's end with this jerk. The larger house he'd bought was reserved by Stallone. Cannonball wasn't paying for his movies anymore, and with the heavy losses from the divorce, he couldn't afford the remaining balance on the house. If he didn't even get his deposit back, he was in danger of bankruptcy. To avoid bankruptcy, Stallone had to move to the smallest and worst apartment in the D block, right next to the street. He'd take out a mortgage first, and with the future income from his 2 film series as collateral, a bank was willing to lend him money. That place was easy for tourists visiting Hollywood, gossip reporters, and movie fans to gather around. But honestly, Stallone probably wanted to be surrounded by people. It would at least prove he wasn't washed up. Hey, that's so rude. Helen couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to protest to Stallone. Such arrogant and low-class bullying of Colin Firth, a British actor, was a disgrace to Hollywood. And who's this little darling? Stallone's anger turned to delight. This actress was even prettier than Meg Tilly. Ahem. Ronald stood up and emerged from a shadowy corner. They had reserved seats further inside for more privacy. Ronald was tall and imposing. Although his muscles weren't as muscular as Stallone's, his well-proportioned physique, honed from years of wrestling training, combined with his height advantage, meant he didn't hold his own. Stallone, recognizing Ronald, felt his arrogance vanish. His boastful words were now met with the side of a man who owned a mansion he couldn't afford. The house, you, sigh. Even a stoic like Stallone showed a rare moment of shame at not being the winner, feeling like a loser. He stopped bothering Meg Tilly, turned silent, and walked away. Thank you, Ronald. Director Lee, Colin thanked him repeatedly. It's nothing. Not all Hollywood is like that. I've always had a soft spot for British actors. I had a great time working with Alan Rickman. Ronald ignored the pale-faced Tilly sitting beside him, took Helen's hand, and the two left. Meg, Ronald is such a good man. Tilly didn't know what to say. A mix of emotions overwhelmed her, and she suddenly lowered her head, covered her face with her hands, and cried. Meg, let's not live in Hollywood anymore. Let's move somewhere else. Life outside Hollywood is more normal, unlike here where everyone is obsessed with fame and fortune. Colin Firth thought that Stallone's rudeness and humiliation had upset Tilly. But, Kinnaman said that I could only live in Hollywood, New York, or British Columbia near Cannes, under the pretext of visiting the children, before he would agree to divorce and give me custody of the children. Meg Tilly knew that such a condition was extremely cruel. Living in Hollywood or Manhattan, New York, wouldn't be enough for their savings, and Canada was too far from the entertainment industry. Both of their acting careers could be ruined. The most advantageous option for them was to live in a small California town near Los Angeles, quiet, low cost, and they could come to auditions and socialize anytime. British Columbia, Colin Firth hesitated as well. He came to Hollywood hoping to make a name for himself. Why? Seeing the two of them at a loss because of money, Meg Tilly became even more upset and lowered her head to cry. If only it were back then. I should be living in that big house in Hollywood Park now. Darling, let's go to Canada, to British Columbia. I can be a high school drama teacher for you, it's no big deal. Thinking that Tilly was upset because he didn't want to go to Canada with her, Faith quickly made a promise. Why? Tilly cried even harder now. Chapter 1021 Repaying Ronald. I bought all sorts of Chinese vegetable dumplings for breakfast today, you should try them. Ronald had already gone for a run that morning and ordered a box of dim sum from a Cantonese restaurant, lots of vegetarian buns and dumplings, which Americaners call dumplings, perfect for Helen who loves vegetarian food. Helen, wearing a silver silk nightgown, came over to eat breakfast with a touch of languor. She was about to fly to British Columbia to film the remaining scenes of Deep Affection, and her lover had bought her breakfast as usual, making her very happy. Like any girl who grew up on Manhattan's Upper East Side, Helen was full of progressive ideas. These reunions with Ronald every now and then felt perfect. They had both slept soundly after their intense night together, both feeling energized. Under Ronald's influence, Helen had gradually started eating smaller amounts of meat, eggs, and dairy, maintaining a good weight and looking much more energetic than many of the skinny Hollywood actors. Ronald saw Helen off at the airport and returned to Daydream Films. His agent was waiting for him in the office, and the first thing she said was, Miss Basinger invites you to her house again to watch a movie, to continue discussing the editing choices for 9.5 weeks. Oh, Richard, you're my talent agent, not my agent. Ronald thought Richard was being a bit too attentive. I'm just passing on a message. A good agent tells clients all the appointment requests, a better agent prescreens them. The best ones will arrange for the people the client needs to meet in advance. You really? Ronald shook his head and sat down. Seriously, I did find you a star to meet. Mr. Nicholson, the original owner of your little house who made the down payment, wants to meet you and have a chat. Okay, you arrange it for me. Ronald agreed when he heard that it was Jack Nicholson, the owner of the little house, who was making the request. In Hollywood, film financing follows the stars, so it wouldn't hurt for him to meet more male stars. He's hesitating about joining Warner Brothers' Batman. Maybe he'll bring it up when you meet. In the afternoon, after Ronald finished his work, Richard reminded him that he needed some background information for his meeting with Nicholson that evening to avoid awkwardness. He's playing Batman? Ronald asked. No, he's playing the villain, the Joker, Richard explained. Batman was played by Michael Keaton, a former comedian and friend of director Tim Burton. As for the Joker, Warner Brothers was pushing for a big star. Jack Nicholson was hesitant, and Warner Brothers was actively lobbying for him. Director Burton had found a replacement, another comedian, Robin Williams. Williams was far less famous than Nicholson, so although the director liked him, Warner Brothers still wanted to sign Nicholson. This wasn't widely known in the industry except among some high-ranking CAA executives. Ronald's knowledge of this background made him appear well-informed. Also, Ms. Basinger is trying to get the female lead, Richard added after finishing his business. Oh, for God's sake, Richard, Ronald waved. Hey, even though he was telling Richard not to be too enthusiastic, Ronald, sitting in the car, was already thinking about Kim Basinger, that tall, blonde German beauty. Ronald. How long has it been since we last met? Jack Nicholson was the kind of person who didn't usually like to make a fuss with people. But if he deliberately wanted to make a good impression, few could resist his Hollywood playboy charm. If we're counting from when we last spoke, it was 7 or 8 years ago at Jane Fonda's house. Ronald hadn't expected Nicholson to be such a warm person. We should see each other more often. I always feel like you have a scent similar to mine. Nicholson finished speaking and deliberately took a few mischievous breaths. That must be because of Roger Corman. I worked at his company for quite a while, and he even gave me the 20-minute directing training session. That's it. Nicholson sat on the sofa in the living room of his Mulholland Drive house, leaning back on the cushions, and pointed at Ronald with his hand. I told you you have a very good grasp of film budgets. You're one of the few directors in Hollywood who knows how to use money. Speaking of Roger Corman, Jack Nicholson's memory began to surface. He had met Roger Corman in an acting training class. After that, he not only worked as an actor but also as a screenwriter, writing several box office hits for Corman. Finally, he tried his hand at directing, and it was only after his huge success in Easy Rider that he established himself as an actor in Hollywood. Let me tell you, Roger made me a screenwriter and actor for 10 years, and that bastard wouldn't pay me a penny more than the union minimum wage. Luckily, later, I snatched Peter Fonda and Dennis Hope's movie Easy Rider. Jack Nicholson also told a little-known story. The film Easy Rider, which paved the way for the New Hollywood movement, was originally funded by Roger Corman's New World Pictures. Ape Pictures, responsible for distribution, distrusted Peter Fonda and added many additional conditions. Fortunately, Jack Nicholson knew people at Columbia Pictures and secretly contacted them, getting them to poach Peter Fonda. Roger Corman could have easily enjoyed the box office and critical success as a producer. Ultimately, Jack Nicholson, who had been earning minimum wage for 10 years, poached the project, losing his chance to make history. It's worth noting that Easy Rider largely imitated Corman's earlier work, The Gangster. Jack Nicholson not only achieved success as a producer but also made a fortune. Furthermore, he himself replaced Bruce Dern, the original choice for the supporting role, stealing Dern's thunder and achieving great success in Hollywood, remaining popular to this day, while Bruce Dern has remained only moderately successful. This was the first time Ronald had heard the details of this case from the person involved. It seems that artists cannot be treated with the same care as production costs like costumes and props. Simply squeezing manpower might result in far greater losses. I also came here to ask you, what do you think about not paying salaries and instead using a share of the profits afterward? Is it a good idea? Nicholson nudged Ronald when he noticed he was a bit distracted. Actually, this was what Nicholson really wanted to know. The crisis of delays also affected Warner Brothers. The Batman project had been delayed for more than half a year, and the budget had already exceeded its limits. Distributor Warner Brothers was trying to cut the biggest cost, star salaries. This led them to their biggest star, Nicholson, proposing a plan to exchange his salary for a share of the profits. Nicholson was a bit hesitant. He struggled on the poverty line for 10 years. If it weren't for Corman occasionally giving him minimum wage projects, he might have given up acting. Such a person is extremely sensitive to money. Previously, Nicholson wanted to buy a larger house, specifically one near Hollywood Park, closer to the business district. But the sudden tightening of monetary policy alerted him, and he immediately cut his losses and ran. Sure enough, now the Batman crew can't even pay his salary. They'll only pay him after the film's release and after receiving their share of the box office revenue. If the film is good, a share is a better option. It depends on your expectations for the project's quality. I see. Nicholson was very confident in his acting skills. Hollywood rumors circulated that Ronald made a fortune from the independent distribution of Spicy Dance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken over his house. This man's words were worthy of respect. Looks like I still need to talk to Warner Brothers. If the female lead is suitable, this movie has the potential to be a big hit. Nicholson was now inclined to accept. Who did they cast for the female lead? Vicky Weir, Ronald also felt that the huge success of the Superman series indicated that American audiences were interested in comic book adaptations. He figured he might as well ask about the female lead for someone else. They've cast Sean Young, the woman from Blade Runner. Jack Nicholson's interest grew as he talked about the actress. God, how dare you cast this crazy woman? Ronald was startled. This actress was eccentric. He'd encountered her during the last casting call, and she hadn't been acting normally. Oh yeah, Nicholson frowned slightly, his mouth twisting in a grimace, after hearing about her exploits. A crazy woman who kept pressuring the director to reshoot because she thought his performance was bad. Acting opposite such an actress would mean going home very late every day. Should he try to exert some influence on the production company? Let me see what I can do. Ronald thought, wouldn't this give Kim Basinger a chance? He could go to her house to watch the movie and have some confidence. Why did he think of that again? It was all Richard's fault for constantly mentioning her name in front of him. Ronald and Nicholson hit it off immediately because of Coleman and drank quite a bit of beer. We get along really well. Money should be spent wisely, not wasted. A fool like Stallone, once Cannonball stops making movies for him, he'll run into cash problems. I was thinking of building a second house in Hollywood Park, but now there are a lot of houses for sale with significant price reductions around Mulholland Drive. I'm thinking of buying the neighbor's house and expanding. Nicholson led Ronald to the rooftop, surveying the surrounding area. Marlon Brando's house was not far away. That's a great idea, Ronald agreed, thinking it was a good idea. Buy a few more houses, expand the house, and then use the neighbor's land as a buffer zone. How about doing the same with his new house? 2 houses combined into one? Once the next videotape sales revenue comes in, he can hire a designer. Do you have any more advice regarding salary and profit sharing? Jack Nicholson hadn't tried this method of payment before and wanted to get more out of Ronald. If possible, include videotapes and overseas box office revenue in the deal. Ronald raised his beer and took a sip. Videos are really that profitable? Jack Nicholson knew that the overseas market would bring him a lot of profit sharing, but videotapes? When his agent negotiated, there would always be a balance. If videotapes were truly profitable, then the profit sharing from that channel would have to be increased. Ronald gave him a knowing look. So where do you think the money for my house came from? Ha ha ha. Nicholson laughed so hard his mouth twisted. You're a good friend, Ronald. Do you have any actresses who want to play Batman? Go audition, I can put in a good word for you. Huh? Ronald hadn't expected Nicholson to reward him like this. Looks like you're not quite used to Hollywood nightlife yet. Relax, Ronald. Hollywood is a city of dreams. They'll give you anything if you help someone achieve their dreams. Jack Nicholson's nightlife had only just begun, and Ronald, after showing up at his party, found it too decadent and not to his taste. However, Nicholson's words made sense, and Ronald decided to give it a try. So he had Richard contact Kim Basinger and go to her house that evening to discuss film editing techniques. Kim, with a fresh perspective, Ronald arrived at Basinger's place. Is that you, Ronald? Come in. The door's ajar. Basinger's magnetic voice came from the intercom in the doorway. I'm coming in. Ronald stepped through the door and closed it behind him. The room was dark, except for the living room connected to the kitchen, which was lit. Kim, Ronald asked. I'm here, baby, came Kim's voice from the living room. Turning the corner, Ronald's eyes lit up. The white light shone brightly, the refrigerator door in the kitchen was open, and a large bucket of ice was on the dining table. Not far away was a large glass bowl of strawberries. Next to it was a large bucket of milk and a bottle of high-quality honey. Ronald couldn't help but swallow. Wasn't this a scene from 9.5 Weeks playing out again? Basinger was wearing a white men's shirt, the hem barely covering her. Her long legs were spread wide apart as she sat on the kitchen table. The nail polish on her toes, combined with her blonde hair and red lips, was breathtaking. Ronald knew that Basinger had heard the good news from Richard. Her previously failed casting attempt had a chance now, and she was determined to repay Ronald. She wanted him to remember her passion and help her fulfill her wish. With a soft moan, Basinger simply lay down on the kitchen table, her 2 smooth, long legs spread wide, her chest thrust forward, her head arched back, her golden curls cascading down like a waterfall, her hot, delicate body seemingly trembling with excitement. Come and conquer me. Ronald also noticed a white strip of cloth. Basinger had come prepared. Ronald picked up a strip of cloth and blindfolded Basinger. Are you shivering, Ronald suddenly realized Basinger wasn't agitated, but rather shivering from the cold on the metal and marble countertop. There was really no need to perfectly replicate the movie. Ronald pulled Basinger close, letting her arms wrap around his neck and her long legs around his waist. With a sudden movement, he lifted Basinger steadily. "Miss Basinger, it's time to go to the bedroom." "What, you don't like it?" Kim Basinger asked, surprised that Ronald didn't want to linger in the kitchen. She'd seen plenty of men trying to recreate every scene from 9.5 Weeks, like John Peters, who had a good relationship with Warner Brothers. "That's just a movie. I know it must have been incredibly uncomfortable filming. I don't want to be the movie lead, I just want to be with you in a warm bed." Ronald then reached out and let Basinger lean on his shoulder. Recreating the movie, making herself feel cold, it couldn't compare to the comfort of the bedroom. "Oh, my God," Kim Basinger comfortably embraced Ronald. She was already in her 30s, it wasn't easy to keep a man's heart without some tricks. Ronald was truly a gift from God. Not having to play that movie role made Basinger feel much more relaxed. "Everyone wants to conquer me, but only you can make me happy. Let me repay you." Kim Basinger smiled as she stroked Ronald's sculpted face. Chapter 1022, Rewriting the Script After Filming the Movie. After Nicholson signaled to the studio that he had rekindled his interest in Batman, Warner Brothers was overjoyed and asked Nicholson what his conditions were. He had gleaned two crucial pieces of information from his conversation with Ronald: the videotapes were profitable and Sean Young was a crazy woman. Therefore, he made two conditions. 1. He was willing to forego a salary and instead accept box office revenue sharing, but this had to include a portion of the videotape sales too. He wanted to replace Sean Young, who was playing the female lead, Vicky Weir. After weighing the pros and cons internally, Warner Brothers agreed to the first condition but hesitated over the second. Upon hearing rumors of a recasting, Sean Young stormed into Warner Brothers' offices alone, threatening to expose all the men she had slept with to get the role if she wasn't given the part. The person most troubled by this was independent producer John Peters. He was the one who had made the promise to Sean Young, and exposing this relationship would severely damage his reputation. He climbed the ladder by working as a hairstylist for Barbra Streisand, and his specialty was winning over actresses. Despite Peters' insistence, the role wasn't recast. Upon learning this, Ronald had no choice but to temporarily put the project on hold, hoping to compensate Basinger with a lead role in a similar production later. However, Kim Basinger wasn't discouraged. She was investing her share of the profits from 9.5 Weeks in a ranch. The videotape sales of this erotic film were second only to Sex and the Beast, and Basinger, who also received a share, recently earned the most money of her life. However, compared to winners like Ronald and Basinger, most people in Hollywood are still struggling. The aftermath of the writers' strike, which lasted for over 6 months, seems to be more severe than Ronald and most Hollywood professionals anticipated. This is evident from the number of script submissions and collaboration offers Basinger has recently received. Many in Hollywood now know that Ronald Basinger has a huge cash reserves and want to try their luck. "Why do I have to invest in Minahan's movie? The project description shows actors I've never heard of. Does he even have that little bit of money?" Ronald noticed that among the many scripts was a project from Minahan Glenn's new company, 21st Century Pictures. Curious, he picked it up and saw it was a musical, clearly a parody of breakdancing and sizzling hop dance. After being ousted from Cannonball by his cousin Yoram, Minahan seemed determined to replicate the success Ronald had initially helped him achieve, another box office miracle with a musical, a comeback in Hollywood. "Should I have him talk to?" asked David Simpkins, who was in charge of script selection. "Do you think this script is good?" Ronald wanted a professional assessment first, not wanting his relationship with Minahan to influence his subordinates. He couldn't predict the future of every film, and if his subordinates always followed his lead, the market would soon punish them. Tisk. "Actually, I'm not too optimistic. The script lacks romance, and the chosen songs are tasteless. Middle Eastern music isn't popular in America, haha. Just be straightforward from now on." "I'll call Minahan." Ronald picked up the phone. "Minahan, what was that thing you sent, hairhead? I've caught your attention." Minahan Grant's real purpose wasn't actually to get Ronald to co-invest in such a low-budget film, but to talk to Ronald. He still needed to stay at Cannonball for the full term stipulated in his contract before officially leaving, and now he wanted to discuss future collaborations with Ronald. "What, didn't Richard transfer your call to me?" In Cannonball's large office, Ronald frowned. As a producer and director, what he hated most was agents making decisions on their own, pushing projects away for clients based on their own ideas. Many Hollywood stars lost opportunities because of this. No, if he relayed that to you, you definitely wouldn't come to talk to me about the project. Only a completely illogical movie script could get you to come, haha. This is Iraq I brought from Israel. It's delicious. Ronald tasted it. It was a fragrant distilled spirit, pleasantly mixed with water and ice. What I really want to make is Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, the project I brought from Cannonball. I especially love the fire and lightning effects in Lucas's new movie. We could make Fantastic Four. Minahan looked at Ronald. For big-budget movies like this, having someone like Ronald endorse them was crucial to attracting investment and stars. Well, let me tell you, the current computing power of computer CPUs isn't enough to produce good special effects. Unless you can get the time of the engineering team at Industrial Light and Magic. Ronald immediately realized it wouldn't work. Currently, the only company in Hollywood capable of producing such special effects was Industrial Light and Magic. And even now, their most capable computer graphics engineer only worked on Lucas's and Spielberg's projects. Isn't there anyone else who can do it? Minahan knew even less about computer effects than Ronald. He'd asked several startups, some of whom confidently claimed they could do it. Believe me, have you heard of Moore's Law for CPUs? Ronald knew there was something wrong with that. To get a feasible result, it'll probably be another 2 or 3 years. If the technology is feasible, would you be interested in making Fantastic Four with me? The story is really good, we can keep an eye on it. Ronald thought of Cameron's team. He was a director capable of making breakthroughs. If the Abyss really gave him a technological breakthrough and he could create something amazing, it wasn't out of the question. Hey, it's a deal then. I'll remind you, Minahan wasn't in a hurry anyway. He could only legitimately make movies after he officially left Cannonball. Actually, my musical script wasn't entirely useless, was it? He recalled the success breakdancing had brought him. Seriously, you need a better screenwriter, and a hit song. Crack. Ronald was talking when suddenly several loud crashes came from outside the door, sounding like wood being chopped. Yoram, you bunch of liars. Where's Minahan? Get Minahan out here. What did he promise us? Ronald recognized the two voices outside and was about to go check. Minahan reacted even faster, jumping up without a trace of his chubby figure, quickly opening the office door and poking his head out. Jean-Claude, Duva, I'm here. The arrival came two action stars who had once served as Ronald's bodyguards, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren. Both were dressed in simple, neat clothing, loose trousers, and sturdy boots. Several pieces of broken wood and broken chair legs lay on the ground. Yoram and his secretary stood speechless, terrified. It seemed Van Damme and Lundgren had given them a live demonstration of what a black belt in karate was like. One used his legs, the other his fists, and they had actually broken several plywood chairs. Ah, Ronald, you're here too. Great. You be our judge. The two action stars, seeing Ronald there, immediately seemed to have found a savior. There wasn't a single capable person in canon. Come in and tell me what's going on. Ronald glanced at Yoram, who was standing silently to the side, thinking that the intimidation of this demolition scene was quite strong, otherwise this top salesman wouldn't be speechless. Minahan, you promised us you'd make Cyborg into a special effects blockbuster like Superman and Unicron, and now you don't even have the money for special effects. Hairhead, you know I'm no longer the chairman of Canon. Yoram is in charge now, Minahan said, spitting on the ground. But you promised us. What's going on now? We all believe the Canon's magic. We didn't even get our paychecks. They said they'd invest in special effects and we'll get a share of the profits after the movie's release. Lundgren, ever the outspoken, slammed his fist on the table. Stop hitting it. This is the original wooden table from the chairman's office. I moved it here specially. You can't break it. Minahan put his hands behind his head. I told you long ago, Yoram is unreliable. He even lied to me, his cousin who brought him into the industry. I don't need to tell you how many lies he's told you. Then what do we do? You were the one who promised we could become A-list action stars with this. Jean-Claude Van Damme was more rational. He stopped Lundgren from exploding. Ronald was there, wasn't he? What if he said something? So he couldn't appear too stupid. Ronald, listening nearby, found it amusing. This movie claimed to have invested over $20 million in production, but now even the budget for special effects was gone. It wasn't that they lacked money and did a poor job, they had none left. Not a single penny. The entire film was completed, but there was no money left for post-production special effects. Who could possibly edit it and release it? Of course, the production rights still belonged to Cannonball, and they would get a share of the profits after release. He certainly wouldn't take on a movie like this. But seeing two action actors being completely played, not getting paid and losing several months of filming time, even resorting to protesting for unpaid wages, after all, they had been his bodyguards for weeks, was too pitiful. If you have a sample, take a look, Ronald told them to get a copy to look at. I'll go get the screening room ready. Minahan was always interested in anything that could frustrate Yoram, and using the screening room was probably the last bit of authority he had left at Cannonball. Tisk, I doubt anyone could edit this into a special effects movie. Even Walter Murch couldn't edit a complete film. Ronald only watched for a dozen minutes before he knew the movie was doomed. All the action scenes had been designed with special effects in mind, waiting to be added in post-production. But Cannonball, unable to afford that, had essentially given up. Audiences weren't going to watch Jean-Claude Van Damme slash a sword, and then see Lundgren scream and fall to the ground, imagining a laser beam from the sword cutting down the other guy. Is that all there is to it? Lundgren, hearing Ronald's words, felt his dreams shattered inside as he sat down in his chair without saying a word. Action movies were already declining in Hollywood, and now even special effects action movies were gone. You mean, you can't edit a special effects movie? Jean-Claude Van Damme listened more carefully, understanding Ronald's underlying meaning. If they couldn't cut a special effects movie, what if they changed the script and edited it into a regular action film? Just keep the setting in the apocalyptic future, remove those cheap special effects shots, and it becomes, well, it becomes like that Australian Mad Max series? Superman plus action doesn't work, so Mad Max plus martial arts? All three looked at Ronald. Was that what he meant? I won't do this. You guys figure out how to edit it yourselves. If you need an editing machine, I can lend it to you. Ronald knew the film's copyright was highly disputed. With Cannonball acting this way, did he still qualify as a producer? It would likely require a series of court trials to determine. He wasn't foolish enough to get involved. However, getting Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren involved wouldn't hurt. Van Damme had received basic editing training from Murch, and after spending so much time with Corey Yuen and Sui Hark in Hong Kong, he'd probably learned some action film editing techniques. I understand, thank you, Ronald. Van Damme, as expected, grasped the point immediately and dragged Lundgren towards Yoram. What? What do you understand? Lundgren, eager to become a star, didn't quite understand editing, but he knew two burly men were more intimidating than one, so he went out to make a scene. Ronald, do you want to invest? We've always had a good working relationship with Cannonball. He can invest and take a 30% stake. Yoram revealed his true colors as a Jewish businessman. Upon hearing the news that Jean-Claude Van Damme wanted to re-edit the film, he quickly started calculating. First, quote a high price, then we can negotiate slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Giving him 50% in the end isn't out of the question, don't dream about it. Cannonball has breached the contract. They should transfer the film prints and production rights to me and I'll free of charge. Jean-Claude Van Damme dissuaded Yoram. That's right, hey, Lundgren clenched his fists cracking beside him. He agreed to transfer the entire film's ownership to me and Dolph. If it's released, they can get 30% of the profits. Jean-Claude Van Damme quickly finalized the deal. Without Ronald's acquisition, this film would be worthless garbage. It was Jean-Claude Van Damme's ability to secure investment to improve the special effects in the future. Is it about the editing machine? Jean-Claude Van Damme doesn't have the money to rent an editing studio. Go talk to the people at Daydream Studios, and I'll have them give you one. You can pay after the film is released. It's an old-fashioned editing machine, though, you'll have to get used to it. That's alright. Corey Yuen and Sui Hark in Hong Kong used the same old-fashioned one. Chapter 1023 Bankruptcy on the verge of leaving behind before filming a single movie. Jean-Claude Van Damme learned all his editing theory from Walter Murch, while his hands-on skills came from working with Chinese directors Corey Yuen and Sui Hark in Hong Kong on the film Fist of Fury. Whether the cyborg could be resurrected, and whether his and Dolph Lundgren's careers could be revived, depended on the success of this editing. Having the editing studio Ronald provided for free, he wanted to add some insurance, so he contacted Corey Yuen and Sui Hark, inviting them to Hollywood to guide his editing work and to have the two Hong Kong directors assist when reshoots were needed. Upon learning of Van Damme's hard work in his office, Ronald felt he could help such a dedicated actor. He also called the two Hong Kong directors, inviting them to come, with his assistant covering their accommodations and meals in Los Angeles. The two quickly dropped their Hong Kong business and rushed to Los Angeles. When Ronald saw them enter the office with Van Damme, he had his assistant make them tea. Jean-Claude and I have known each other for a long time. He's not only a good action actor, but also very ambitious and wants to be a director. His film has run into some problems, and I hope you can help him out. Yes, Ronald. Seeing a film you've worked so hard on, only to have it cancelled due to the producers withdrawing their funding, is the most heartbreaking thing for an actor. Jean-Claude Van Damme was quite skilled in karate and got along well with Corey Yun, so helping him out wouldn't be a problem. After discussing the cyborg issue, Ronald called his assistant to brew another pot of black tea. Jean-Claude, could you please give me and the two Hong Kong directors some private time? Only after his assistant closed the door did Ronald take out 2 checks from his drawer. Corey Yun's Dragon and Phoenix Swords and Sui Hark's The Twin Heroes had both achieved some success in the videotape market. Ronald generously gave them both bonuses. Especially Dragon and Phoenix Swords, with Cynthia Rothrock as the lead actress and the sharp action choreography by the Hong Kong martial arts director, made it very enjoyable for many lower-class viewers. The Twin Heroes, however, was less popular. Many viewers didn't understand why Chiu Yunbo and Cynthia Rothrock were flying around in the sky. Was it some kind of fantasy novel like Lord of the Rings? And what was the identity of the heavily powdered, ornately dressed man, the eunuch from the Eastern Depot in the story? Did ancient China have drag queens? However, this ancient fantasy time travel film, The Twin Heroes, was actually more popular than Dragon and Phoenix Swords in one place, the various Chinese, Japanese, and Korean communities. It seems that East Asians, with their own ethnic legends and stories, are more able to understand this style of action film. Both directors were quite happy. Corey Yun, who likes modern action films, decided to help Jean-Claude Van Damme with some post-production reshoots, and the two went to see the uncut film reels first. Sui Hark received significantly less prize money than Corey, and he stayed to consult Ronald. Ronald, he said, why aren't my movies popular in America? Are they worse than Corey's? Personally, I actually prefer your movies, Ronald replied. He found the flying action in the twins familiar, while he felt that the more realistic action film Dragon and Phoenix was inferior to Jackie Chan's fight scenes. It's really a matter of viewing habits, Ronald said. Your videotape sales in Chinatown are better. I hope you make more movies like this, so that audiences in America who appreciate films with a Chinese cultural background can gradually grow. Like Japanese films from decades ago, which were broadcast late at night on many TV stations, cultivating a group of Kurosawa Akira fans, Ronald had a long-term plan. Films from Hong Kong and mainland China, with their completely different methodologies from Hollywood, have their own unique cultural backgrounds, resulting in a different viewing experience compared to Hollywood commercial films. In America, there's a significant Asian population, and consistently releasing Chinese-language films and videotapes can satisfy their viewing needs. This trend of watching Chinese-language action films and martial arts movies will gradually permeate the mainstream audience. After all, these types of films don't present a significant language barrier, and the exciting action scenes are something Hollywood lacks. With a certain audience base, it's possible to continuously produce low-budget exploitative films and release older Hong Kong films. These low-budget films, as long as they're profitable, can expand the audience. This expanded audience, in turn, can support higher production budgets, creating a virtuous cycle. Of course, this upgrade in production requires a masterpiece that can break through and reach the mainstream audience. Just like Akira Kurosawa's impact on Japanese cinema, after him, American cinema gained a place for Japanese films. That might require a Hong Kong film that suits the tastes of American audiences. Sui Hark shared Ronald's thinking. He immediately started considering making another English-language film in the Hong Kong style in Hollywood. Ronald didn't speak immediately. This was going to be considered a Hollywood commercial project, and he hadn't even dreamed of a Chinese-English film before. The risk was considerable. At this stage, Ronald preferred a low-budget, low-level approach to cultivate the market. This is very risky, unless it's a sequel, then you can try it out. Hey, wait a minute, Ronald remembered the story he'd come up with for the third Dragon Boys movie. He didn't want to make it anyway, but Sui Hark's style suited his idea perfectly. Daniel and Master Miyagi dreamed of returning to Master Miyagi's ancestor, the founder of his family's martial arts, who drifted to the South China Sea after a shipwreck, learned Tang Shou from a Chinese master, and returned to found the founder of Ryukyu Karate. Wasn't that style perfect for his plan? Stay here a few more days. I'll go talk to Weintraub. If he's interested, you can come along. Ronald shared his idea with Sui Hark, letting him start brainstorming plot and action sequences. Jerry, why are you so hard to reach? Even I can't call you. A few days later, Ronald finally got an answer to his call to Weintraub. The guy seemed to be busy with something. Ronald had called several times himself, but only his secretary answered. Asking Richard to relay a message didn't work either. Finally, he found his wife, Jane Morgan's, number and called their rarely visited home. "It's me, Susan, Jerry." The person who answered was surprisingly Weintraub's mistress, Susan Atkins. Her relationship with Mrs. Weintraub was strange. Weintraub and Susan usually lived separately, returning to Jane Morgan's place on weekends and holidays. The two women didn't seem to mind each other, and occasionally getting along well in the same house. What's wrong with him? Ronald wondered, assuming Weintraub was unwell. He locks himself in his house every day. Jane and I can't get him to come. Can you come over? Only you, the one who helped him achieve such great success, can pull him back to his senses. What's wrong with Jerry? Is he depressed? Ronald found it amusing. How could a tycoon who made his fortune by persuading Elvis to hold concerts be hiding at home because of depression? Was he hiding from debt collectors? Thinking this, Ronald hesitated. No, can you come over? Please, give me the phone. Jane Morgan took the phone from Susan, who was struggling to speak. Ronald, come over. Jerry, this fragile man, can't get an erection because a few projects fell through. This testicleless Jew, you come and tell him what true American spirit is. Jane Morgan's voice was loud and harsh, almost like she was pointing her finger at her husband and yelling. I'm not depressed, you woman, don't go bad-mouthing me to others. Weintraub, hiding in the upstairs bedroom, opened the door a crack and roared at his wife. You loser, I knew you were no good. Besides secretly sleeping with your best friend's daughter, you've never done anything worthwhile. Ronald needs a Weintraub to teach him what the most important quality of a man is, having balls. I have balls. Weintraub, unable to bear Morgan's taunts, rushed out in his pajamas. Are you on the phone with Ronald? Quick, get him here. Maybe he'll save me. The next morning, Ronald returned to Weintraub's mansion, which had an artificial canal dug for swimming leading to the living room. Before even entering, he saw several men in suits sitting in the living room, drinking coffee. Upon closer inspection, Ronald was surprised to recognize the tall man in the back as his frequently hired lawyer, nicknamed Gray-Eyed Mickey Mouse, Mickey Cantor. Mickey, what are you doing here? I can't tell you, it's a client confidentiality agreement. Mickey Cantor patted his briefcase and winked at Ronald. Oh, well, good morning. Ronald didn't understand what was going on, why he was blocking the door so early in the morning. Let me introduce you, this is William, our firm's best bankruptcy lawyer. The word bankruptcy in Mickey Cantor's introduction made Ronald raise an eyebrow. I'll go talk to him first. Ronald said goodbye to attorney Cantor and went upstairs to see Weintraub. Jerry, what the hell are you doing? What the hell happened? Ronald asked him bluntly as soon as he saw him. Only Susan was in the room. His wife, Jane Morgan, was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, I was so careless. Weintraub regained some of his usual confidence when he saw Ronald. He told Ronald how he had fallen into this mess. It turned out that after being used and ruthlessly ousted by Cochran at MGM, Weintraub founded Weintraub Films. He was extremely resentful for not becoming MGM's CEO. Since his success in the music industry, few people had treated him with such disdain. To express his anger towards Cochran, Weintraub immediately took several major actions. First, he lobbied major studios, leveraging his reputation from the $100 million box office success of his two films, Dragon Boys, to secure funding. Ultimately, Columbia Pictures and a Canadian cinema group jointly guaranteed and invested in him, allowing him to raise over $460 million in loans on Wall Street. Second, he signed a 20-year distribution agreement with Columbia Pictures, guaranteeing the distribution of his films as long as they were of acceptable quality. He then contacted numerous Hollywood producers, negotiating projects everywhere. Weintraub fully absorbed the lessons learned from Ronald's success, reading the news from around the world compiled for him by Susan every day. What about UFOs abducting men for 20 years and returning eternally young? The CIA abandoning American prisoners of war in Vietnam, letting them fend for themselves. These were all scripts he believed would be huge hits, leading him to invest in 6 up-and-coming directors in multi-million-dollar productions. Thirdly, he took over Marvel and Mattel, the company's Cannonball Studios spun off after facing financial difficulties. Weintraub Studios wasn't just about selling blockbuster movies, it was about building a complete industry chain. The toy company could sell various merchandise. His keen eye for talent ensured the scripts and directors he chose were sure to be hits, allowing him to stockpile toys beforehand to avoid production shortages and wasted opportunities. Comics, on the other hand, had a massive fan base. Any comic book adaptation would guarantee a following. He only needed to release 1 or 2 comic book stories each year, and comics also represented a huge market opportunity for toys. With such a brilliant plan, Weintraub believed he could become a production company on par with the Big 7 Hollywood studios within 5 years. Then he planned to acquire MGM, which Cockley had nearly destroyed, and let him taste the bitterness of being kicked out. Oh, and he'd take back the MGM name, preventing his hotels from using the MGM trademark, lest it tarnish the reputation of such a fine film company. However, the expansion was too large, and after the stock market crash, it became a series of huge hoils. All 6 film projects faced investor withdrawals. Weintraub had to personally cover the costs. The scripts were repeatedly revised in hopes of a blockbuster. Then came the writers' strike, freezing all the previous investments. Not a single film was finalized, let alone securing stars or setting release dates. Just as Weintraub had finally finished the scripts for 2 films after the strike ended and was preparing to start production, bang, another unexpected tragedy occurred. Wall Street, facing contraction, began eyeing the $460 million loan. Wall Street lawyers are highly skilled. They managed to uncover loopholes in Weintraub's financial operations and, seizing the fact that he hadn't had a single film project approved in over a year, announced a halt to loans. In a bad economy, the most terrifying thing, loan withdrawal, happened to befall Weintraub. Unable to understand why he was so unlucky, the stark contrast made Weintraub depressed. He didn't want to see anyone, especially his friends from his successful days, and stayed home, feeling stagnant. Oh God, are you really going to file for bankruptcy? Ronald hadn't expected this. Weintraub Pictures hadn't even made a single film since its inception. How could it be going bankrupt? If it were due to box office failures, bankruptcy wouldn't be hard to understand. The film industry has always been high risk, and such things happen frequently. But for Weintraub to fail without even making a film, Ronald wondered if this was the first case in Hollywood. Perhaps Ronald's 2 films, Dragon Boys, which earned over $100 million each, had given Weintraub a false sense of security, making him believe that filmmaking was a high-return investment strategy. However, he overlooked the fact that high returns always come with high risks. Or perhaps, Weintraub never imagined that risk could befall him. Alright, do you want to make a sequel to Dragon Rider? Ronald asked, stating his intentions. With a reputation of the first 2 Dragon Rider films, securing funding wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to make some financial and legal preparations to prevent Weintraub Pictures from becoming a production company, which could become a burden. Ronald was confident he could make money from this sequel alone. Chapter 1024 Ronald, who understands the psychology of the masses best. Fortunately, when Weintraub was developing the first Dragon Boys, he was still collaborating with Columbia Pictures. Due to contractual obligations, he hadn't placed the sequel production rights with his later founded, ill-fated Weintraub Pictures. This conveniently provided a platform for collaboration. Ronald then had Susan Awakens find 2 essential leads, Ralph Macchio to play Daniel, and Noriyuki Morita to play Miyagi's master. Upon seeing the 2, Ronald shook his head. No wonder Weintraub hadn't developed a 3rd Dragon Boys film, a project with a high potential for profit, when facing financial difficulties. Morita, who had previously spearheaded a Japanese-American co-production, spent a lot of money but couldn't even get a theatrical release in America, and other films struggled to find suitable roles for a young Japanese-American actor like himself. Dejected, Morita indulged in alcohol and women, divorced his wife, and spent years dating young women. Coupled with daily drunkenness, his hair turned white, and his overall mental state deteriorated significantly. Ralph Macchio, however, had a different problem. The Latino actor, who had always seemed like a movie star and barely developed even in his 20s, had gradually gained weight after getting married. Hormonal changes made him look more like an adult, and he could no longer play the energetic high school student from the first two films. The first two Dragon Boys movies actually took place in the same summer, and Daniel Radcliffe, returning from Japan, suddenly became a middle-aged man. It would be a miracle if the box office was good. Sure enough, changing the synopsis provided by Ronald, with Daniel and Master Miyagi traveling back to the Ming Dynasty in a dream, encountering Master Miyagi's first ancestor, learning Tang Shou, a type of martial arts, in the South China Sea, and then returning to Okinawa to become karate practitioners, was much more suitable. Since it was a dream story, it wouldn't be surprising if the two didn't meet their ancestors from countless generations ago. Sui Hark, who had studied in America, brought his girlfriend, Ms. Shi, along and contacted many Chinese filmmakers on the West Coast, preparing for a big production. Besides the actors who could play Chinese extras, there were also many costume, makeup, and prop professionals. Many Hong Kong filmmakers had immigrated to America through marriage or other means, and they were all willing to contribute to this film about white people and Japanese people learning about Chinese culture. Ronald had seen the costume display and thought it was beautiful. The extensive use of red and white had a natural allusion to Chinese culture. The clothes were also beautiful, unlike the crudely made Ming Dynasty costumes that Hollywood imagined. I made these based on director King Hu's Dragon Inn. He was quite familiar with Ming Dynasty culture and history. Seeing Ronald's satisfaction, Sui Hark proudly explained the source of his ideas. This is a newly established project company, and it has nothing to do with my Weintraub films. Weintraub had recovered from his depression and knew that this sequel could generate some cash flow for him, which rekindled his fighting spirit. We don't care, the box office revenue from this film must first be used to pay off Weintraub Films' debts. Several debt lawyers pressed Weintraub. This is a limited liability company. The basics of an innovative American company. Your lawyers, don't you even understand this? Weintraub didn't care about them. As long as he made money, he could bankrupt the old company and smoothly escape with his new one. Maybe he could even transfer some projects with filming rights to the new company. We are lawyers representing Wall Street. If we say it's okay, it's okay. The lawyers were unmoved and left with a cold smile. What they were after was Weintraub's large amount of valuable assets, including a large number of live recording rights to Elvis Presley, John Denver, and Frank Sinatra. In short, keeping Weintraub mired in debt was more advantageous than him making a blockbuster movie to pay off his debts. Get this sorted out as soon as possible, otherwise we can't cooperate, Ronald reminded Weintraub. If he got involved in this so-called corporate debt, Ronald's income wouldn't be guaranteed either. No problem, Jane Morgan has already flown to Washington. Weintraub smiled smugly. He had a wife and a mistress, and they got along well, both helping him solve problems. Barbara, those Wall Street vampires want Jerry, Weintraub, to stay entangled. Now he has a surefire money-making project. I don't need any special treatment, just that they abide by business laws and regulations. Jane Morgan had already left for Washington, D.C. to see her best friend, while Barbara, busy with her campaign, went ahead. Of course, no problem. I'll have Jeb make a few calls. Although Barbara was very busy, she didn't actually have many close friends in high society. She would definitely make time to see Jane Morgan. I say, is your husband's new project really going to make money? Barbara and Morgan had known each other for a long time, even before Jane Morgan and Weintraub got married. It should be fine. He's going to film Dragon Boys 3 with Ronald Lee. Hollywood sequels always make money, right? I remember when George and I went to Hawaii, we lent him our helicopter for filming. But even Ronald can't guarantee a new movie will make money, can he? Barbara and Jane Morgan were actually in the same boat, both facing the problem of their husband's long-term infidelity and their refusal to break up with the other woman. I don't know, but Ronald is the Hollywood person I've ever met who understands what the public is thinking the most. Every time he makes a movie, it's like he's hit the nail on the head for us women. Sigh, that's true, Barbara said thoughtfully, now worried about her husband's continued decline in approval ratings. The schedule for the 3 presidential debates had been set, and the gap between the 2 candidates' approval ratings was still around 5%. Although George had caught up a lot by taking advantage of the incident where the black man, Horton, ran away on his way home over the weekend and continued to kill, once he reached 5%, The approval ratings stabilized and didn't change much. The massive amount of money poured into the smear campaign against Dukakis seems to have hit a wall, utterly useless. Don't worry, darling. No one will bother your husband during filming. Barbara, busy with other matters, quickly said goodbye to Jane Morgan and went to find her eldest son, George Jr. Tried to contact director Ronald. I want to speak with him, Mother. I already asked him last time, and he didn't have any good ideas. Go ahead and contact him. Barbara was disappointed in her eldest son. It's obvious you won't ask. King, where are you? I have good news. Ronald was on the phone with Kim Basinger. The actress Basinger hadn't replaced, Sean Young, had broken her arm in a fall while learning to ride a horse at Pinewood Studios in London. I'm calling you from my ranch. Want to come? I have 2,000 acres, lots of good horses. You can ride with me. Westerns can be filmed on my ranch too. Ha ha ha. Basinger, like Ronald, was now steadily making money from the 9.5 weeks videotapes. Almost every male customer at Best Buy would buy a box of this erotic film, just like every female customer would buy a box of spicy dance. Men and women have different tastes and preferences. 9.5 weeks is all about desire and fantasy, suitable for male audiences. Female audiences prefer something like spicy dance, where romance precedes sex. The actress for Batman might be replaced now. You need to hurry to London for an urgent audition, Ronald told him about Sean Young's fall. This was also very strange. The original script for Batman didn't have many scenes of the female lead, Vicky, riding horses, but director Tim Burton insisted on adding many, and made Sean Young train constantly. Sean Young practiced for over 6 hours every day, and it was during the second week of training that she became so exhausted that she fell and broke her arm. Normally, the lead actress, Vicky, playing a journalist, only needed to be a decorative figure. If the director-producer had supported her, Sean Young might have had a chance. Back when Orson Welles was filming Touch of Evil, the lead actress, Janet Leigh, broke her arm. Welles meticulously redesigned all of her scenes, found the perfect camera angles, and managed to create a classic film even with her arm still injured. This was something that could have been compromised. However, everyone on the set pretended there was no such option. Almost immediately after Sean Young's injury, they contacted the CAA, Central Association of America, to request a replacement. Jack Nicholson even called Ronald, telling him that he had somehow managed to fulfill his promise and urging him to quickly contact the actress he recommended to come to London. But if you say that, doesn't Sean Young still have a chance to get the role? What if I go to Pinewood Studios in London for the audition just as a backup, and she ends up getting the part? I don't want to give her that opportunity to laugh at me. Don't worry, only you can laugh at her. She can't laugh at you, but I don't encourage you to do that. Sean Young is a notoriously crazy woman. Okay, then I'll go to London, but the last-minute tickets to London might be sold out for business class. Basinger still has to get from the ranch to New York first, and might have to endure the torture of economy class. Don't worry about that. The sooner you get there, the better your chances of getting the role. You don't think you're the only actress in Hollywood who got invited, do you? I'll have someone book you at Concord. Ronald decided to make the decision for Basinger. There are many illogical aspects to Sean Young's downfall, and it's probably not just one person who wanted her gone. Besides Nicholson's preference for sleeping in late and partying at night, and his dislike of Sean Young dragging out filming, John Peterson, one of the film's producers, probably also played a significant role. Especially after Sean Young declared she would expose every single man she'd slept with to get the role of Batman. A strange atmosphere arose in Hollywood, and no media outlet, whether newspapers or television, continued to follow the story. Sean Young is currently in London, negotiating with John Peterson. Perhaps Peterson had promised her something, so when Sean Young was being so insistent on fulfilling that promise, everyone hoped her replacement would arrive in London as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go. Kim Basinger understood the urgency in Ronald's tone and immediately said she would leave. Ring 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 ring. Ronald, who had just hung up, heard the phone ring again. Hello, it's me again, baby. I forgot to thank you. When I get back from London, we can discuss editing techniques. Basinger, in her excitement, forgot to thank Ronald, who had contributed the most, and quickly tried to make amends. Go on, we'll talk about the rest when you get back, Ronald said with a smile. Basinger's reward was still something to look forward to. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again. Honey, if you want something in return, wait until the important matter is settled, Ronald said as he picked up the phone. Despite her tall and striking figure, Basinger had a rather womanly side and enjoyed these tender, affectionate conversations. What kind of return do you want, Ronald? Just name it. Once George's important matter is settled, sitting in that Oval Office, we can talk about anything. Miss Barbara? I thought it was someone else calling. Ronald recognized the caller ID as the vice president's wife, Barbara, and felt incredibly embarrassed by what he had just said. That's not important. Tell me, what do you want to help George improve his approval rating? We don't have much time right now, Ms. Barbara, Ronald wanted to say. If even your highly paid campaign consultants can't do it, what can I do? Listen, Ronald, I'm busy, no time for pleasantries. Jane Morgan told me you're the director in Hollywood who understands what the people need best. Running for office and acting are actually quite similar. Do you have any good ideas? Barbara interrupted Ronald's refusal forcefully. This wasn't the time to take it slow. The people want the vice president to. What to say to get their support, Ronald repeated, then began to think quickly. I think attacking the other side won't be enough to change my mind about voting. I'm only voting for my own benefit. Go on. Barbara took out a pen and paper and began to take notes. Ronald was indeed quite insightful. That last sentence made a lot of sense. How come she hadn't noticed it before? Actually, George Jr. had already conveyed this idea, but at that time, George Sr. was in the lead, and Barbara preferred Jeb's strategy. For example, besides agreeing with the vice president's political views and leadership, another important reason is that the vice president has promised to continue the current president's economic policies, as well as various tax policies that are conducive to entrepreneurial creativity. Tax policies, Barbara wrote in her notebook. She had heard these countless times, but after the method used to attack Dukakis could no longer narrow the gap between the two, she was very interested in any new ideas. Also, I really liked the vice president's attitude towards the three services. My father served in the Marine Corps. And my grandfather and great-grandfather both served in the U.S. Army and died for their country. Dukakis's attitude towards the military, I didn't know you came from a traditional patriotic family. Barbara felt very inspired and was about to discuss with Roger Ayres the military and defense industry, as well as their families, many of whom had factories and bases in the north, on the east and west coasts, where competition was fierce. I won't forget your help today. After listening to Ronald's thoughts, Barbara quickly convened an emergency meeting. The entire campaign tone needed a shift. I asked Douglas, hasn't the president's approval rating gone up yet? Ronald hung up the phone and immediately called Douglas Jr. He and Douglas Jr. had donated, and they had organized many others to donate to George Sr. They couldn't let it all go to waste. Not very optimistic. The first presidential debate next month will tell. You haven't forgotten how the current president defeated his opponents and achieved 2 landslide victories, have you? Of course. Ronald started worrying again about whether he would still be able to enjoy tax breaks. George Sr.'s personal charisma was much weaker. Television debates, after all, were all about who looked more like a president. Chapter 1025 Polls remain flat. The American Legion has always taken care of our veterans. You are dedicated to advocating for veterans' rights and benefits, promoting patriotism, and providing a variety of support programs for veterans and their families. 25,000 veterans have received your selfless help in employment and training. You fund cancer research and disability support. Your outstanding Boys State program has led the nation in the game, the nationally popular sport of baseball, and there are many other contributions on this list. George Sr. began to change his tune at a campaign rally, strongly advocating for veterans at a campaign event organized by the American Legion. The American Legion is a veterans organization with no specific political affiliation. This time, George Sr.'s presence clearly demonstrated his firm support for veterans. I am proud to say that I am a member of the Legion and have always been involved, sharing the responsibility and burden. I believe this nation owes a debt of gratitude to those who have shouldered this burden. Abraham Lincoln said that we should look after those who have won the battle, as well as his widows and orphans. Let me briefly mention some of the actions I, as a veteran, will take as president. I will support our veterans. I will support the continuation and strengthening of veterans' priority. I will never forget and will do everything in my power to address the needs of prisoners of war and missing persons. I will help all Vietnam War veterans receive the honor and respect they deserve, which is long overdue. I will pay special attention to the needs of the 6 million veterans, especially those who are 65 years of age or older, Well done. I see the veterans in the audience, their eyes are filled with tears. It's been a long time since anyone has cared for them like this. Barbara held her husband's hand tightly. That's so well said, especially that line, I'm a veteran too. At the rally, George abandoned his original main speech content, no longer promising to continue the current president's policies, no longer mentioning building a kinder, more moderate country, but firmly stating that many threats still exist in the world, and the free world needs the protection of force. I hope your method works. Even with his World War II Air Force pilot physique, giving selected rallies and speeches in 2 or 3 places every day was taking its toll on George. He wiped his sweat. The strategy proposed by film director Ronald had been praised by campaign advisor Roger Ailes, and today was the first time he'd presented this new strategy. He wondered what the effect would be. This has to work. You have to succeed. Barbara, much more resolute than George, held her husband's hand, reaffirming his belief. Knock knock. Producer and director Rob Reiner knocked on the office door and poked his head in. Ronald, Ronald made a phone call gesture, then gestured for Reiner to wait. Great, I didn't expect this adjustment to have such a big effect. Remember to let me know if anything happens. Douglas told him on the phone that old George's approval rating was beginning to rise slowly but steadily as he turned to the 6 million veterans across the country, their families, and even more people who were building weapons for them. I'm here to deliver my and Michelle's wedding invitations. Reiner and film still photographer Michelle Singer had decided to get married early next year. Also, my father, Carl, would like to invite you to a casual meal. Of course, I'm honored and happy for you and Michelle. Ronald stepped forward and hugged Reiner, who was now beaming with pride and always spoke with a smile. How's your new film coming along? Ronald asked him. Because of his personal opinion on the ending of the story, Reiner didn't direct When Harry Met Sally, but his newly established Castle Stone film still needed a film he directed himself to make a name for himself. I bought another Stephen King novel adaptation. He was very satisfied with my Stand By Me in 1984, but his own directorial debut, Chariots of Fire, was a box office flop. Stephen King movies always have box office potential. I can invest a portion. You have to give me a good investment allocation. Ronald was a little envious when he heard it was an adaptation by a famous American horror novelist. He himself hadn't had a successful film adaptation like Reiner. Novelists were unwilling to sell their novels to him. Of course, no problem, I'd love to. Reiner was quite grateful to Ronald. If it weren't for Ronald asking him to produce Steel Magnolia, he might not have met Michelle. I wonder which of his novels this time. Ronald knew that Stephen King's novels had won numerous box office and Oscar awards, but his first attempt at directing had been with an unreliable producer, De Laurentiis, and an unreliable lead actor, Emilio Estevez. The box office didn't even reach half of the production cost. It seems he's given up on directing and reverted to his old method of simply selling novels to suitable directors and collecting a percentage of the profits. Misery, a story about a fanatical reader kidnapping a novelist and forcing him to change the ending according to his own whims. Ronald found it amusing. Wasn't a writer writing such a story self-deprecating? Many of Stephen King's novels are related to novelists, like Kubrick's The Shining, which also depicts a novelist experiencing the unique fear of being in a secluded winter place. Ronald and Diane went to Carl Reiner's house and ate with him, his wife, and their eldest son, Rob Reiner. After a simple Jewish dinner, everyone sat in a circle drinking tea and chatting. Ronald really liked the atmosphere of the Reiner family. Although they were Jewish, they didn't have that kind of rigid religious faith. In fact, Carl Reiner told them that since the tragic experiences of Jews during World War II, he no longer believed in the existence of God. Why is that? What's so scary about a writer going to a secluded place in winter with his readers and fans? Diane asked, puzzled. I suppose being pressured by readers to finish a story is the biggest source of terror for a writer. Carl Reiner laughed heartily. Everyone burst into laughter. Carl Reiner was a seasoned comedian, his joke-telling skills exceptional. Let me tell you something, Estelle and I are very grateful to you, Ronald. Carl struck another laugh-out-loud pose. Estelle, Robert's mother, a jazz singer who had a cameo in When Harry Met Sally, also smiled at him. Seeing Ronald and Diane anticipating the punchline, Carl Reiner said with satisfaction, he went to Louisiana and finally met the woman he loves. We can finally kick this freeloader out of the house. It's time for him to be independent, Robert. Hey, Diane couldn't help but laugh too. Most parents only need to kick their kids out of the house once. PFFT, even his future daughter-in-law, Michelle, laughed this time. Diane laughed heartily. Rob Reiner's first wife was Penny Marshall, who had once directed Diane's film. The Reiner and Marshall families were good friends, but their children's marriages had unexpectedly led to a bitter falling out that threatened divorce. Carl, as the father, was actually quite sorry for his son. Now that Rob was engaged again, and his fiancée clearly cared more about and was more suitable for his son, he was overjoyed. The Reiner family belonged to the Reformed Jewish community, and he himself was not actually religious, so he had no requirements for his son's marriage. Neither of his wives were Jewish, nor did they convert to Judaism after marriage. Estelle even discussed the breaking of a glass at the wedding with her future daughter-in-law, Michelle. In traditional Jewish weddings, only the groom is allowed to do this for good luck. Ronald didn't dislike this Jewish family. In fact, he found it very pleasant to get along with the Reiner family. After Estelle and Aunt Karen made a cameo appearance together in the film, they also became good friends and often talked on the phone about cooking. Their family is really interesting. On the way home, Diane leaned against Ronald's chest, envying the harmonious family atmosphere between the parents. She couldn't help but imagine her own future family life, wondering if it would be just as wonderful. Yet, they're all comedians, isn't that interesting? Ronald picked up the car phone and dialed Douglas Jr. How did the debate go tonight? The first presidential debate was being held tonight at Wake Forest University in North Carolina. Knowing that most people in Hollywood supported the Democrats, Ronald hadn't brought up the topic at the dinner. Old George hit a home run, leaving Dukakis speechless on several questions. Douglas Jr. was excited. In his opinion, Old George's performance was excellent. Regarding the issue of drug abuse, Old George said we need to strengthen education and crack down on it in schools. Dukakis just keeps repeating his cliches, telling leaders to demonstrate the right values. He even proposed raising taxes, cutting defense spending, and getting the government to invest in economic growth. It's ridiculous. The government is always wasting taxpayers' money. He also said he'd give everyone who works health insurance. He never forgets his Massachusetts healthcare companies. I think after today, Dukakis is finished. Young Douglas was very optimistic, but Ronald was a little doubtful. Voters are definitely concerned about their own interests. The idea of everyone having health insurance is just too tempting. Would everyone have insurance coverage for medical care in the future? Ronald, Diane arrived at the hotel and immediately called her best friend Donna. The two whispered for a long time. Seeing Ronald lost in thought, Diane finished her sentence and handed him the phone. Hey? Donna, where are you? I'm in Manhattan. Hey, when are you and Diane coming to New York? I haven't been on vacation with her in ages. We're going to get a spa treatment, we'll see when she's free. I'm editing a movie lately, so I'll pay for your vacation. Yay, thanks, bro. Donna was about to hang up. Wait a minute, let me ask you, did you watch the televised debate tonight? Who did you think performed better? Dukakis. Donna thought Dukakis performed better. Why? Our federal deficit is too big. Now everyone's starting to suspect that our tax money is being used to buy weapons, and many people aren't receiving proper care from the government. You don't know how many homeless people and prostitutes there are in Times Square and Wall Street in Manhattan these days, and how many drug dealers there are. Those people also have the right to vote. Ronald hadn't expected Donna to have such a different opinion. It seems this debate is going to be a tough one. I'm going to take a shower. Diane unbraided her hair and let it down, preparing to take a shower. Ronald didn't answer her question about going to New York with him, which disappointed her a little. You smell so good, don't go yet. Ronald pulled Diane into his arms. Diane, initially a little unhappy, softened at the warmth of Ronald's breath on her neck. A sweet, pleasurable feeling surged up from her lower abdomen. Oh, Diane. Ronald felt her intimacy, a sense of conquest filling him with immense excitement. Oh, Ronnie, brother. Diane, immersed in this familiar feeling she had experienced many times before, finally hugged Ronald's neck tightly, wanting to linger on this feeling a little longer. The next morning, after seeing Diane off, Ronald went to the editing room of Daydream. Editor Robert Layton was waiting for him there. Ronald had originally intended to work with Walter Murch. However, Murch made it clear that he didn't like editing these unchallenging commercial films anymore. The profit sharing from editing tapes allowed Murch and his wife Angie to live a simple life comfortably, without financial pressure. Murch's wife, Angie also found a part-time job as a radio host, and she also invested in a blueberry orchard. Ronald's dividends were probably already sufficient. The college tuition for Murch's 4 children was no problem. Being a free spirit, he wanted more time to pursue his own projects. Ronald looked around again, and Rob Reiner recommended Robert Layton, whom he had worked with before. Layton had edited Reiner's critically acclaimed Stand By Me, which beautifully portrayed the friendship between several children. Moreover, like Ronald's When Harry Met Sally, this film lacked major dramatic elements, and Layton excelled at editing films with a slow pace. As soon as the two sat down at the editing table, Robert Layton realized that Ronald was also a skilled editor. He could always stop at the same frame of film. Actually, you could totally edit it yourself. Robert Layton himself struggled to achieve that level of precision and didn't quite understand why Ronald had chosen him. No, I definitely need your help, Robert. A director can't edit well on their own, Ronald quickly explained. He needed an editor to provide different perspectives. After all, he had shot all the scenes, and sometimes, due to the difficulty of filming, he didn't want to give up hard-won shots. Layton, on the other hand, could offer completely objective opinions. The two edited for several days, both finding each other's insights insightful, practically spending over 10 hours a day in the editing room. It's time to rest. Layton, not young, couldn't keep up with Ronald's pace. That evening, he suggested they go out to rest. Shall we get something good to eat, or order takeout? Let's go out, I need to stretch. Ronald picked up his leather jacket, and he and Layton went to a crowded pizzeria. The pizzas here were mostly bought by locals, and the prices weren't expensive, so there was a queue. The two candidates' statements regarding veterans have sparked protests from anti-war groups and a welcome from veterans groups. A small TV in the restaurant was showing CBS News. Old George's poll numbers have caught up considerably, and he's still slightly behind Dukasky. Let's see how voters' perceptions change after the first televised debate. Veterans and the arms industry, as well as universal social security, are probably the two main focuses for voters right now. Let's connect with two election experts. The two experts, each supporting their own candidate, were arguing incessantly, their poll numbers neck and neck. They only agreed on one issue. Both candidates explicitly stated the need to invest more resources in finding a cure for AIDS, providing widespread education and prevention, and offering care and treatment to patients. Your pizza. Layton came over and handed the pizza to Ronald. What? You're still interested in politics? No. Ronald was careful not to let his political leanings get too deeply discussed with his circle of friends. He pointed to the customers around him watching the television news. Don't you think if the presidential election were made into a movie, a lot of people would watch it? Maybe that's a good idea. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.